صورتين ثلاثة بقى مثلا عشان لسه مصورة. One minute. Oops. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to second day of Living in the House conference. It's what's happening? This is ghosts in the house, not living in the house. Okay, thank you. It's a pleasure to welcome you all, and I hope you enjoy all the lectures. We have a wonderful lineup of speakers the next 3 days, so I will not be taking the time of the sessions, and we'll start with session 1. Enjoy.
So good morning, everyone, and welcome to this fantastic conference. Thank you so much, Fatma, for organising, and to the French Institute and the Polish Centre as well. It's really great to see so many people here. I'm Jo Rowland from the University of Edinburgh, and I'm going to be chairing the morning sessions. So without further ado, we're going to welcome Julia Bugke, who is Egyptologist and currently professor at the Ludwig Maximilians Universität in Munich, who's going to be talking to us about cooking practices in New Kingdom, Egypt and Nubia, case studies from Elephantine and Sai Island. Julia.
I don't need this for now. Is it okay for this one, people? Yes. So good morning, and many thanks to Fatma for inviting me. I'm delighted to be here, and in the following I'm going to, let me just make the laser pointer. In the following I'm going to speak a little bit about cooking practices in New Kingdom, Egypt and Nubia, and it goes without saying that this is of course not kind of a comprehensive study, but I'm just going to show you some general things, and I will be mostly focusing on cooking pots. Before we start, just some very general things that all of you are aware of. Of course, if we talk about the lower and the middle Nile, we do have topographical, environmental, and geological differences. We know that there are partly very different lifestyles, but we also know that especially in the second millennium BCE, there were very complex cultural encounters. This included cultural mixing, intermingling, and also technology exchange. And this is why I think the case studies of cooking practices in New Kingdom, Nubia is really something very interesting. Another very general slide, we very often within the context of cultural encounters, we look at the ceramics and then we kind of assume that the percentages and shapes of various styles of pottery are indicators for common or for diverse culinary practices. In Nubia, of course, we do have the big difference between wheel-made pottery and handmade pottery. And for both Middle Kingdom and New Kingdom Nubia, seemingly distinctive cuisine, so like different food in different pots was proposed. This is mainly based on the ceramics, but we also do have very few organic residue results from Ascot that have been published by Stuart Tyson Smith. And Stuart very prominently and continuously proposed that the high frequency of Nubian cooking pots we find in the New Kingdom might be explained by Nubian servants and or Nubian wives that are present at those colonial sites. And with this, I come to my case studies. I will briefly talk about Elephantine. I will mostly focus on Sai Island between the second and the third cataract. And I will also kind of include some interesting evidence from my new concession, from the so-called Moors concession in the Middle Nile. And all of those sites are dating to the 18th dynasty. And why is the early 18th dynasty so interesting? Well, we do have the appearance of a new cooking pot in the Egyptian tradition. So we do have wheel-made pots, handmade pots, and also so-called hybrid versions. And this new shape of the cooking pot that you can see here might really have an extremely interesting evolution. Anne Seiler already proposed many years ago that it might have been inspired by Nubian shapes. And I think this is really an intriguing pathway we should investigate further. Last but not least, we also know that in some colonial sites, at least we have firm evidence from Sai Island. We do have an import of Egyptian cooking vessels made in Nile clay to Nubia. Yeah, and let's now turn to my first case study to Sai Island, where within the Across Borders project, we excavated some parts of the city. So I will mostly talk today about Safwan East, this eastern part, and a little bit about the western part, Safwan West. But in general, we do have all the pots I already addressed. We do have the so-called Nubian cooking pots, sometimes with incise decoration, mostly with basketry impressed surfaces. We do have both imported Egyptian cooking pots and locally made Egyptian style cooking pots. And we do have those so-called hybrid versions. So we do have a very intriguing coexistence. And I would just argue, and this is actually the main message of my paper today. They are all part of one set of the material culture, and it makes no sense to kind of try to really make a clear distinction. Although, of course, if we just look at the macro fabrics, they are completely different. The Egyptian ones are, of course, very sandy and micaeous, whereas the others are much coarser, with more chaff, with more quartz, etc., etc. So, as I said already, the cooking pots of the Nubian style on Sai are mostly with basketry impressions, and they find very nice parallels at other Nubian colonial sites, for example, at Sesebe, where Pamela Rose has published quite a nice corpus. Within this very short presentation, I will just show you some examples, and one nice example with an archaeological context that might be really associated with cooking is this small feature 75, which belongs to our earliest phase of occupation in the 18th dynasty. It's very nicely comparable to what Michel Assim already excavated several decades ago on Sai. In 2020, I published this pit as a storage pit. When I now revisited it, I don't know, I'm not so sure anymore. It might also have been a multifunctional pit, something else. Maybe in the last use phase, it was used for something associated with firing, baking, cooking, question mark. It's filled with a lot of ashy, loose material, and this nice, almost complete cooking pot was found within the filling. And it's, of course, Egyptian, and this is also an imported one. I know that we will be talking about kind of the places for cooking in the house more tomorrow. This is just a very short example, again, of this pit where the pot was found, and the filling, as I said, was very ashy loomy. We also did take a micromorphological sample, and it provided us with very fine organics, no surprise here, lots of phytoliths, again, no surprise, and highly humidified, abundant charcoal. And I think for tomorrow, it's interesting to know that this pit was kind of very close to a large open courtyard of a next building where we did have a clear activity area with baking, with a baking plate still in situ, etc., etc. So at least some evidence for baking, probably also some cooking stuff. Let's come back to the cooking pots themselves and to some numbers and statistics. For Sai, where we had a lot of disturbed contexts and a mixed stratigraphy, I have to base this on undisturbed context, and the best example is the so-called feature 15, a very large cellar, which was also found filled with ashy filling material. And my first interpretation when we just excavated the upper part of the cellar was actually that it might be a bakery, because we found tons and tons of bread molds in the upper levels above the cellar, as well as a lot of beer. However, it then turned out to be a large cellar where we had almost like more than 100 complete pottery vessels. If you look at the cooking ware from this cellar, it's interesting to stress that we only had one Egyptian cooking pot from this complete set. So I'm also speaking about the undiagnostic sherds here. And this is interesting because on the other hand, we had 63 Nubian cooking pots, and most of them were again with this basketry impressed surface. So within a clear Egyptian context associated with the colonial town, associated also partly with the administration and the temple, we do have this interesting context that only one Egyptian cooking pot stands out versus 63 Nubian style pots. But I still believe that they should all kind of be regarded as the cooking ware of Sai without a clear distinction. And we do have a nice proof of concept regarding organic residue analysis for our cooking pots. We just sampled 6 pots, so of course this is not conclusive, it's just the first step. We sampled 3 Nubian style pots and 3 imported ones from Egypt in the specific Egyptian Nile clay. And what you can see here on the slide should not confuse you too much. I'm not going to talk about all those animal fat, plant wax things, and also this very intriguing maybe grape product thing. But more important is, if you look at the organic residue results, is that with apart from this sample, which was not very conclusive, all of them are very, very comparable. So there is no distinction between Egyptian and Nubian. And I think this ties in very nicely with my archaeological interpretation of the cooking ware itself. Finishing off Sai, I would like to address one other feature which might be related to cooking. And this is the intriguing case of the so-called fire dogs on Sai. So on the slide, you see a large number of fragments of the real fire dogs that we excavated in the New Kingdom town. And here you see some of our modern replicas. The intriguing thing is that we had more than 200 fragments of those so-called fire dogs from Sai, which is a huge difference to what we normally find in Egypt. So for example, at Elephantine, I have a dozen of those fire dogs, and also at the other sites in Egypt, fire dogs normally don't occur in very large numbers. So the question from the start was, do we have a different function here? And again, the problem was also if it's an Egyptian fire dog, which is normally associated with an Egyptian cooking pot, how can I explain this large number of fire dogs if we have the majority of Nubian cooking vessels inside? So this was really puzzling me, and this is why, for example, also in 2017, I proposed that maybe they were not only used for cooking, those fire dogs. This slide just gives you a well-known, like an overview of the well-known suggestion for the use of the fire dogs. So in Egyptology, it's the common assumption that those fire dogs were used as a set of three to hold a cooking pot above the flames, following an article by David Aston in 1989. However, this reconstruction is not extremely convincing. And so in the last years, we have conducted a lot of experiments, both with the fire dogs, with cooking pots, and also with the fuel for cooking. So I'm not going to go into detail here. But what we did in our last year of those experiments was that I finally said, let's try it a different way, and let's forget the three fire dogs with one pot, but let's use one fire dog with one Nubian style pot, because I do have this large number of Nubian style pots on site. And in the end, it worked quite nicely. So the single use of fire dogs, if you use kind of a sandy surface, actually works with those Nubian globular bowls. And what we really thought is quite a nice advantage is if you use, for example, a small dung fire, the fire dog can really be put next to the fire. It's kind of allowing you a lot of flexibility. You can do other things. You can kind of use the fire for other things. You can regulate the temperature very nicely if it's not directly on top of the fire. And we, for example, were extremely successful and was without any problem to prepare something like, for example, bulgur. So the question is whether this new use of a fire dog with a Nubian pot might be an explanation for the large number of fire dogs on Sai Island. They might have really been used as independent heating devices suitable for both communal fires and for individual fireplaces. They might have been more related to something like the porridge tradition that we normally associate with the Nubian tradition. However, note my preliminary organic residue results, so it's not that easy. In general, one would also kind of think that the differences in quantities could be related to a diverse social setting on Sai rather than in sites in proper Egypt. And or because the use of fire dogs was adapted to a local practice. And then we would be again with the Nubian pot with an Egyptian fire dog. We definitely have evidence, since we found several unfired fire dogs from Sai, that they were locally produced on Sai. And I found last year an intriguing parallel for local adaptations of heating devices from elsewhere. And this is the nice case study of Kel Beit Yerach in the Levant. Early Bronze Age site has nothing to do with our sites, of course, but nevertheless, in this example, the Khirbet Kerak ware was used as foreign heating device with a local cooking pot. So we do have evidence from other cultures, from other contexts, that there might be new local ways with diverse sets of the material culture. And for me, this is just another argument that we should always consider our food systems as very, very complex, as very dynamic, and that even within a site, there could be changes. And the last thing about Sai Island before we go to Elephantine is, of course, that I'm very well aware that the faunal and botanical evidence is crucial, and I do have the data available from both my archaeozoologist and my archaeobotanist. So, of course, you need to kind of consider what was consumed. And again, the picture that derives from both kind of the mammals and the crops is that we do have local foodways which are both Egyptian and Nubian, and it's kind of an adaptation, it's an entanglement, blah, blah, blah. So it kind of really ties in perfectly with all the other archaeological evidence. And with this, we move to Elephantine. Very, very briefly, I will mostly focus on the work we have conducted in cooperation with the Swiss Institute at the so-called House 55, under the direction of Cornelius von Pilgrim. The Across Borders project has investigated the finds and especially the pottery from this house. In general, at Elephantine, we do have a strong presence of Nubian pottery, but we also have imports from not only Upper Egypt, also Lower Egypt, and from elsewhere outside of Egypt. We have locally produced wheel-made stuff, and we also have a large amount of hybrid pottery. And in general, with this, we find close similarities to Sai. And House 55 is also in many other respects very important for the New Kingdom. I will be very brief and just show you here some Nubian and hybrid pottery examples from this house. We do have a lot of what we could call Pangrave in style, Kerma in style, so also fineware, but we especially have those hybrid vessels. And if we look at, again, the statistics and numbers, it's intriguing that within the large set of cooking pots of more than 360 cooking pots that were kind of detailed, recorded in a detailed way, we have more Nubian pots than Egyptian style pots. We have 222 Nubian style, again, also with the basketry, and just a considerable lower number of Egyptian wheel-made. And the interesting thing is, this is just very preliminary statistics. So this column actually includes all the hybrid wares. So if you discount the hybrid, you would only have more or less 71 Egyptian wheel-made. So this is a considerable difference, like 3 times as many Nubian pots. And with this, we can briefly turn to the other case study from the Middle Nile, so the Atab Teferka region, where we are currently working within the framework of the ERC Diverse Nile project, and we are kind of following up questions that we had from the Across Borders project. I just show you very briefly a domestic site on the West Bank. This was newly discovered. It's a small mound in this sandy area, and it might have been located on a former island in the Bronze Age. It was extremely intriguing, and this is why we opened the test range, because the surface was covered with schist and pottery, and the pottery is extremely similar to what we have on Sai, dating to the early and mid-18th dynasty. And of course, the results from this test range are not conclusive, and we will continue with excavation here. But again, if you look at the numbers of the cooking pots, we have many more or much more Nubian style cooking pots than our Egyptian cooking pots. And we are also doing organic residue analysis for these, but I do not yet have the results. So with finishing off, I hope that I could illustrate a little bit that if we talk about cooking practices, we should always kind of regard domestic life of our communities in Egypt and Nubia as extremely dynamic, depending on the different groups of people that had specific ways to consume. There were local and regional, as well as time-specific and seasonal differences. And I personally believe that this preference for Nubian-style cooking pots, even in Egyptian context, should not be used to separate those communities, but to really kind of be regarded as an integrated part of the material culture, reflecting this mixed character of those communities. And I would strongly argue for multidisciplinary approaches toward cooking practices, and I think this nicely ties in with what we are doing in this conference anyway. And with this, I thank you very much for your attention.
Super. Thank you ever so much, Julia. Because of the time, if I can ask you to keep notes of your questions, and there will be a discussion at the end of the session. But thank you very much. That was really, really interesting. And I'm sure you will have many questions, and it's sort of turning many, bringing many ideas up. So now for our second talk of the morning, I would like to welcome up Anna Wadzinska. Anna is an Egyptologist and she's a specialist in ancient Egyptian pottery and currently director of the Cairo Research Center of the Polish Center for Mediterranean Archaeology. And Anna's going to be speaking to us about pottery of the Eastern Townhouse at Hayt El Ghurab at Giza. So welcome. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you very much. Good morning. This lecture today will be like going back in time onto the material that I analyzed already some time ago. Actually, I wrote a report on this material in 2006 and then updated 2009. And I thought there would be very good occasion to go back to it and then, and present it again. Actually, I realized that I never really presented this material to anybody, so this is actually the first time. Okay, so today I would like to talk about one particular house within the settlement that has been excavated by Mark Lehner for the past many years. So I would like to present the site first, and then I will talk about the house and the pottery from the house. And also I would like to just show you some approaches that I use in analysis when I work at Giza. Then I would show you some GIS maps that we produce based on the material from the house, and also about some special cases that we realize that we have in the house, and then I will go into the conclusions at the end. So yeah, this is Giza, and the site that is located here. No, you don't see it. Sorry. Okay. So anyway, yeah, the site is located here to the south of Wall of the Crow. And the site has been excavated since 1985. And we know that it is more or less from the same very short period of time. That means the end of the 4th dynasty during the reign of Menkaura. And it has been assumed that the site was associated with the construction site of the 3rd pyramid at Giza. That means the pyramid of the king Menkaura. This is actually the map should be updated because, if the recent updates, Mark Lehner has been excavated the site even lately, but it is enough for now to describe the situation. So the settlement can be easily divided into smaller parts, like the main galleries complex. That only few galleries were actually excavated. So I just I show you here gallery 3.3 and 0.4, but also some bakeries that were associated with the galleries, but also like a copper workshop, faience workshops, and so on. Then we have so-called Eastern Town, and one house that has been excavated there, the so-called Eastern Town house, which is very unique in this respect, that it is kind of in between the galleries, but also so-called Royal Administrative Building and Western Town to the west, but also to the south. I have to mention that the Western Town, it looks like this is the richest part of the settlement, with very large houses between 300 and 400 square meters in space. And and then also you see the galleries also, they stand out because, they have also different shapes. And it seems that the galleries were very well planned with the town around, not really like planned very well with kind of organic constructions. I mean, you can recognize some patterns, but not exactly as the galleries. So the pottery is very, very rich. This is the general thing, for Giza. I stopped counting. At some point, I had something like 1 million sherds in my hand, and it's mostly bread molds. This is general pattern for the site. We have more or less 50% of the material there are bread molds of different sizes. Actually, we have 3 sizes: very large, medium, and very small. And I think they are also used for different kinds of bread, but it's a completely different matter now. And then you see much less closed forms and open forms, and then also always separate stands, which are also quite significant for this material. When I talk about closed forms, that are actually mostly beer jars. Okay, so it was short introduction to the site, but then, you know, of course, I would like to concentrate on this particular house. It was excavated during 2 seasons, 2004 and 2005. And you can clearly see that it's actually, you know, very nice unit. You don't see another feature. That means there is a wall to the south, closing the whole house. And you can also see clearly the internal rooms. First of all, you have inside, there's unit that is marked as room B and room G, and that means this is the private part. And you can enter it only from one side, from the corridor marked here as room H. And probably this was open space, but inside it was probably closed, and it's actually also very much protected. In order to get inside, then you see there's one place that is, sorry, I don't have, no, sorry. Oh yeah, now you see it, sorry. Here in this part is actually a bed platform. Only one, but probably used for the entire family, whoever lived here, because we of course, we don't know exactly. So here we have the core of the house, and then you have the rooms around that we call kind of industrial zone, because here there are like a lot of ashes around, and also like the material, I mean, the pottery that was found here also shows that, you know, there was some kind of, you know, industrial activities going on. Oh yeah, and then I forgot, this house is more or less 100 square meters. It's a bit smaller than the very large in the Western town, but also different in plan than the galleries. Okay, and then I move on into the pottery because in comparison to other houses, this one didn't contain that much material, but then it's still significant, and then we can play with this and see if there are any patterns that we can recognize. So it is more or less a bit more than 2,000 diagnostic fragments, and then you see like within phases, like most of the materials associated with the later phases. That means with the abandonment of the house. Sorry. And then, you know, actually only a few pots can be clearly associated with the actual use. But still, I think, you know, even, I mean, this is the general situation at Giza, that we have only very few pots, like in the primary position, but still, I think even if it's like kind of garbage material, it's also kind of, it can tell you about the function of the particular space. So just some numbers, and then also like how many pieces were found within those internal rooms within the house. Here, actually, the largest comes. It's not marked here, but this is from this courtyard. And general pattern of pottery from the house is very similar to general pattern of the entire site, which means almost the same number of bread molds, as you can see here in this graph. There's a slight change in the percentages of open and closed forms, but it's almost the same. However, there are differences when we look into particular types, because, okay, most of the bread molds, there are large conical bread molds, but actually in this particular house, we have this medium size. So you have to remember that, you know, for Giza, we have those very large bread molds, which are very characteristic for the galleries. And here, for some reason, we have the medium size, which are more characteristic. And then in this graph, you see my symbols, but then you see the second most like numerous type is there are bugers, but then we have maiden bows and then flatbread trays and then wide carinated bows, which are very characteristic for Giza, especially the ones which are made of niclay. And then I think they were locally made. And then I said only a few pots that were found in situ. So this is this large basin that I called CD22 anyway, and very often, I mean, I have other parallels from the site. They were put directly in the floor. So only the rim was taken out, and I'm happy that actually it was quite well preserved, because usually the rims are missing. So you see exactly it was placed here in this corner in the so-called industrial zone of the house. And then in 2005, there was another fragment of the courtyard excavated, and there were 3 jars found. Also, they were placed in the floor directly. So I have them here. Actually, the one type I know very well. I added the rim just to show you that we know the type. I call it AB7, made of marl C. This is already proved. And then 2 other jars. This one is very large, made of clay. This kind of mixed clay, I think. And then very large, another storage jars. I have to say that I haven't seen these types before at Giza, but mostly probably because I saw only rim parts, and so very often difficult to connect with the rest of the bodies. And then you see some pot marks that were made after firing. Okay, and then I ran some analysis, like different things to see if I can recognize some patterns. So, for example, I checked if there are differences if I see at different feature types. A feature, this is unit type that we use the name at Giza for unit or context, a very unique context. So you see that only like 23 pieces, diagnostic pieces, were actually they can be associated with floors. Then most of it comes from various deposits, but usually, they are just, like rubbish deposits, not directly associated with the use of the space. And then there's also, there are only, very small number, but then associated with the wall construction. So probably some of the bread molds were also used in the construction of the walls, in the fill of the walls. We already see it in different parts of the site, like in galleries, for example. Then I thought, maybe I could divide the material differently. If I see that if there are differences, like between the domestic, that means here marked as red, and then industrial zone here marked as light blue and kind of darker blue. And then you see that there is some pattern, like there's more bread molds in the industrial zones, which is, that we can actually understand better, with the amounts of ashes found in the area as well. And then I see also some comparison within types. So again, these are conical bread molds. We have much more in the industrial zone. Again, this is mostly based on the dumps and the rubbish areas. But then it is kind of interesting that we have more bugers found in the domestic quarters, not in the industrial ones. Yeah. And also here, for example, you see CD20. This is a pot that I believe there were cooking pots, but we have big problems with the cooking pots at Giza because the cooking somehow missing in the picture, at the site. But in this case, there will be slightly more, relatively more in the domestic area of the house. And then when we look through the phases, and then if there are visible changes within the use, we could say that maybe phase 4 and phase 6 would be different, but again, it's based only on a very small number of diagnostic pieces. So I think the pattern is more or less the same. That means we have lots of baking activities as a general at the site. Maybe with slight differences if we kind of group the early phases towards the later phases, because we have only a few pieces for the early phases. So I group them here in this graph here below. So it seems that maybe there was, I mean, we still have a lot of baking activities, associated with the early phases of the house, but then later it seems that the production would be much larger. But again, we talk about only probably few years of activities within the house. And then some types also within phases, but also reflects more or less the same pattern. And then I look, if there are differences like between internal and external spaces within phases, but again, it's more or less the same thing again. And then also the same division between industrial and domestic. And then in this case, there are some differences because again, it looks like this general impression when I work with the material is that again, in the industrial zone, we have much more bread molds again. So it kind of repeats the pattern, from the start. So this is, this material that I grouped into graphs, looking at different proportions. But then when you look at the GIS maps, in this particular case, it's more informative because it gives you the information straight away. You see that you have much more material in the industrial zones of the house. Maybe here in this room A, I have lots of different things, but also lots of bread molds. But I think, in this part, because this is kind of general thing, most of the material was dumped afterwards, after or during embodiment of the house. And here also maybe the similar situation here in those rooms, southern rooms, but here it is more about probably actual baking in this part of the house. However, when you look only at the early phases of the house, look at the pattern of pottery, only because here actually I deal with very small numbers, and I think these pots can be more associated with the direct use of the house. So, for example, here I have more white carinated bowls that were found in the corridor or in the courtyard. Sorry. So I have this impression that maybe this space actually was multifunctional and was used for many different purposes. Only also for the people, they could eat their food outside, not inside, because inside was actually very small space. Inside, we have some jars that some of them could have been used for like water storage. Could you imagine, they would drink water at night. And then I have more red carinated bowls. Maybe, I know, always I had this, kind of snacking at night, but okay, this is a joke. And then in the industrial zone, we have this large basin that was used probably for some mixing, maybe mixing for dough, for bread, and then lots of baking here around in this courtyard in those two different rooms. And then also I mentioned this storage jars that were found in the courtyard. I have to hurry up because I want to show you this. This is actually, to my knowledge, the only evidence, of so-called kernos. My friend Todzia Żółska, she wrote an article on kerno, but later date. She thought that first of this kind appeared during the first intermediate period, but it seems that Giza is the earliest example. And unfortunately, it was found in no good context, in a garbage area. So we don't know exactly what was the original position. If you have any more evidence of this early material, just tell me. It would be also very interesting. I want to hurry up and just to show you like general comparison between different areas within the site. That means the Hayt El Ghurab, and the house is somehow in the middle. If you look at the pattern, so kind of between the western town and between the galleries. We are in the middle, but still the pattern is much similar to the galleries than the rest of the site. And to sum up, I like this statement that Mark Lehner used to say that, you know, the Hayt al Ghurab is a shadow of a settlement. And it's true also for this particular house, because again, we have only very few plots that can be associated with the real function. So most of it comes from dams and different kind of deposits, but still it kind of works because they reflect the actual use of the spaces. And the house, again, I don't know exactly. I mean, the big question is who really lived here, because we assumed that galleries, since they were so organized, probably they were prepared for the workmen, you know, associated with the construction of the third pyramid at Giza. But there were also other people living in the settlement, like high officials in the Western town. And these were very rich people. And here we are in the middle between galleries and the Western town. Who lived here? We don't know. For sure, there are different patterns visible in the pottery, like different quality of the material, and not as wealthy as the Western town, but not exactly the same people as in the galleries. So I always thought that in my head that these people actually, they were maybe servants, you know, to those people living in the Western town and kind of working with the workmen, you know, like maybe, you know, like giving them food or something like this. Yeah, thank you very much.
Super, thank you very much indeed, Anne. And again, please, if you can keep your questions for the end of this session, that would be marvelous. We're now going to move online for the next two papers. And we are going to welcome firstly Johanna Siegel, who is speaking on behalf of a team that should be all listed here in your programme. And just to introduce Johanna, she's been the director since 2013 of the project The Realities of Life as part of the German Archaeological Institute in Cairo Elephantini project. And since 2019, Johanna has been the coordinator of the DFG project Entangled Africa for the Commission for Archaeology of Non-European Countries in Bonn. So if everything is working well, there she is. Good morning, Johanna.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, yeah.
Perfect. Lovely. Then I'll just do the switch to my screen and then I'll see you in a moment.
That's great. And Johanna's going to be speaking to us about trading through the house in this presentation.
Exactly.
Brilliant. Thank you.
My screen is visible, right?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for introducing me, and thank you, Fatma, and all the French Institute for allowing me to speak today. So we'll travel now a little bit again in time and go to the late Middle Kingdom settlement of Elephantini and the new results from the Realities of Life project. So since 2013, my team has been working on the archaeological material from two trenches in the northwestern town quarters of the ancient settlement that you can maybe see them here indicated in blue. The trench indicated with the orange star symbol contains a largely undisturbed archaeological features, while in the other one, only limited remains of buildings and stratigraphy were preserved due to previous largely undocumented excavations. This area was in the Middle Kingdom, dominated by domestic buildings, set along a more or less magnetic east-west running street. That's the yellow street here. I don't know if you can see my cursor. I hope so. This area was then sloping upwards towards the west, so towards what we, from the feeling here, see the south of the island, more or less, but it's actually the magnetic west. Throughout a network of small alleys, some of them again are marked yellow here, the houses were connected to the presumed harbors and also to the main administrative temple area of the town on the eastern half of the island. In the scope of the Realities of Life project, our aim is to get further insight into the daily life and the living conditions in the excavated part of the town. I have at other occasions already reported on various finds concerning food and jewelry production with a focus on so-called House 169, the building which is located in the southwestern trench of which we are able to have been excavated, of which we were able to excavate 3 major building phases and the corresponding refurbishment features. Today, the focus of my lecture will be on objects which were found within the walls of this building, but which were not locally available on the island itself or its very near surroundings, and on the administrative connections which become obvious through these objects as well as through the excavated seal impressions. The Realities of Life project uses a revised processing sequence from the excavation to the interpretation, in which not only fine screening techniques allow the study of objects until less than 1 millimeters in size, such as seeds, phytoliths, and insects, but we also try to use as many archaeometric methods as were feasible and manageable under the Egyptian studying conditions. For this reason, today's presentations will present not only the work of a single person, but of a team of scientists who I'm most grateful for their commitment. Some of them also you will have later the pleasure to hear in this conference. Before we have a look at various traded and exchanged objects, let's quickly reflect on what we actually will find in the remains from these Middle Kingdom buildings. I will focus again on House 169 because this is best preserved of all of them. I further will focus on the remains of the 13th dynasty because the late 12th dynasty phase is more or less entirely cut down when the house was refurbished in the mid-13th dynasty. The excavated quarters of the house consist of a corridor at the southeastern corner of the trench. I will now use the nominal north indicated here for description. The rooms towards the public alley at the southern side of the house, so number 1 and 6. Have not been excavated due to various reasons that I'm not going into detail here. Corridor 2 leads towards a central courtyard, that's number 4 of the house. Presumably, this one was the main area for food production and also for other productive activities, among them probably the production of amethyst jewelry. The fireplace, here indicated by R7, of the main hearth is along the northern wall of this courtyard and was also used for food production and for disposing of some of the waste of the household. The rear of the house was accessible presumably from the northwestern corner in the yard in the mid-13th dynasty. A storage room was followed in the area by another, probably at least halfway roofed area, as you can see on the right. The accessibility of this roof is proven by a staircase on the eastern wall of the house. The area might have been used for more private activities, but also probably for some production and storage. If there was a second roof above the one that we can surely reconstruct, remains entirely hypothetical. Nothing remains of that one. Apart from the remains of mud floors and installations, as well as fire pits, of which we cannot say which were used at the same time or in which chronological order they were used, they are mainly here, as said, I hope you can see my cursor on the left side of, or in the western side of room 4. There are these darker spots, and these are the fireplaces. Well, we cannot say in which sequence they were used, but as said, only a few other remains of the actual occupation time of the house are preserved. House 169 and its neighbors were, after all, abandoned after a use of about 150 to 200 years. And all things that were important to the former inhabitants were taken away. The mud bricks were then reused dismantled and reused. So there's not much left over. During the lifetime of the building, we can assume that the inhabitants kept their homes somewhat clean and swiped the floors occasionally. So again, we don't have what they actually produced. There's just very few leftover occupation features, like, for example, a heap of raw amethyst fragments, from most of them too small to use further for jewelry production, so more or less the production waste, collected at a corner and left there together with a discarded grinding stone and some other waste objects. Apart from that, probably the ashes of the main hearth were only removed in a limited amount and accumulated over decades of use at an average about 1 centimeter a year. Several discarded seal impressions under a stone step between rooms 9 and 8 revealed the names of several kings of the 12th and 13th dynasty. Here are only 2 examples, giving a good terminus post quem and confirmation of the pottery and stratigraphic sequence. However, as they came from a fill layer, they may not have been picked up at random from rubble layers around the building, not exactly from the building. Sorry. Honey, go. Yeah, all right. These leveling and fill layers are our main find source, however. They were introduced into the house to level out ground before a new floor was built or new walls or other new structures were set up. They most likely derive from the close vicinity of House 169, such as abundant neighboring buildings, which were used as rubbish dumps by the house's inhabitants and further neighbors. As said. On top of these rubble and construction layers, we define a new building layer at the time when enough of these alterations have taken part to issue a considerably new ground plan of the house, like the change of access towards the rear of the house in the mid to late 13th dynasty. So you can see room 3 is now running straight on top onto the staircase into room 8, and there's not the pathway through room 4 to be done first. This means that while we can associate finds from the ash layers in the main hearth and rare further finds from within the walls with actual activities in the house, most other finds point us rather to A, things happening around the house, but most likely in the close vicinity, or B, due to the fact that the rubble layers can also contain waste from within the house itself that were discarded earlier and then later brought back in during described measures of leveling ground and so on, a mixture of things happening in House 169 and its surrounding. Thus, the title of my lecture should more correctly be Trading Through the Houses 169 and its neighbors during the late Middle Kingdom. So now let's at last come to what was traded and which evidence do we have for the practical and administrative background of this exchange. On Elephantine Island itself, only a limited amount of natural resources was present, which of course is due to the small size of the island. We can assume that smaller household animals were kept like they are today, and maybe there was a small agricultural area in the north of the ancient settlement. To a very limited amount, even rose granite could be quarried on the island itself or clay for bricks. Other than that, the things had to be brought in from the mainland and further away. Indeed, again, the preserved sealing impressions show us that the sealed packages of various kinds were opened in the domestic area under research. Of the 309 seal impressions found in House 169, there was mostly studied by Catherine Consola and Joshua Robertson. 161 were found in room 8, so the rear courtyard that was slightly roofed. Therein, the biggest accumulation and best preserved sealing remains came from this fill layer that I already mentioned between room 8 and 9. The next highest concentrations are from room 7, which is the fireplace, and room 4, the courtyard, where most of the production happened. Seal impressions were also found in smaller numbers in room 2 and 3, 5, 9, and 10, as well as within walls and in multiple installations. Corresponding with other sites in the Middle Kingdom, most of the seal impressions are scaraboid or ovoid in type, with a few examples of shield or button seals. Sealings were used to secure doors, storage containers, or other objects. The reverse side of the seal impressions, the so-called back type, permits us a general indication of the sort of object which was sealed and where they were affixed to. The most common back types include wooden pegs, flat wood impressions, papyrus, fabric, wicker, and door bolts. About 37% of our corpus, or 140 impressions, were identified as having peg back types, followed by wood, fabric, and papyrus. The abundance of negative impressions of round pegs or wood grain in the back of seal impressions from House 169 and surrounding buildings suggests that we may have wooden boxes, chests, or small doors that had been unsealed on site. The wide variety of designs on the fronts of these impressions further suggests that we may have different officials responsible for breaking those seals and for actually, no, sorry, not for breaking those seals, but for actually producing those sealed items, the sealing of the items. Either these officials lived on the island and sealed certain doors that were needed sealing every now and then, or more likely, they were distributed throughout ancient Egypt and sealed containers, that is boxes, with goods, were then brought to Elephantine to House 169 and its neighbors and opened there because people wanted to use what was in there. As said, you have a little bit of a assortment here of the seal impressions with legible names here on the right. There is no exact evidence for these boxes and what they might have contained in situ. However, based on what we know of House 169 and the ancient Egyptian storage, it is possible that they contained textiles or jewelry. As an example, the New Kingdom tomb of Rekhmire in Thebes displays processions of taxpayers presenting, among other things, textiles to the vizier, here TT 100. Alternatively, the Middle Kingdom tomb of Antef-Oker and Senet, TT 60, depicts various pieces of jewelry being held in chests. And we definitely know that jewelry production happened in House 169 and its neighbors. So question is, would raw gemstones be brought to Elephantine in boxes? Or would sacks of raw stones be stored conveniently for transport in boxes and then transported sealed in the boxes? It's a possibility and a suggestion, as said. We can at least assume that the amethyst where the amethyst came from, which according to our geologist Hassan Hossein was Wadi el-Hudi in the case of the lilac and white stones, while a more reddish hue was mostly found in Wadi Damit. The stones, the finished objects then, and we didn't find very many of those, would of course have been taken out of House 169 and brought somewhere else. And these sealing impressions we would probably not find because, as said, they would be unsealed somewhere else if they would again be transported in boxes and away. From the area of Wadi el-Hudi and Wadi Damit, as well, red pigments might have been transported. But the most likely raw material source for these are actually quarries of the Nubian sandstone formation at Wadi Abu Agag, near Wadi el-Hudi, about 35 kilometers southeast of Aswan. Red pigments were then smelted and ground to such a fine degree and mixed with white limestone and probably Arabic gum as an organic binder that the colorants of red in different hues were similar in quality to modern industrial ones. Grinding and pounding stones have been found that were in their last stage used for probably the grinding of pigments. The stones have spots of red ochre and traces of binding substances. On one stone, a collagen fiber was found, which might point to the raw iron ore fragments being put into leather sacks, and then the whole sack, including the contents, being pounded to achieve smaller pieces ready for grinding. The leather sack might have preserved the bits of ore from flying around and getting lost everywhere in the room. As we have seen, pigments and amethyst are examples of materials which have been imported to Elephantine from medium to close distances, mostly from places at the eastern shore of the Nile. Another inorganic resource, which was unavailable on the island but much needed, was silex. Clara Joyte is studying the silex objects excavated in the scope of the Realities of Life project, as well as others excavations on the island. From 1,963 so far studied artifacts from the Realities of Life contexts, 1,799 were tools. Most of the finds came from House 169 and an older building in the northwestern trench, House 167.
Sorry,
so far,
4 minutes to go. Thanks.
I'm nearly done.
Brilliant, thank you.
So far, Clara Joyte was able to identify a restricted toolkit containing mainly standardized tools, especially sickle blades, drilling tools, secondary use objects. In contrast to other older contexts, the material has more knives like bifacial tools. Some of the micro tools were probably used to work ostrich egg shell and amethyst into beads. Also, in contrast to the material from earlier dynasties and Old Kingdom, there are considerably fewer imported finished and half-finished objects. But at the same time, there is no evidence that the sickle tools had been produced in the area of the houses under investigation. They were reshaped and maybe shaped, but not shaped from scratch here. So Clara Joyte was able to reconstruct a changing network of imports to Elephantine from the late Old Kingdom onwards, the imports of half-finished and finished products were reduced and local industries increased. In the case of Elephantine, raw materials still had to be brought from outside, but sources were probably in shorter distances from the island than before, and import was not regulated as much as by the overall state administration, but rather by local authorities. The raw materials point to few, maybe even only one source of silex, from which knolls were collected rather than quarried. The materials differs from silex found from Nkom Ombo and Edfu, which again points to a self-organization of the Upper Egyptian settlements. The only tools which might have come from state-run production centers were the bifacial knives, for which no production evidence exists from Elephantine. But at least we have the seal impressions where we have a connection to these state-run organizations, of which I gave you the translation above. And with that, as you can see from these examples, the inhabitants of the northwestern town quarters of Elephantine were trading through their houses imported raw materials as well as tools for the production activities, using mainly regional administrative networks for this purpose, few of which can be traced through the evidence of seal impressions, which again rather point towards the opening of packed goods than the sealing of goods in the area under investigation. And with this, I thank everyone indicated here. Take your leisure to hopefully read these whole bloody names, and all the specialists that work with me, and of course our Egyptian colleagues that are essential for the outcome of our work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed for that truly fascinating paper, and I hope you'll be sticking with us because we'll probably have some questions after the next paper. Thanks ever so much. That was wonderful. Right, so another paper now online taking us up until the discussion. So I'm now going to welcome online Karolina Wareka, who is studying at the University of Warsaw and who is a member of the Polish archaeological expedition to Marina Alamein. And we're going to hear about what we are doing in the dark, remarks on oil lamps discovered in the house context, some observations from Marina Alamein perspective. So thank you very much, Karolina, and over to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I share my screen now. Okay, it is visible.
Yes, just need to go into presentation mode.
Okay. Now it's better.
No, the same.
Okay. Do you see my screen?
Yeah, we can just see the, we've got the minis of the slides down the side. We just need to see the, you to go into share screen on the presenter mode. So it fills the whole screen for us. It's along the bottom towards the right. Come down a bit.
And now it's okay.
No, if you could try going to the bottom right of your screen.
I do this, but
As a suggestion, Karolina,
Yeah.
try unsharing the screen, start your presentation, and then share the screen of the presentation again. That normally
Yeah.
helps.
Course of experience.
Now it's okay.
Yes, brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm
Thanks,
sorry.
Caroline. Over to you. Thank you.
What we are doing in the dark, a few remarks on the oil lamp discovered in the house context, some observation from Marina and Alamein perspective. And it is commonly known that the dwelling houses were centers of the family and social life. House and architectural form was used for different kinds of activities and performance, which were organized not only during the day, but also after the sunset. For the illumination of the living space with the house needed to be used sources of light, which made the space in the household possible, and illuminating the space with made them open for the activity while their dark spread upon the house town. In my consideration, I'm going to present my preliminary observation concerning in houses illumination and sources of light based on the results of excavation conducted at Marina El Alamein. Yes, first the site, which is extensively excavated since mid of 80s of the 20th century, is located about 100 kilometers west of Alexandria on the shores of the Mediterranean Sea. During the excavation process, numerous architectural structures were brought into the light. Special the attention deserved the remains of the necropolis, which originally spread along the southern limit of the town area. Several public buildings, as Times Square, and above buildings. From the present contribution perspective, the most important remains which were recently excavated were the remains of the dwelling structure, where originally were the most important part of the urban space arrangement in a form which is known for us for the present time. In my speech, focus what needs to be clarified at the beginning, not on the entire lichnological material discovered during the course of the whole excavation project, but is limited to the analysis of the oil lamp context from several architectural structures revealed in the season 2012-2021. During the excavation, were cleaned up several architectural structure. Among of the on special attention deserve the house 40 and 41, 40, 41 and 39, which gave among the other finding and material also quite interesting discoveries of the oil lamp. All of the already mentioned dwelling structures were originally located in the northern part of the town area in the vicinity of natural harbor, which have been extensively used as a part area as we understand it today. Cannot be included that this district was occupied by relatively wealthy houses where rich members of local community had their family residence. Looking and compare those pieces of architecture, however, it should be added that similar dwelling structure confirming a good social status of the people originally dwelt in Marina El Alamein were brought into the light in the other course of the town area. Now we see the building structure attached to street S1, marked as H14. This structure is in the southeastern corner of the studied sector and west of the structure H39. This structure 40, is placed situated close to the next street we run along the northern buildings facade. This building-like structure H39 consists of the two rooms, point 1 and point 2. Based on the analysis of the clay floors sequence, it is possible to postulate that at least 2 occupation phases can be reconstructed. The entrance to room of H40.2 was covered into the south wall, side wall, the function of the complex is still difficult to decode. On the threshold of room 0.1 in level 6, a clay lamp was recorded during the excavation process. It was a Greek oil lamp. In this discovery present the possibility that the room may have been used between 2nd and 3rd century AD. What we know about this lamp: marly clay without slip mark, a concave disc is decorated with convex relief. The disc was represent Aphrodite standing in the middle, flanked by two tusta. In the left raised hand, she holds a part of her covers. Each of the putta probably holds small mirrors. Directed at the goddess, she admired herself looking at the reflection of her mirror. Plain shoulders with plain flanked by small circles, ring handle decorated with small circles, and the same decorated is on the nozzle. This is so we have only one lamp in the structure. The next structure, the architectural structure H41, was a large wealthy house similar on the other dwellings recorded in that part of the town. The building is located east of the S1 and south of the East S2. The pottery assemblage collected from the surface before the excavated suggests that the building was extensively silted in the 2nd to 3rd century AD. 8 oil lamps were found in this house. It is worth mentioning that 7 of them were discovered in the southern part of the excavation house. It is room 6, 7, 11, and 15. We have also one object in room 9. Based on our present knowledge, it is still difficult to judge and interpret the function of the character of those excavation structure, bearing in mind the distribution of rooms, which the whole architectural structure. It is possible to determine that the room 6, 7, and 11 were part of the residential area of the household. Of particular importance is an almost completely twin nozzle oil lamp found in latrine in the southeastern corner of the house, marked as point 15. This lamp was dated to the 2nd century AD. This lamps was richly decorated with floral motifs. This decorated by 8 petals rosette. Shoulders are decorated with ovule decorated running along the disc edge. So we have also 3 lamps for room number 7, and the first are almost completely present the gods Serapis standing on the pedestal, raising his right hand up. On the bottom side of the gods, we have 2 Agathos daemons. This lamp probably made in Egypt. The second lamp we have present fragment. It is only a fragment of lamps. The disc present a figure sitting on inclined. It is maybe a woman, a Muse, or Apollo, and the third lamp is present only a fragment of a handle. And now here we have only fragments of lamps from house 41, and the lichnological material above present should be discussed and analyzed according to several principles. Have in mind that in every single house and household, light was needed for existence and functioning of the family or community settled at Marina El Alamein. Therefore, the distribution of the oil light discoveries can give us extra information as it was already above presented during my speech. Most of the lamp was recorded inside the house. The localization of the finding is certainly not surprising, looking for the house after the sunset functioning. The lamps which were put nearby the entrance were very easily to locate it when the dwellers arrived in the dark. In the consequence, the illumination of the interior was quite easy to obtain. We even can imagine the dwellers who sitting on the threshold reach the oil lamp and lighted before entering the house interior. From the formal point of view, those lamps were used as modern days, which are commonly located next to the door leading to our house or flat. The question is the case of Marina El Alamein case is what usually several, not only one lamp were deposed next to the entrance. The number of the lamp ready to use can be inform us how many family members usually come home and after the sunset. It can also inform us that the vestibule area constantly was left in a dark, and only light on oil lamp every single time give a chance to enter to house in the relatively comfortable way. Moreover, when we assume that each time of lamps were carried out towards the house interior, the lamps could use the sources of light according to individual needs. In consequence, it was possible to use it permanently during the dark as an individual source of light. Also, it could be good tools to research the other sources of light. In the case, most probably on the other lamps or the short time use light needed for find the way to the other already illumination chamber of the house. Additionally, we need to take into the consideration if not be changed to different shape types, and decorated oil lamps were not belonging to the certain if not particular members of the family. If we accept this supposition, therefore the oil lamp deposit nearby the entrance was ready for use by the family members who choosing particular object for their present use. Entering deeper towards the house structure in Marina El Alamein case, it was possible to observe that in the rooms which survived in relatively good condition, it means were high enough, it was possible to recognize small niche where oil lamps were originally put. During the most of the sites, usually the walls of the dwellings served some dozen centimeters above the foundation levels. What make the detailed studies of the interior problematic. In Marina El Alamein, sometimes the walls of the examined buildings survived up to one or even more than 1.5 meter high. Therefore, some technical elements and the small niche already mentioned sometimes we recorded during the field activities.
Sorry, Carolina.
Yep.
just to note about 4 minutes left. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The last question which I would like to ask during my lecture is if the marina element houses were good illuminated. Answering the question right now is extremely difficult, since our nowadays illumination standards are completely different that the ancient communities needs. For the marina element dwellers, centrally they recognize the shape of the house's interiors and the distribution of the furniture of the other installation distribution played the most important role. It is our present time's privilege or nightmare that we can work after the sunset. For them, it was roughly impossible, and the light was only needed for base and really necessary activities before the whole family, or rather all the house dwellers went to sleep. And thank you very much for your attention.
Super, thank you very much for that, Carolina. So we have, we still have our 10 minutes for questions. So I hope you've been saving them up. So if we start maybe with some questions from those here in the audience, and then we'll move over to see if we've got questions in the chat on Zoom as well. So who would like to start me off with questions? Yes, please, and then I'll come. Just wait for the microphones coming.
Hello, thank you all for very interesting communications. I have a question for Anna, specifically about the jars that were supposed to contain water. I study organic residues, and I was interested to know if you could find traces of waterproofing treatments on the surface.
Sorry, of what?
Of waterproofing treatments in the inside of the jars.
I mean, as far as I remember, there was nothing in, but of course, it's. I mean, we would have to analyze it, but we haven't done anything in them. I mean, with them, but you know, maybe in the future, looking at Claire.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my question also to Dr. Anna. It's about, because you told about many different types of pottery you found in Het El Ghurab, and also you mentioned that the existence of copper and the fines workshops. So if there is any indications of pottery workshops exist in the area also?
No, I mean, not in the settlement. There is another part of a settlement that is located very close to the Menkaures pyramid that was excavated in the 70s. But there's only one article on it. There are some industrial zones in it, and it looks like there are ovens, but you know, in the article there's nothing stated because there is no material really published, only architecture. And I think it would be very nice, you know, like for the future to excavate it further and really check first the date of the site, and then, you know, what was the use of the ovens, because they are quite small. And in this position that it is very difficult to say if they were used for bread baking, but then it would be the much later date than the 4th dynasty. Or maybe there were, you know, some of them, maybe they were used for pottery making, but for now, we don't know, yeah.
Hello, I have a question for Julia, actually. About the hybrid cooking pots, because as you know, we have them also at Edfu, they're at Elefantina, they're at Side Island, there's some in the Oases, and this is something that I don't really understand, like I still don't know what to make of this, that the same phenomenon is occurring all over the place at roughly the same time. Like, what is your interpretation of why that happens or how that happens?
I think it's really connected to what in the end Anne Seiler proposed, that we do have, especially in the 17th dynasty, these very intriguing connections between Egypt and Kerma, and the Pengrave people, of course, also play a role. So in the end, I think it's the material evidence that there was a strong technological exchange in this period, and in the end, it led to the Egyptian type of new cooking pot. And if you ask me what they were cooking in those hybrid ones, I would believe we will get the same results like from the other pots, but this needs to be proven, of course. So we definitely need to sample hybrid pots, so this has not yet been done. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. Further questions? Any questions for Johanna and her team? I know some are here in the audience with us this morning.
Hello, Johanna. Hello, Johanna. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question, actually. How this research on House 69 of Elephantine, what does it tell us about other similar houses of the same time period, and how do you see this as an example of the other production or other complex examples of houses as you explained?
Well, I don't know if you can ever tell anything from one house to another, or let's say not one house to another, but from one city, let's say, or one town to another. I would not like to say, because
no, my question is about Elephantine. Yeah,
an Elephantine. All right.
Yeah.
I mean, here is the question as well. Well, we've compared things a little bit to what, for example, Cornelis van Pilghem found in House 70, or what Felix Arnold wrote about House 70 on Nile Island, which is approximately similar in time, and mainly the reconstruction of the building itself is based a lot on Felix Arnold's suggestion for House 70. But as our project is a little bit different from how excavations went on, it's very difficult to really compare it a lot. And to be honest, we've concentrated at the moment mainly on on understanding what we actually find in the house, rather than doing a wide-scale comparison to other buildings in the area. From the sealing practices and so on, as I said today, I'm probably from the interpretation also not exactly confirming with other buildings that have been published there already. So because I don't see that it all happened only in House 169, it's probably the area, including House 169, that was there. Also, for example, House 169, even if it was a very productive area, very productive household, it's not a production center, as you might say. It's more, it's a private house that is also used to produce things. So this is maybe for the comparison of interpretation that we have, but we do have to go more into detail, and that's actually our plan for the future. If Corona wouldn't have happened, I think we would have had the access to do a little bit more already.
Yeah, very exciting. Yeah, thank you so much, Johanna.
You're welcome.
Do we have a question for Carolina about the lamps? I don't know if anyone has comparative objects or knows of any other studies that have been done on the spatial distribution. Yes.
Carolina, I was not hearing very well your speech because it was difficult for me to hear you. So anyway, maybe you explained that, but where the position of these lamps you have in the houses? You mentioned some niches, I think. And do you think there could be also a kind, I don't know in English, candelabre, a stick, with a branch to put the lamps on it? Have you an idea about it?
Carolina, are you still with us?
I think she left.
Oh, well, that would be a very interesting. Yes, that would be a very interesting discussion, which we can. Brilliant. Then, as we are at 10:30, that's perfect timing. So, thanks to all of the speakers from this first session. And if we could all be back and ready to go again at 11 o'clock, so please go enjoy some coffee and some pastries and things. Thank you very much to everyone. probably put it here or, yeah, you will have space.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming after the coffee break. We'll start soon. We will start soon the part 2 of session 1. I just have a brief announcement for all our speakers during the lunch break. So the lunch break is from 12:30 until 2 p.m. At quarter before 2, please come to the entrance of the IFAO to make a group photo. Quarter before 2. All the speakers. Thank you.
So, welcome back, everybody. I hope you're feeling refreshed and ready for our second session. So we are all in person for the next 3 papers, and our first speaker will be Manon Schutz. And Manon is a PhD candidate at the University of Oxford and currently a scientific research assistant in Egyptology at the University of Munster. And she will be speaking to us about Beyond the Grave, the use and meaning of beds in daily life settings. So thank you very much, Manon.
Thank you very much. So first of all, of course, I would like to thank Fatma Keshk for the opportunity to present parts of my ongoing research at this wonderful conference today. Right at the start, I should admit that I'm probably the odd man, or rather odd woman, out here, since my work has mainly focused on the funerary context of ancient Egypt so far. Thus, most of what I will present is rather preliminary. In my doctoral thesis, I have analyzed the meaning, use, and symbolism of beds in tombs from pre-dynastic times to the Roman period. In doing so, my aim was never to examine every single bed in existence, but to try and get an overview of the occurrence of these pieces of furniture as part of burials in general, as well as to retrace the development, the changes in their meaning and use over this significant amount of time. The reason why I chose to initially focus on the funerary context was because of most of the beds we know, so the actual objects, the models, the paintings, the reliefs, actually stem from tombs. Only rarely were beds or parts thereof found in a settlement context. So for me, the funerary sphere was the logical starting point. But now, in a second step, I intend to test my results and see whether my observations can also be applied onto an everyday life setting. I wondered, are there links between funerary beds and beds used during the lifetime of the ancient Egyptians? And if so, what constitutes these links? What is the common denominator? Before we move on to the daily life sphere, I want to briefly summarize the main results of my thesis. Since the pyramid texts at the latest, beds are associated with the sky, I believe that this is due, at least in the first instance, to their shared outer form. As you can see here, the sky was basically imagined as a platform carried by 4 poles. Of course, in the hieroglyphic script, this sign is always represented 2-dimensionally from one side only, marked here in blue. But when you now look at the bed of Queen Hatshepsut I, for instance, you get the same basic outline, namely a platform atop 4 legs. As such, the bed, just like the sky, would have towered over the ground. In a further step, we can add the sky goddess Nut to this group, since she essentially has the same shape again, namely her back corresponding to the heavenly vault carried by 4 extremities, so her arms and her legs. Of course, in all these cases, these 4 contact points between the sky and earth correspond to the 4 cardinal points, which, in the case of the beds, transforms this piece of furniture in conjunction with the coffin and/or sarcophagus into a microcosm, atop and into which the sleeper deceased was placed. Now, the similarities in form evolved into an association in function as well, especially in connection with the sky goddess Nut. Already in the pyramid texts, Nut is described as the celestial bed upon whose back the deceased king rests. Moreover, she is the celestial sky mother who swallows the sun, the moon, and the stars on a daily basis in order to give birth to them again, a cycle which the deceased wanted to emulate. So the role of enabler or guarantor of this daily rejuvenation process moves onto the bed. The most complex, or rather the most complete expression of the bed as representative of the mother goddess can be observed in the tomb of Tutankhamun. Along the west wall of the antechamber, in an apparent movement towards the burial chamber and the king himself, stood these three long-legged ritual beds. The first bed, representing the composite Taweret Amit, initiates the rebirth cycle of the sun, and by extension that of the king, by swallowing it or him. As such, the goddess corresponds to the first step of the rite of passage, namely the rite of separation and the preliminal sphere. The Leonine bed follows this composite specimen. It represents the liminal sphere and hence the rite of transformation, of transition, so the journey of the solar orb through the body of the goddess. Eventually, the bovine bed concludes the cycle, the cow, a motherly animal par excellence, symbolizing the actual birth and the elevation to the sky. Of course, this rebirth is only the preliminary end to the whole process, which is supposed to be cyclical, to recur every day, just like the sunrise and the sunset. Thus, while these long-legged beds were used during the pre-burial rites, carrying the mummy of the king at different times, the idea of cyclicality in connection with beds is expressed in a different way in the tomb of Tutankhamun as well. Namely through a second Leonine bed, this time short-legged, which carried the king's three anthropomorphic coffins within his stone sarcophagus. I believe that this Leonine bed represents an abbreviation of the whole tripartite ritual, a pars pro toto, so to speak, which then eternalizes the cycle of death and rebirth. The reason why the Leonine bed was chosen to fulfill this role likely was because of its intrinsic link to the actual notion of journey. It is likely for this reason that non-royal individuals likewise included Leonine beds in their tombs, and only Leonine beds, at least in the New Kingdom, since the tripartite group seems to have been a prerogative of the pharaoh. Here I show you the bed of Sennacherib. Interestingly, when this tomb was discovered, the anthropomorphic coffin of his son Khonsu stood atop this piece of furniture. Noteworthy here are the two yellow snakes painted onto the frame of the bed and basically encircling the individual that lay atop the platform. The action of these snakes is of course reminiscent of Mehen, the snake surrounding the sun god in the underworld since the 7th hour, so during the actual rebirth process. The occurrence of Mehen-like snakes in the context of beds is certainly not surprising, since there are several links between beds and the solar bark, both being in fact solar vessels. The reason why there are two snakes in Sennacherib's case is perhaps connected to a duality of the bed's long sides, which seem to have been likened to serpents according to some texts. So the bed in the funerary context has a clear solar meaning, equating the sleeper deceased to the sun god and guaranteeing their eternal rebirth. Now, of course, the question arises whether such an understanding can also be applied to the everyday life context. So in the following, I would like to briefly discuss the bed in two instances, namely in connection with sleep and in connection with the birthing period. So let us start with sleep. In ancient Egypt, beds were multi-purpose objects, just like the anjarib in Sudan and the charpoy in India. Thus they were used for sitting and gathering, maybe even for eating and drinking, and of course for sleeping. People would mostly have slept on their side, this sideways position still being the most frequent today actually. So the head resting on a headrest, as you can see here. Of course, this limestone statuette might stem from the funerary context. We don't have any provenance, But still, I think it might give us an impression of how people actually slept. It is also noteworthy that the woman here, sleeps alone, and all the beds that are known so far, except an unusual clay model, are single beds. So it can be assumed that man and woman would not have slept in the same bed, at least not regularly. Maybe children share the bed with their mother, as some statuettes might suggest, and the father slept on his own. It should also be noted that such wooden beds were status symbols, a luxury not everyone would have been able to afford. Most people would simply have slept on mats. Actually, in a way, beds are basically framed mats atop legs. Here, I show you 2 Talatat blocks showing exactly that, men sleeping on mats. They are covered in blankets, they lie with their head atop a headrest or cupped in their hands next to a campfire. The blankets and fire would have protected them from the cool night temperatures and critters. In this case, it is generally assumed that this scene happens directly underneath the night sky, not inside a house. But where would people normally have slept or typically have slept? For Deir el-Medina, for instance, it was suggested that they slept in the so-called lit clos in the first room, which nowadays is generally interpreted as an altar. Also, the third room is often referred to as a bedroom, a term which I personally find problematic, as the idea of a bedroom as a chamber which is only used for sleeping at night is rather modern, so the term bedroom often seems very anachronistic. Some researchers also assume that people would have slept on the roof, especially during warm nights, although I have been to Luxor in summer, there was never a warm night. However, what I think might also be a possibility is that they slept on the dais in the second room, so placing a mat on it. In the end, people perhaps slept in different rooms, considering that man and woman would not have shared the bed, maybe not even the room. Moreover, since mats, but also beds, if depictions are to be believed, are not heavy and thus easily movable, so it is at least thinkable that they would have moved around the house, adapting to their needs and also the preferences of the sleepers. In general, I think that we have to let go of this idea of the modern West, of this typical bedroom, because after all, when it comes to sleeping habits, nothing is typical and nothing is universal. As for the aforementioned symbolism of the funerary beds, it likely applied to beds in the everyday life context as well. Probably since the earliest times, death was regarded as a form of sleep in ancient Egypt. The reason for this is that both states have the same symptoms, so people generally do not eat, drink, talk, listen, or react, etc. Moreover, they are generally connected to darkness, coldness, and sunset. In short, both states are antonyms of life. By linking death to sleep, death becomes kind of reversible. So when you sleep, you will wake up again, and when you die, you will be reborn. Now, in the New Kingdom at the latest, we also find the idea that sleep is a form of death. So in texts, it is mentioned that the sleeper descends into the underworld every night and emerges rejuvenated, refreshed every morning. Something that did not happen in my case this morning, but that's a different topic. One might also wonder whether the presence of the false doors in the second room, a room in which people might have slept, could be connected to this idea as well. So the false door symbolizing the threshold between the two worlds, between which not just the deceased, but also the sleeper moves on a daily basis. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that Bes is often depicted on daily life beds as well, mainly footboards, but also the frame. His frightening appearance and roar was certainly meant to keep evil at bay during the night. Moreover, as in this example from the tomb of Yuya and Tuya, he can also be shown as a musician, probably alluding to his role as a celebrator of the successful sunrise, and by extension of the successful rise of the sleeper in the morning. Thus, the decoration of these beds already anticipates and tries to positively influence the waking up. So when it comes to sleep, beds should likewise be seen in the context of the solar cycle of the rebirth process, which happens for the sleeper every day as well. And of course, when we talk about birth and rebirth, we should also mention beds in the space of birth and birthing. Many ostraka from Deir Medina show women after birth sitting with their newborn atop a bed. In some cases, the scene is framed by faunal decoration, mainly ivy, which you can see here. Can you see my mouse? No, well, here. Which led to the interpretation of the overall structure as a birth arbor in which the woman retired in maybe her last month of pregnancy, gave birth, rested, and was purified after birth. It is debated again where this birth arbor would have stood, whether in a room inside the house, in the lit clos, atop the roof, in a garden, or maybe somewhere completely away from the settlement, also bearing in mind that especially ivy and the other decoration might be entirely symbolic. At least this confinement of the pregnant woman to this female-only space is also found in other cultures like Mesopotamia and ancient China. Even in Tudor England, to give another example, the woman needed to retire to a specific room in the house, while only other women were allowed to enter and act in these chambers. Now, even though these beds are occasionally referred to as birthing beds, the term is misleading. Ancient Egyptian women generally gave birth while squatting on birth bricks or the floor, while aided by midwives, as seen here, for instance, on this late plaque from Dendera. The same proceeding is also found again, for instance, in ancient China, even though texts explicitly mention that women who would be in some sort of birth arbor or tent would retreat to their beds that also stood in this tent in case of complications. So maybe this was also the case in ancient Egypt, that this would be the ideal, but in case of complications, they could still lie down. In fact, the regular use of the bed as place of birth only seems to have become typical in the 17th century, when men started entering this female space as birth assistants and doctors. Yet the question remains, why are beds so often depicted on these ostraka if they were not used during the birth as such? Considering the meaning of beds discussed so far, it is conceivable that they are still associated with the mother goddess involved in the cyclical rebirth of the sun. So the presence of this piece of furniture might indicate that the strength and protection of the deity were transferred onto the mother, again positively influencing the birth as well as the survival of mother and child. At the same time, the newborn was likened to the sun. This characterization of the child as a sun child might also be hinted at in other ways. In many of the ostraka, snakes decorate the long sides of the bed frame. And again, you can see there the yellow paint on this Louvre ostrakon. So in fact, it's the same pattern, the same color as we've seen in the case of Sennagem's bed that I showed you earlier. The Berlin ostrakon merely shows a black wavy line on the frame, so you can see that here. That I think also is kind of representing a stylized snake. But in most cases, you really have this yellow dotted type of snake. So the serpent is mainly linked to goddesses like Meret Seger or Renenutit in the Egyptological literature, and it is entirely possible. But in connection with the funerary beds, I wonder whether this snake could again evoke Mehen, protectively surrounding the sun god, and by extension, the newborn child. As many children died during the first days, if not the first hours after being born, it is possible that this dangerous time was still seen as part of the liminal space, during which the baby needed special protection, and protection that was provided by the bed and its symbolism. This period of particular danger, of liminality, likely applied to the mother herself as well. So, after all, women were meant to stay for 14 days in their birth arbor postpartum, as they needed to be purified, as mentioned, for instance, in Papyrus Westcar. Only afterwards did they return to the village and their new life. Now, it might not be a coincidence that the umbilical cord also falls off after a period of 10 to 14 days. This remnant may be visually marking the in-between space or stage of the child. So when considering the narratives that Apophis is, in fact, at least in some cases, seen as the umbilical cord of Re, the Nepa and Ra, since the New Kingdom at the latest, its falling off might have been seen as the preliminary end to the liminality, evoking the victory of the sun god and thus the child over his enemy. Moreover, there might be yet another link between the child and the sun god, a link already noticed in the context of sleep, namely the presence of bees. As you can see in this ostraka, most of the bats in this birthing sphere have bees' legs, and this is not just an artistic fantasy. Here I show you 4 examples of actual bees' legs from Deir Medina. As you can see, the deity is once more rendered as a musician, or more generally as a producer of sound, warding off evil entities with his noise, while at the same time celebrating, or rather anticipating, a positive outcome, a successful rebirth, just as he does in the case of the sun god. So when taking all these links between child and sun god into account, I do not believe that these are mere coincidences. So maybe we should interpret this scene type found on ostraka, but also recurring on house walls, not just as a representation of the human female sphere, but on a more divine level as a celebration of the solar cycle, of the victorious sun, and hence of life itself. And on this note, we are at the end of my talk. Even though, as mentioned at the beginning, there are still many more things I could have added and many more things I will need to do research on. Yet I hope that I was able to show you that bats played an essential role in the different stages of life and death in ancient Egypt, basically being omnipresent. They act as agents of the liminal sphere, protectors during the most difficult stages of a person's life and afterlife, and enablers of the cyclical rebirth and renewal process. Moreover, the example of the bat shows how intrinsically linked the apparently separate spheres of death, sleep, and birth are, the pieces of furniture being the common denominator, the linchpin between all these contexts. Only by trying to understand the whole can we get a true glimpse into the functioning of its individual constituting parts. And with this, I would like to thank you very much for your attention.
Super. Thank you ever so much for that really fascinating talk, Manon. That's wonderful. So I would now like to introduce Marwa Abdulrazik for our second paper. Marwa is Egyptologist and the head of the Registration, Collection, Management and Documentation Department at the Egyptian Museum here in Cairo, and is going to talk to us today about bar houses between domestic life and funerary importance in the Cairo Museum collection. So I will pass over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to be here beside my colleague Fatma Kishk and to meet all of you. Most of you, I know them. So it's a pleasure to be here. So today I speak about a very interesting collection of the Egyptian Museum Cairo about the soul houses. And actually it was my master dissertation at Faculty of Archaeology, Cairo University. Already I finished it and I got the degree in 2015. I will speak today about some of the collection. Actually, I tried to be very short in my presentation because already my thesis include 84 objects from the Egyptian Museum Cairo. So let us start. For the bar houses, consider one of the models which have their religious and funeral importance. They were placed in the tombs and the graves from the end of the Old Kingdom till the 13th dynasty to serve the deceased soul through a group of rituals that were performed on them, regularly causing the internal life for the deceased in the afterlife. All the archaeologists have different opinions about the bar houses, and their opinions are based on Petrie opinion, which said for more than 100 years ago. Petrie said that these models were not clear. They used to present the Hitib offering. We can't consider the meat pieces usually were placed around the real houses or the temple's courtyard like the bar houses. For my thesis, actually, I tried to differ between the Ba and the Ka and the Akh as to be focused which Ba related to the soul houses. So Zabah houses at the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, made of clay. In my research, I studied or focused in the Egyptian Museum collection, but I discussed the other examples from other museums abroad for the purpose of comparison, because most of them hasn't any dating or provenance. Zabah houses are represented in different shapes: oval cut from its front, or oval, rectangular, circular, or circular plate, and tomb or house. They have been found in different places from the north, middle, and south of Egypt. They were many different opinions about Zabah houses' definition. Part said they are funerary tools represented in a model placed in the grave hall during the Middle Kingdom period. While Barbara Watterson said that Zabah house's model of the offering tables in house shape was made by the high officials in single or double shapes by the end of the Old Kingdom. Helk definied Zabah houses with a model that has an important role in funeral rituals, and this definition was accepted by the opinions of Kubel and Petrie. The name is modern, associated with the house or grave to protect the deceased soul, and Maspero named them the House of Ka. The Egyptian Italian excavation website defined Zabah houses as offering tables associated with the comfort of the deceased, and votive offerings were poured in the cemeteries to make use of them in a magical way. Nevensky saw that these houses represented a spread of beliefs and rituals of the individuals for poured in lower and middle levels in the ancient Egyptian society. Leclerc said that Zabah houses or the soul house kept in the cemeteries for describing a group of pottery collection were always without inscriptions and with simple or rough manufacture, discovered in the private cemeteries in the first intermediate period and Middle Kingdom, essentially in Middle and Upper Egypt, but also Lower Nubia and Oasis. These models spread in Middle Kingdom were poured in graves for funeral purposes. During the period represented a lot of various houses were placed in graves to provide the deceased soul with offering. It seems that these models features were copied from the actual houses or tombs in that period. From all the previous opinions, we can say that Zabah houses are models that have funeral and religious meaning, placed in the graves and cemeteries to serve the deceased soul by some rituals were performed, causing the deceased living in the afterlife. The ancient Egyptian imagined that the deceased lived like a moving image after death, was called Zabah, which is translated with an acceptable meaning as a spirit. But Zabah wasn't part of the person who is living. It represented him with a complete image appeared after his death. The word Ba means to be live or appearance. Ba, if the word Ba associated with the individual, it will mean the spiritual, physical, or vitality power for the deceased, which with it only enable him to live after his death in the afterlife, till he becomes a spirit Akh. The Ba has to be with the deceased in his journey to the afterlife. To deal with his Ka, the deceased body should to be linked with the Ka every day. This is in the Book of the Dead, which says that the golden bird must come down on the mummy chest every night. Sometimes the Ba was seen flying down to the tomb, carrying the food and drinks to the mummy. That it was said about Zabah, which comes first by the appearance of the day and live by the sun shining. With that, we can see that Zabah was near the corpus of, so the Zabah can take the offerings from drinks and food to the deceased body. That means that the offering are essential element for the soul can return back to the deceased, causing that he live from the death. So the man Ba associated with the corpus, the Ba helps the deceased during his journey to the heaven. Also, the Ba facilitates his going and let him in a peace. The Ka quality considered complicated, is born with the body birth and lives with it as a permanent body. In the death, the Ka remains as the essential part of the deceased and receives the offering. The Ka is interpreted as the guard for man, which means consort. The Akh definited the nature of the soul after its rise to the heaven. So the Akh is described with brightened spirit. In the coffin text, the Akh is treated as a thing that has divine nature, that came by the gods and the deceased. The Akh can affect in a live life and prevent the tombs, so the Akh threatens the thieves of the tombs. Also, it remains beside the deceased in the afterlife. The material of the Ba houses, for all its clay or pottery, and for the Ba houses, how they made. The ancient Egyptian artists gathered all the clay from the fields, put it in a hole, then add the broken shards to improve the shape. After that, mold all together. Then each Ba house take its shape and left in the sun for a while to wait. Then the artist begin to put all the offerings on its surface. The channels are made by hand or with a sharp tool. Some of the offerings have a very good carving. On the other hand, another is not. So that independent on the artist or the period which the Ba houses was made. For the shape, the first shape was cut from its front. Actually, I studied 17 models from the Egyptian Museum, Cairo. All from Dandara or الكاب, Armant, البلاص, قم الأحمر, قبة الهوى, Aswan. This example I compare between it and another example from Petri Museum from Dandara, dated by first intermediate period. It's represent oval Ba house, cut from its front, has a wall divided into two parts. The wall has two circular openings and has channels. On its back has a thigh of the ox and the head. In the model of the Egyptian Museum, the head of the ox with short horns, which was spread in Middle Kingdom period. This symbol symbolizes victory over the enemies and the symbols of evil. The deceased wished to hide in the form of these sacrifices due to the strength and vitality of the ox. For rectangular, I have inside the Egyptian Museum 16 models. They came from اللهون, أسيوط, الريفة, القرنة, دندرة, الكاب. This example from Asyut, dated by Middle Kingdom. It has loaves of bread, the ox head, and the ox leg. The house ends with two rectangular basins. It has a vase to put a vase for storing liquids. For the circular, I studied 5 models, came from Dandara, Armant, or Dra Abu Naga. This example may be found in Armant because they are famous, the object which come from Armant, they are famous with the T-shape for the cross channel. For circular plate, I have 3 models, all come from Armant. This example found in Armant for the Egypt Exploration Society. These houses actually, it's a dish ending in one of its sides with an opening for leaking liquids and has a courtyard with a horn of an ox joined his body with its legs and the ox thigh in front of it. Also has another loaf of bread. For the oval, I studied around 21 models, came from Dir al-Bahari, Armant, Sheikh Abdat al-Qurna, Dra Abu Naga, Dandara, Al-Kab, Al-Ballas, Al-Jabalain, Dirrifa. This example found in Dra Abu Naga, excavated for German Archaeological Institute in Cairo. This house with an external wall, lost part of wall restored in the building and has a cross channel. The long two channels have two circular openings in their end to let the liquids to go out of the house. In the upper part, it has an ox head beside an ox thigh and two loaves of bread. For the tomb or house, I studied around 8 models. They came from Kahun, Dirrifa, and Edfu. This example from Dirrifa. The house is double. It has 2 floors. On each floor, there are 2 columns consisted of 3 rooms. In the middle room, a chair and 3 stools. It has stairs on the side of the courtyard. The courtyard has offerings, and in its middle has a circular water basin. This house belongs to the type J from Petrie classification. Petrie said the flying stairs depicted for helping the Ba to come and leave of the Ba house. The place inside the graves. Ba houses are found above the tombs. In one of the tombstones in the end part of the tombs at the north, above the cemeteries of the first intermediate period and the beginning of the Middle Kingdom periods. For the elements, we have the staircase. The staircase represented in the stela in the Middle Kingdom texts, especially in Abydos. The staircase represented the use to help the deceased Ba to go up and down inside the Ba house when the Ba comes every day, as mentioned in the coffin and the pyramid text. That tied the staircase with the living of the deceased in the afterlife. Sacrificial offerings. The Ba houses represented one of the important sacrifices is the oxen, especially which they have long, short, and crescent horns. There is a relief in a noble بتاع حتب tomb from the Old Kingdom period. The priest Al-Himqa takes the responsibility of restrict the ox and slaughter it. That means these rituals were associated with the religion beliefs. Otto says that the sacrifice representation in the oxen figures means the god Tuhut, a symbol of the moon. So when the heart and thigh represented means the offering of eye, moon, equals Horus eye that recover it. Also the representation of the front legs like the ox al-Khibish was represented in ceremonies in the temples by the priests and sometimes by the common people. The bread, as represented on the Ba houses, the loaves of bread represented in the Bauhauses were round, oval, triangle, and conical shapes. The bread appeared in the different shapes throughout all the ancient Egyptian periods. It's considered an essential element for living. Also, the loaves of bread is one of the offerings that are offered to the deceased for giving him life in the afterlife. The important ritual that the bread had offered, the opening of the mouth. Basin represented on the Bauhauses. The basins found in the valley and the funeral temples are used mainly for mummification rituals and purification purposes. Also found in the corridors before the mastabas and in the offering rooms. The basins are essential, especially in the temples used during the celebration of feasts. Vessels represented on the Bauhauses, the his vase is associated with the pure water ritual for gods in daily service in the temples, causing eternity for the deceased in the afterlife. Hunka cups associated with pure beer ritual to the deceased, that protect him from any evil thing in the afterlife, and the cup for presenting water for one person used for purification. For the robe represented on the Bauhauses looks like the Shin sign, means the protection for the individuals. By the Middle Kingdom, the robe was an amulet on the top of the stela. The chairs represented on the Bauhauses, the chairs is considered an important element in the Bauhauses. The cube chair and the one which has two rests, they could be oval or circular shapes. These were carved on the backs of the models. There are many other architectural elements in the houses, like shrines, and temple chapels, sometimes coffins, statues, but really we haven't time to speak about that. Yeah, yes. Okay. For the channels represented on the Bauhauses, the channels used for letting the liquid to be out of the Bauhauses. A T sign channels appeared in the front of the valley of the temples, used to transfer the deceased crops for mummification and pured place. T channels, we can see it in Armant, Del Rifa, and the Cornositis. The channels are associated with the funereal temples, and we can see that in the scenes and the reliefs from Dir al-Bahari, Dir al-Madina, and Amarna. Yeah, what said before that we can see any of the Bauhauses at the north, but I found one in Amsterdam museum from Saqqara. Maybe the provenance is right. And Bauhauses looks like the offering table. Actually, there is the one Wieniawski said it's dated by 12th dynasty, but we don't know about the material of it. And really, I tried to search about it, but I can't find it in any museum. For the what's said about the Bauhauses, that we can't find anyone with a text, but we have a famous one from Qubbat al-Hawa. It has a text said Berkhiru im ta Hunkut Kau Abidu ma Hijj Imahu. And the offering consisted of bread, beer, oxen, birds, gazelle for the deceased or distinguished. And this is the only one that has text. And for the Imahu title, we know that this title spread in the Middle Kingdom. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that really interesting paper, and interesting to hear the places where we actually know the context of these being found as well, but we'll come back, I'm sure, to some more examples in the discussion. So now I would like to welcome Marisol Solchaga Echeverria. Marisol has a PhD in offering trays and soul houses and is a member of the Spanish archaeological mission Tudor Abu al-Naga, known of course to many of us as the Jehuti Project. And Marisol is going to speak now about domestic architecture in the soul houses from Rifa, porticos with stairs leading to an upper.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like first of all to thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me and all the attendees for being here today. The topic of my presentation is part of my PhD subject that is planned to be published in 2023, where I analyzed pottery trays with and without architectural models from their physical features and archaeological context to determine their function and meaning. Trays without architectural features are known as offering trays, and those with buildings as soul houses. However, my study has shown that both are the same artifacts. Therefore, a new term has been proposed to refer to both as ritual trays. This term has been designated attending to their function as artifacts that encapsulate their funerary ritual. Building upon other previous studies on these artifacts, such as those of Angela Tourley, François Leclerc, or Andrew Nipinski, I studied more than 500 trays from Upper Egypt and the Nubian forts. They are dated to the First Intermediate Period and Middle Kingdom. Most of them are found in cemeteries, but they also appear in domestic contexts. My research has revealed that offering trays and soul houses are the same artifacts from two different approaches, their physical features and their archaeological context. Attending to their physical features, none of them are identical, even those from the same site, which indicates the wide variety of these artifacts, and it emphasizes the idea of the importance of the personal taste when it comes to choosing the design of the tray. Despite their differences, all the trays with and without buildings have three elements in common. They are made of pottery, they all have a square or rounded forms, and they all have elements intended for the liquid to be poured out of the tray, like tanks or channels, which shows the importance of the act of libation to activate the rituals. The form seems to be determined by a regional trend, being the round top the most popular shape in the southern nomes and the square shape in the north. Their morphology also coincides with those from the most common artifacts intended for the cult of the deceased in the Middle Kingdom, the round top stela and the square stone offering tables. As it can be observed, the morphology is the same for those trays with and without architectural elements. The archaeological context has also shown that those trays with and without buildings are the same artifact. Both types of trays appear together in the same cemeteries. What is happening? It's not working. No, it's not working. It works on the computer, on the laptop. to happen. It's working now.
Okay.
What's the idea?
It was something with the computer.
It was something with the computer. Okay. What shall I do? Should I start again or shall I carry on where I left? Well, now it's not working here, so. Okay.
Everything's okay?
No, it's not. You see, it's not working as it worked before. So okay, it's a different layout.
Yes.
Now.
Is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine. Where did I leave it? Okay, so I'm just gonna leave it here. So I'm gonna carry on. Their morphology also coincides with those from the most common artifacts intended for the cult of the deceased in the Middle Kingdom, which is the round-top stela and the square stone offering tables. So as it can be observed, the morphology is the same for those trays with and without architectural models. Okay. The archaeological contest has also shown that those trays with and without buildings are the same artifacts. Both types of trays appear together in the same cemeteries, suggesting a similar use and a basic concept. They are different types of buildings that seem to respond to a regional variation. They also have a similar chronology. An example of the southern Nome is the cemetery of Dendera, where a considerable number of trays with and without buildings has been found. The buildings at the southern provinces are more commonly models of vaulted edifices. As it can be observed, the shape of the tray, the channels, and the models are similar on both trays, the only difference being that in one there is a seat at the back, and the other has a vaulted building. This suggests that both trays were conceived as the same type of artifacts, and that the chair at the back might have the same function as the building on the tray. An example of a northern Nome is the cemetery of Rife, where the largest amount of trays with buildings has been found to date. The cemetery was excavated in 1907 by Petrie. In this region, the main feature of the buildings are column porticos that occupy the back of the tray. This cemetery is especially known for these trays with these edifices. However, many trays without buildings were also found in this site. As it occurred in Dendera, the shape, liquid containers, and models are similar on both trays, being the only difference the presence of a building at the back, which emphasizes the idea that both artifacts have a similar meaning. Another argument to support this idea is the similar chronology. It has been argued that trays with no buildings are earlier types that later developed into more complex artifacts with buildings. However, this theory has been ruled out after studying the archaeological context on those from the tombs from Rife. The study has shown that both trays with and without buildings coexisted during the 11th and the 12th dynasty. The physical features and the archaeological context have shown that they are the same artifacts, so the same term should be used to refer to both trays, regardless the presence of architectural elements. And the search for the right term that should define their function was given by the analysis of the models represented on them. The study of the models that depict food and animals shed light on the function of these trays as artifacts that represent two funerary rituals, the offering and the slaughtering ritual. What is it? Oh yeah, it's working. This conclusion was supported by comparing these models with other contemporary elements intended for the cult of the deceased, as stelae, wooden models, stone offering tables, iconography, and written sources. There are lots of models represented to nourish the deceased. Bread is the most common one, which is like those from wooden models, or types of conical bread represented on the offering table on stelae. There are also different models of vegetables, similar to those from representations on offering tables. There are also models of lettuces, or are pieces of edible meat like bovine ribs. These models represent the offering ritual, and it has been assumed that all models that depict animals were also intended for the same ritual to provide food for the deceased. That is why they have been known as offering trays. However, my research has shown that most of the bovine representations are not suitable to be eaten, and they could depict the slaughtering ritual. It is the case of the horned bovine head, which is the most common model of the ritual trays, but it is, in contrast, mostly absent on the offering lists and representations where the bovine head is mainly hornless. Another case are the models of horned bovines with an incision on the neck indicating the slaying act. One of the main attributes of bovine models are the horns and the tying of the legs. This resembles the depiction and references of the slaughtering ritual act in tomb scenes and religious textual compositions. Also, fauna remains found in archaeological contexts, together with iconography, show evidence of long horned heads placed outside the burial chamber as part of the funerary ritual, similar to those models on the ritual trays. The analysis of the models of food and animals shows that ritual tray is an accurate term to refer to them as it defines their function as artifacts that encapsulate funerary rituals carried by the living for the benefit of the deceased. So where is the deceased represented on these trays? Through the rest of the models depicted, which are architecture, furniture, and human figurines. My research has shown that models of pieces of furniture, like 6 at the back, and different types of buildings, regardless of their complexity, represent the same concept: the place where the deceased would be located to attend the celebration of these rituals. The different types of buildings correspond to regional variations or a personal taste. Those trays from the southern nomes generally have single seats at the back or vaulted edifices that usually have a seat inside. The shape of these buildings resemble the show called Mahat Chapel from Abydos, where normally a stela was placed, as the scholar Leclerc has arced. In the site of Rife, in the 11th nome, they are generally porticoed buildings that can vary in size and complexity. The presence of architectural models and furniture could depict the same idea as the representations of the deceased on stelae or tomb painted, where the deceased is generally seated to receive and attend the rituals intended for him or her. The whole tray represents a space for the rituals to be performed and the place reserved for the deceased. Petrie found around 150 ritual trays with edifices in the cemetery of Rife, and he coined the term soul house to refer to them. They were found on the surface of simple pit tombs with no superstructure. The architectural models could act as the place where the deceased would be located to attend the rituals. But in terms of architecture, what do they represent? One of the aims of my study was to analyze whether these edifices could be representations of domestic or funerary architecture. My research has shown that they represent domestic architecture, and they are actually depictions of a section of the central hall of large mansions. According to the type of buildings on the trace from Rife, they can be divided into those consisting of a portico, buildings with a portico and rooms inside, and those that also have a second floor. The first step to analyze what they could represent was to study the inner rooms of these architectural models. Most of them have an L-shaped room, which is common in the central area of Old and Middle Kingdom mansions. This shape also resembles the chapels in Old Kingdom mastabas, and also the shape appears in scenes such as the room where offerings are deposited. The portico is the most characteristic feature of these buildings. Some studies suggest that they are copies of the facades of Middle Kingdom rock tombs, such as those from Beni Hassan. This may be valid from the two-column portico models, which are very similar to these tombs. However, most of these models have more than 2 columns, up to 8, which rules out the idea that they are inspired by funerary architecture. Multi-column porticos, like those on the ritual trays, appear in domestic architecture as an entrance to the central area of large mansions, giving access to the L-shaped rooms, which also appear on the trays. The modeled elements on the roof of these buildings confirm that they are reproduction of domestic and not funerary buildings. Many of them have terraces on both sides, which resemble those found on depictions of houses. In many models, there are vaulted windows. Similar parallels have been found in depictions of houses, such as in the tomb of Nebamun. These openings were located in the central part of the building, as their function was to provide ventilation and light to the main rooms. Several buildings contain an upper floor gallery with columns, which resemble examples of representations of domestic architecture. In addition, some mansions found at Amarna had a central area with a colonnade inner hall and a flight of stairs leading to the upper floor, also formed by a gallery. Several of these buildings modeled on the trace from Rife have vaulted silos on the upper floor. These silos appear to have been located on the upper floor of mansions, as attested by some depictions of houses. So none of these types of roofs or upper floors appear in tombs, which confirms that these models don't represent funerary architecture. The presence of staircases in most of these models of porticoed buildings leading to the roof or to an upper floor confirms that the hypothesis that they represent a section of the main area of mansions and not the entrance. In domestic architecture, staircases in mansions are not located at the entrance, but are placed in the inner porticoed courtyard next to the entrance to the main rooms, as can be seen in Felix Arnold's reconstruction of House 870 in Elephantine. Likewise, in houses with an upper floor gallery found at Amarna mansions, the staircase leading to the gallery was also located in the inner porticoed courtyard. The conclusion drawn from the study is that porticoed models reproduce a section of the central area of mansions. The main feature of these models appear on representations of mansions and also are attested in domestic archaeology. They are mainly, these features, the presence of columns, dome silos, windows, and stairs. And the reason why they could represent this part of a house as the place where the deceased could stand to receive offerings and rituals is because this could be the area reserved for the master of the house. It could also be the place where the main banquets and ceremonies could take place. This idea is confirmed by the presence of models of figurines placed in these buildings, which seems to represent the statue of the deceased and not a living person. The idea that they represent the statues is due to the similarity, for example, in the posture of their arms. Sometimes on their knees would resemble the posture adopted for the deceased to receive the offerings and attend the rituals. On this fragment of a ritual tray from Rife, a figurine with their arms on his knees is seated on a chair located in the model of the building. Some other models contain figurines with crossed arms, also related to the posture of the sculpture for the reception of offerings. It has been shown that ritual trays were artifacts created for the living to communicate with the dead. The part of the performance that could involve the use of the words to activate the ritual through the process of libation is lost, but the object, in this case the ritual tray, is preserved and it needs to be decoded to be understood. Ancient Egyptians knew that the words and libation were perishable. That is why the object, the ritual tray, is the part of the act intended to remain, to encapsulate the ritual and to last forever and to retain the lost words and gestures. If the ritual tray are only described through a physical perspective, they can be defined as mere objects that represent offerings for food. But the tray is meant to represent much more than the offerings, represent the ritual that is gone. That these trays represent a space intended for rituals is emphasized by the models of architectural elements, the place where the deceased would be located to attend those rituals. Those from Rife are depictions of a specific part of the house. It's the inner area of large mansions, which is intentionally represented as the area where the ceremonies and banquets would take place. These ideas show that ritual tray is a more accurate term to define these artifacts. They are 3D representations of funerary rituals similar to those depicted on stele or tomb chapels. They represent a space that it can only be deciphered from a holistic approach by including them as meaningful artifacts to understand the funerary rituals during the Middle Kingdom. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, and sorry for the slight delay in the middle there. So, okay, very interesting set of papers. So we could see first if there are questions for the last three papers, and then also if we want to pick up on any discussions relating to the other papers, as we've seen so many different elements now. So first and then second over to...
Merci. Thank you. Just a short question to our last speaker. You mentioned that some of the trays were found in domestic context. Can you be a little bit more precise about that?
Well, they have been found in contexts like Lahoun, for example, and the Nubian fortresses. So most of them are found in cemeteries, but they have been found in the town of Lahoun. And in the offering ritual trays in the fortresses don't appear in cemeteries, but in the living area. Yeah.
Thank you very much to all the speakers. My question is to Manon. You said that men and women did not sleep together in the same space. Could you elaborate on that a little bit, and why do you think so?
Well, I mean, to be honest, we don't know. I think in general so we have a lot of these models of women and children on the bed. Of course, it's very highly symbolic, but it might also give us a glimpse into how they actually lived. I mean, the reason why I think that they might not have slept regularly or officially together in rooms is when you have tombs like Yuya Tuya, Ocha and Merit, each one has a single bed. So it's maybe, again, we don't know, but maybe that these beds might show, like the models, that women tended to sleep with the children and the men separately. Not necessarily in a different room, we don't know, but this is something that you find in many other cultures, and also in Europe. When you could afford it, it was a sign of luxury, of status, that you would not sleep with your partner in one room.
So specifically, you're referring to the elites. So these would have been able to sleep in different quarters, but it wouldn't have happened for other classes.
It's still possible in their Medina houses that they had some, not necessarily again in a separate room, but some space in between. Because what we also have again in other cultures is you would have one heated room and the whole family sleeping around the hearth. So it might be also a possibility. But in general, I could just say, I don't really know.
Okay, thank you.
Like many others have already said.
Thank you. It's from Manon Schutz. Please, have you other example outside Deir el Medina of houses with bed? And have you found some archaeological remains of bed in domestic houses? I mean, not in, and the location also in other sites, if you have.
Yeah. So in general, I think the idea of beds is very a luxurious object. So Khan Merid took their everyday life beds into the tombs. So they were repurposed for the funerary purpose. And because also with the wood, etc., is something luxurious that you wouldn't just leave behind as such. But we do have examples, especially if it's not Deir el Medina, it's a Marna for the period. So we do have a bed found at a Marna in a domestic context. We have bed niches, we have supports, because beds generally stood on these kind of stone supports. So you have found them, but the bed was gone. So there is evidence that they used beds, but always bearing in mind that the bed is a status symbol, and it was still in Europe until rather recently. It's not like nowadays where you just expect a bed to be everywhere and it's very basic furniture. Like most of history, it was very, because it literally also elevates the owner. So it's tied to that interest, and people wouldn't just necessarily have just left their beds behind. We have other examples from other cultures, African cultures, that would burn the bed upon the death, because it's very closely linked to status, to the person per se. So, I mean, we don't know in general, but we do have examples from an everyday life context, but it's elite context. Most would have slept on the floor, on a dais, on a mat.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, please? Any questions for Marwa? Oh, questions over.
I would like just to add one comment about sleeping together. So, of course, as you said, we will never really know. However, in case of architecture, we have some traces that in the biggest buildings, for example, we have 2 rooms, which actually we call bedrooms. So in this case, it would be absolutely possible. And there are other places, multiple rooms, which could be taken by wife or husband. However, in the smallest houses, the space is often so limited that it would be really difficult, because other spaces are, well, so we have like 2 free rooms, or 2 rooms are already taken by some other activities, like connected with production of things. So we have really not many spaces to sleep. Yeah. So this is just my comment.
Yeah, so but that's what I say, like for Deir el Medina, we don't know whether they slept in different rooms necessarily.
But Deir el Medina houses are actually quite big. Yeah. I'm thinking about 2 3-room houses we have.
But so what I wanted to specifically point out is there are no double beds. Yeah. So of course it's always a thing, like an ideal scenario, and what the reality. I mean, nowadays generally you would assume when a couple is married they share the bed, but this is not true for everyone. I know many couples that have different rooms as well. So the thing is, there's always this ideal, what we think this is how it works, but how people slept is so individual.
Yeah,
like
I'm
those
right.
things.
I was once surprised visiting a palace where there was a bedroom for a wife and woman. And it was,
palace, you have
and
a lot of space.
then it was really surprising to me, and I came with the same idea that it's not so obvious that we should sleep with our wives or husbands.
I mean, also Victorian houses, like that would be the ideal, that you actually have 2 rooms and you sleep separately. Or like kings have separate bedrooms for separate occasions. You have to sleep in, you have your bedroom where you actually have your audiences, so the representative bedroom. So again, nothing is universal when it comes to that.
Further questions? Any questions for Marwa about the incredible models that we saw and some of the contexts? Anything particularly you wanted to add, Marwa? Nothing. Yeah.
For Marwa, thank you very much for your talk. I just would like to highlight one point. We should rethink about the Basel houses, as our colleague, she clarified us, because this to the public saying it's Bah houses, and when we come to the context, and they are very close to the tray of offerings, such as the rectangular one or the circle or round one. So, I mean, many of early European Egyptologists, or in general, they were using some terms. I mean, we should be careful when we reuse them and link them to the archaeological context, such as the term of the Bah houses. Our colleague here tried to you can say, clarify some very important points in relation to the representation and the depiction of the different offerings on these trays. So come to Arabic and deliver this for a large community and highlight this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Actually, in my thesis already it's clear, but today really it's a huge topic. I have many artifacts inside the Egyptian Museum. I try just to focus in the funereal beliefs for the ancient Egyptian, which represented in the Bah houses. But in my thesis already I put them on context already. And I try to type between the title and the place and where they excavated and the artifact is around. Sure. Thank you so much.
Brilliant, thank you. And we have one question in the chat very quickly on Zoom, so we don't miss this one, and then we'll be back to...
So this is actually a question from Manon. Cynthia in the chat asks, or comments and asks, today in Egypt there are beds made of palm fronds. Could similar beds have been used in place of mats in non-elite contexts?
So I actually discussed that with Karl-Heinrich von Stülpnagel in Leipzig. And so he is convinced, so he's a furniture historian. He's not an Egyptologist. And the thing is, so we were discussing this and it's entirely possible. So already Jequier, he thought about this possibility and he thinks the only issue is that archaeologically, we cannot grasp them, but I'm sure people at the time, they were very, I mean, when it comes to sleep, people have a lot of, can't think of the word, they have a lot of ways to find how, or what is really comfortable for them. So we have, for instance, pictures of ancient excavations to actually be slept on these palm beds. They are easily made, and also von Stülpnagel said you don't need any particular tools. You need one tool to make it. It's really cheap. You don't need the expertise you need to actually make a bed. So it's not just that it's a cheaper material, but would also have been cheaper to produce them. So it's entirely possible that in some contexts you would have had these beds. Maybe kind of replacing a stone dais where you would put your mat on top, also possible, but again, there's no evidence for that so far.
She actually goes on to say also, it is also difficult to make a double bed size with such a supporting frame that wouldn't collapse in the middle. Do you consider the beds in the Malkata Palace to be real beds? used by the king to sleep with his concubines, as is sometimes claimed?
I mean, there would have been places to have fun, let's say. Again, with the problem is also generally with the beds that we have. It's made Tutankhamun. We have the bed of Heta Paris, of course. We have Tutankhamun, these everyday life beds. But whether they would have been typical, whether that would have been the beds, is again these big questions. But I don't think, I mean, so far, again, except for this kind of weird model, there's no evidence for a double bed. But then in that, for the concubines to spend the night, you don't need a double bed per se. Because again, it's also the definition generally of terms and furniture and how we categorize them. You would just need a mat and some pillows probably. So it's again, it's not necessary to have a double bed in these contexts.
Yeah, thank you. I would have another question to Marisol, and I definitely do not want to start with like what was first, the chicken or the egg, but I always have problems if we separate domestic architecture from funerary architecture, and I think they were always very, very closely linked to each other. So I like your presentation a lot, and I think also this ritual tray works perfectly. So this was very convincing. I don't know. I mean, you had those ones where you could nicely show that probably the Mahat Chapel of Abydos was more or less imitated. I'm just also thinking of what Daniel Polz and others have written about those trays and the general evolution of the Saftombs, kind of integrating domestic features and everything. And I was just wondering, I mean, do we really need, or did you, maybe I misunderstood you, do we really imagine that they wanted to have a model of a house on those trays, or is it not something in a different sphere? And of course, it kind of both refers to the house, but also to the tomb. It's the ritual place, like you said, but maybe I misunderstood you. So you don't think these are models of a house?
I think they are not. Sorry. I think the ones from Rifa represent a model of a house, but not the whole house itself, but a part of the house, which is the inner area of large mansions where banquets and ceremonies could take place. So it's an intention. Amen. According to the architecture, because it's quite similar, this is what I say. I mean, my point is that sometimes it has been considered that the models of architecture on trays, on ritual trays, are considered to be the chapel. But for me, the chapel is the whole tray. So it's not just the architectural model, but the whole tray represents a chapel. That's why ritual trays have never been found, to my knowledge, in decorated chapels, because this is what they represent. They represent like what the decoration and the rituals would be intended for. So it's kind of similar to a stele. They have been offering ritual trays. Sorry, it's very in French in my mind. Ritual trays, but I call it ritual trays. So I'm going to stick to that. If you think that only the domestic feature or the architectural model is the substitute of the chapel, you lose the meaning of the whole tray, which is the chapel itself, to encapsulate the ritual. I don't know.
Any further? Okay.
Thank you. Have you investigated the remains of beds at I don't remember where exactly, but at Hayt al-Ghurab? I don't remember which area of Hayt al-Ghurab, but I remember.
Galleries?
Yes.
Yeah. So again, so for me that was like kind of everyday life. So I haven't looked into that. But also the idea is, of course, it's always said it's the sleeping barracks where they would have slept in this kind of recesses. But again, the question is, would that have been like the sleeping place only, or would that also have been like a social meeting point where they would have eaten together, talked together, played games and things like that? So because I think, like, of course, probably after a day of work, they would have been dead and just sleeping, but there might have been so much more that we can't grasp, this whole social side. So it's possible we might never know, but I think it's more than just a sleeping place per se.
Yeah, thank you. Other questions also? Were there any questions held over from our talks before coffee as well that anyone else would like to? Gosh, it's the anticipation of lunch, it's approaching. There's not too many crashes and bangs outside yet. You might have to wait a bit longer. No, are you sure? Last chances? Okay, if not, then I'd like to thank, if we could all indeed thank all of our speakers again from these sessions. So we have dealt with our Let's Furnish the House, and then I will hand, Fatma has an announcement, and I wish you all a brilliant rest of the day as well.
Thank you so much, Joe, and thank you to all our speakers this morning. I just would like to make an announcement. If any of the speakers don't have the tickets of the lunch, please come to me before you leave the room. Also, I remind you of the photo at 1:45 at the entrance of the Institute for the speakers. So we have a lunch break from 12:30 to 2. And lunch, all speakers are invited for lunch in the garden on the right side. Thank you so much. See you at 2. I knew it.
It's okay, no problem. It's okay. Thank you very much.
Who is first? Filippo, yeah. Hello? Hello, Filippo, are you here with us already?
Yes, I am. Can you all hear me?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, but can you elevate your mic a
I
bit?
think it's at the max.
We still have 1 minute, 2 minutes, maybe.
Yes.
2 minutes, yes.
Because I look at the time somewhere here. Oh, my computer, I mean.
اوكي بيطلع كلها وانا مش واخد بالي كده.
Can you hear me?
Yes, but still, you can. I think you can still elevate it a little bit more. And if you don't mind, can you use a headset?
Yes, I'm gonna fetch it.
Now it's perfect.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay, good. Oh, if you can hear me, I was thinking of talking without headphone.
Okay, we can hear you now much
Very
better.
good.
Thank you, Filippo.
Okay, okay, I thought it's switch off. But anyway, welcome back after lunch. I hope everybody is ready for the next session. And the next session will be on settlement space and accessibility in ancient Egypt. And we have 3 presentations, 3 papers that will be online. And we start with Philippe Pommier, who is candidate at the University of Strasbourg in France, is working on settlement in Memphite necropolis during the first millennium BC. And his presentation is called Buried Alive, first millennium settlements in the Memphite necropolis. Please.
Can you confirm that you see my slide, my first slide?
Yes, we see it.
Without the notes?
Without the notes.
Very good. So first of all, I want to thank Fatma for accepting my presentation, and also the IFAO and PCMA staff for allowing this to be in a hybrid form. My paper seeks to analyze the remains of settlements in 2 of the sites of the Memphite necropolis. I have chosen the first millennium before Christ as the time frame for this study, because during this period, several archaeological remains have been found that can be interpreted as being of secular nature and dedicated to activities other than burial and religious cults. Let's see if it works. In order to conduct this research, I have developed a GIS encompassing all remains dating to the first millennium BC, covering the area from Abu Zir to Dashur, and also includes those older buildings which were still visible and not yet covered by sand, despite their ruinous state. Highlighted in pink in the map, you can see everything that falls under the definition of settlement. Papyrological sources provide information on legal, administrative, and economic activities, sometimes including relevant details of daily life. And archaeological remains offer the physical setting where such activities might have been carried out. The archaeology linked to the papyrological evidence allow us not only to estimate the nature of the population, but also to understand what activities were carried out there. Before going through the remains of buildings that made up the picture of life in the necropolis, it is appropriate to go over the textual evidence for the inhabitants of the necropolis. I depart from this definition of inhabitants, where what differentiates an inhabitant from a visitor is the amount of time the individual spends within the system. Although there is evidence that many people and several professionals spent time in the necropolis, this is a very limited amount of time compared to those who lived permanently in real residential settlements. In the first millennium, we see a progressive stabilization of human presence, and we can differentiate the inhabitants into real social and professional categories. We are aware of several priestly positions permanently occupied by people who owned lands, houses, and businesses within the necropolis. They administered the cults, temples, and related facilities. We also know of many therapeutes who were members of cultic communities. They do not hold the rank of priests, but were charged with practical tasks in the management of cultic premises. The Kasokoi were civilians who voluntarily consecrated a part of their life in a sanctuary or in a temple. In the Memphite necropolis, the Kasokoi were confined within specific physical boundaries and served as undertakers in the Serapeum's enclosure. The choice to give up freedom to the following consecration in a sanctuary implied the sacrifice of mobility and a commitment to perform certain services in the temple. Civil officers were a body of officers directly depending on royal administration, and they also dealt with financial matters and fiscality in the necropolis. There is also evidence for a police station in which several policemen operated under the supervision of an archiphylax. For the professionals, we should note here as a matter of fact that not all of these people lived in the necropolis permanently, but the papyri of the Kasokoi refer to a multitude of activities that were carried out within the Serapeum and the necropolis itself. These activities were, on the one hand, finalized to meet the minimal needs of the population, and on the other, oriented towards the masses of pilgrims and visitors coming to the site periodically. Let's start with our survey. In Abu Zir, a considerable number of secular buildings has been excavated, a part of which is directly in relation with the sanctuary of Sekhmet of Sahure, which was still well in use during this period. Recent excavations conducted by the Egyptian mission north of the causeway of Sahure have established the existence of a modest-sized housing complex. The buildings housed a small community of people whose main source of food were mammals and fish. While a plan is not yet available, it should be noted that the buildings were made of irregular limestone blocks. Better information are available for the houses discovered by the German mission in Abu Zir at the beginning of the last century. The masonry consisted of reused limestone blocks from Old Kingdom royal monuments, and the reuse is also manifest in the decision to exploit the floor of the funerary temple as a stable foundation for the walls. The discovery of a very ample array of agricultural tools has suggested that these buildings might have housed farmers. But in the light of the relation of this complex of modest houses with a contemporary cemetery, perhaps we could have the possibility that these buildings might have housed people involved with the cemetery itself, and that the tools might have been used for activities other than agriculture, such as the creation of burial pits. The sacred animal necropolis is also certainly a site of great importance because it shows all kinds of structures with different functions. But from this image, we can deduce that during the first millennium BC, the site is devoid of any human burials and was not used for such an activity. During the construction and expansion of the terraces of the sacred animal necropolis, the areas labeled as Sector 3, 4, and 7 were occupied by buildings of a temporary nature. Their function was to house the workforce involved in the construction work. The buildings share common characteristics in materials, orientation, and stratigraphic position. Equally, the absence of an enclosure wall around the workers' dwellings and the absence of an orthogonal layout in the general plan of the structures suggests that the village must have been created by its same inhabitants without them having received precise instructions on how to deploy the village. While the nature of the settlement is fairly clear, what remains undefined is its extent. But to the north of the area, against the ramp, that gave access to the late 5th century terrace was a circular grain silo. The presence of a granary nearby is nevertheless revealing. During its occupation, the inhabitants of the site must have used the granary to satisfy their food needs. During the third phase of occupation of the site, the remains of the worker settlements were already covered by new structures, dominated by 3 imposing mud brick platforms. Previously interpreted as podiums above which chapels were erected, this interpretation has never been questioned. If we look at them more closely, we see that they are 3 rectangular structures built entirely of mud brick, whose interiors were divided into compartments filled with sand and limestone debris and then leveled to form a platform. Immediately to the proximity of each structure, smaller, lower buildings were directly attached to the platforms. And 2 of these 3 platforms were accessible from the north via ramp. On the base of their architectural characteristics, they resemble tower houses, typical of the urban architecture of the first millennium in Egypt. Tower houses have foundation platforms divided into compartments and were often adjoined on the sides by domestic structures and accessible by ramps. Foundations of tower houses in religious areas are attested in the Karnak enclosure and in the necropolis of Tun el-Gebel. In the sacred animal necropolis, their presence could be justified by the necessity to house priests and temple personnel responsible for the administration, as well as possibly the family of these priests. The Serapeum had a settlement dedicated to the worship of the sacred bulls buried in the immediate vicinity and housed the community responsible for the maintenance and functioning of the cults. If we look at the first plan of Mariette, we see traces of a rather light straight as well as sharper lines, which should represent terrain features and the remains of buildings. Due to their vague character, they remain only a rather silent indication of the presence of structures and the irretrievable loss of data. During his excavations of the arcade necropolis, Makramallah intercepted much more recent buildings. Once his plan is georeferenced, we can see that the first millennium remains are located precisely in the northeast corner of the Serapeum enclosure. A deeper look at the plan reveals that the buildings consist of at least 2 blocks. The westernmost block can be divided in 3 independent but contiguous units. The units are oriented north-south and consist of a succession of rooms. The first row consists of 3 quadrangular rooms with side rooms. The central one, except for the easternmost one, of large quadrangular rooms, whose internal divisions appear to be successive. The last, the northernmost, consists of 2 large quadrangular rooms of equal size. The doors leading from one room to another in this block are all located in the same place. The second block is much more complex and larger. It can be divided into 3 different units, all accessible through a wide corridor or perhaps a central courtyard. From the plan, it can be deduced that the first block was more domestic in character, consisting of a series of rooms on the same axis, reminiscent of the architecture of the house units at Deir el-Medina. The second block, on the other hand, has a more communal character with large rooms accessible from a longitudinal courtyard. Parallel walls, as well as the homogeneous size of rooms, indicates that there was a well-defined plan behind the construction of these buildings. Although this archaeological evidence is particularly interesting and opens up several avenues for discussion, our knowledge of the settlement in the Serapeum can be enriched by the references made in the documentary sources. A whole neighborhood of houses in the Serapeum has come down to us through papyrological demotic documentation. The picture that emerges from this document is that of a quarter of neighboring properties, although their physical relationship is not made explicit, consisting of houses, outdoor spaces, and service premises. The presence of vacant lots suggests that the area was not entirely built up, but that open spaces were present and needed between one building and another. Two royal visits are also attested in the middle of the 2nd century BC. During these visits, the Ptolemies also had a residence where they could sojourn. It is possible that the presence of a royal palace in the vicinity of a mortuary temple, and therefore its position perpendicular to it, responds to layouts typical of more ancient times, as found in royal foundations, Ramesseum and Medinet Habu, among the others. It had been already suggested that such a palace might be located near the temple of Osiris Apis. If such a traditional layout remained alive in Ptolemaic times, the vast remains of mud brick south of the temple of Necta Nebo could be interpreted and regarded as the remains of the palace of the pharaohs. Now turning to the Anubiaion, another key section of the necropolis. Unlike the Serapeum, the Anubiaion was not only home to the personnel of the cult of Anubis, but also to other types of professionals and legal personalities who carried out their roles and functions from within the Anubiaion. The specific terminology used in administrative documents makes it clear that the Anubiaion was not only perceived as separate from the necropolis, but was also considered as a district belonging to the city of Memphis and under its jurisdiction. This is made even more clear from the word demi utemi used in reference to its settlement in some papyrological sources, revealing of the way ancient Egyptians perceived this space. Settlement remains were identified by the EES and more recently Hawass in the southwestern corner of the enclosure. Their domestic character is evident from the architectural features and more generally associated furniture. The discovery of large jars found in situ and several basins suggest that that part of these buildings was used in connections with large quantities of water and food production activities, also attested outside and around the settlement, where traces of burning were found. The picture that can be drawn from the archaeological remains is that of a settlement that could have housed a stable population with spaces for cooking, storage, and residential areas. Single domestic units, though, are impossible to recognize. The plan of this settlement suggesting that community life, rather than family life, was lived here. One possibility has been proposed that these buildings could be considered as a dependency of the temple complex of the Anubiaion. The proximity to the main cult facilities pleads in favor of this interpretation, while the communitarian aspect of some rooms favors an interpretation of communal life revolving around religious complexes, which anticipates the dynamics of monastic communities. Several papyri make mentions of inns, katalumata, where pilgrims or visitors could find shelter and food. The existence of these facilities raises interesting questions about the accessibility of sacred spaces and the duration of stays. The total population must necessarily have fluctuated during the year. In addition to priests, cult workers, and official administrators, pilgrims constituted a piece to be added to the demographic mosaic and a figure to be taken into account when, on national festivals or on the occasion of the funeral of the Apis bull, the total population was to increase considerably. From the diachronic point of view, the Ptolemaic settlement was founded just a few meters above a late period cemetery, which was itself above the ruins of New Kingdom tomb chapels and shafts. When digging even deeper, the ruins of the mortuary temple of Teti were intercepted. Once again, the transformation of the use of space made of this part of the necropolis a changing section of the site, with multiple destination of use and large superimposition of chronological phases. When turning to the papyrological evidence, once again, the two pictures are not merging together. The contracts, all of Ptolemaic date, deal with individual plots of private dwellings. When looking at this particular contract from the Leiden collection, the house at the center is separated from the Temenos of Anubis by a chapel. In this other contract from the Louvre collection, which is only 100 years younger, the situation looks pretty much alike. So I'm wondering if we are not dealing with an attestation of urban development preserved by pure chance. A common characteristic for all these houses mentioned in the sources is they are located to the south of the Dromos of Anubis. But the problem lies in the fact that the Dromos of Anubis has not been identified with certainty, and until its identification, these contracts are impossible to relocate in space. For the last of the settlements of the Memphite necropolis, we have very little information. The only known archaeological remains were excavated in undocumented circumstances in the first half of the 20th century. And the only information we have is that the settlement must have been in the eastern part of the enclosure, at short distance from the valley and in communication with the potential settlements there. Finally, the tale of Setnehemwas, written in Ptolemaic times, sees the protagonist visiting Tabubu, the handsome daughter of the prophets of Bastet of Anktawi, in her house in the Bubasteion. Here, the terminology employed is somehow reminiscent of contemporary legal documents, but the tale provides details about the house, its floor, and its surroundings, giving the image of a self-standing, isolated building. Besides, from the house itself, we know that the clergy of Bastet had domestic properties in the temenos of the goddess near the temple where they officiated. Textual sources and archaeology provide evidence that challenges the traditional Egyptological view of the necropolis as a space primarily associated with death and cultic activities. Instead, the evidence points more towards an image of a place where people lived, more or less permanently, and spent their time carrying out several activities. Human presence is stable during the first millennium BC and justified by the needs to run cultic, funerary, and secular activities. Both communal and domestic life are attested, materialized in single units and larger buildings. Materials for the construction are both mud brick and limestone, the latter particularly abundant in this region and at disposal for ancient monuments. But we have also noticed that trying to combine the archaeological evidence with the literary evidence is rather complicated because we miss the ancient toponyms and their correspective in the archaeological remains. So further research is definitely needed on this front. I thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. So please stay with us online. We will have, I'm sure, some questions afterwards. So we'll move on. To Uroš Matic, who is Associate Research in the Austrian Academy of Sciences and also member of the project in Avaris and Komombo. But today he will talk about streets, on the streets of Avaris. Please. And we see your presentation, so it's fine.
So you can see me and you can also hear me well, I guess.
Yes.
Great. So good afternoon, everyone. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I would, of course, first like to thank the organizer, Fatma Keshk, and Polish and French Institute for accepting my paper for this conference and allowing me to share some of my current work on streets in ancient Egypt using Tel El Daba or ancient Avaris as my case study. Decades of research in Egyptian settlement archaeology have shown that the notion that ancient Egypt was a civilization without cities does not hold the weight of evidence anymore. Numerous studies of ancient Egyptian towns, urbanism, and households have significantly contributed to our better understanding of ancient Egyptian daily and domestic life. The studies on this slide are only a selection of a large number of important publications on the topic. However, spaces which did not receive much attention in Egyptology or Egyptian settlement archaeology, especially before the Roman period, are ancient Egyptian streets. Despite the recognition that without streets, there is no city or town, these most intensively used spaces did not receive significant scholarly attention yet. There is even no entry on streets in the famous Lexicon d'Égyptologie, nor in the developing UCLA Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt. Some notable exceptions are archaeological discussions and reports about streets of Middle Kingdom and Second Intermediate Period Elephantine by Cornelius von Pilgrim, and the Old Kingdom streets of Giza by Ashraf Abdelaziz. This is surprising, since the importance of streets for urban life is recognized outside of Egyptology in urban theory and geography, in the works of scholars such as Michel de Certeau, Alan Jacobs, Doreen Massey, and Christopher Tilley, as what we call the everyday life is, according to these authors, iconically characterized by the street. If we turn to ancient Egyptian written sources from different periods, we discover the vibrant life on ancient Egyptian streets, including mobs, the poor, orphan children and children of the fools, barbers, gossiping wives, street women or sex workers, thieves, and stray dogs. However, the main challenge is recognizing activities of these and other groups in the archaeological record of streets in ancient Egyptian settlements. For my case study on streets in ancient Egypt and investigations of activities which took place in these spaces, I chose the site of Tel el-Daba, or ancient Avaris, Hut Weret. Tel el-Daba is located some 8 kilometers north of the modern town of Akus in the Eastern Delta, some 120 kilometers northeast of Cairo, and is one of the best investigated ancient Egyptian towns. It has been excavated first by Egyptian archaeologists in 1940s and then by the Austrian archaeologists since 1960s. The site is most famous for its identification with the capital of the Hyksos kingdom during the Second Intermediate Period, when it spanned over 260 hectares and was one of the largest Bronze Age cities of the time. The oldest settlement known so far at the site was founded in the very early Middle Kingdom in area F1. The excavations of the Cairo branch of the Austrian Archaeological Institute, Austrian Academy of Sciences now, from 1979 to 1989, and under the directorship of Manfred Bitak, opened an area of 10,000 square meters designated as F1. This was a planned settlement with orthogonal grid system, and its foundation was related by several authors to early Middle Kingdom settling of the Eastern Delta. The settlement had approximately 2.6 to 2.7 meter wide enclosure or perimeter wall in the north. In the eastern part of the area, remains of the settlement showed organization into blocks of houses in 2 rows, containing 6 houses each. In the northeastern part of the settlement, 1 single block is organized in 1 row. In the western part of the settlement, rows of houses were also detected, and although they seem to be organized in the same way as in the eastern part of the settlement, their exact organization is unknown. According to Ernst Czerny, it is possible that the double rows in the western part of the settlement contained even 12 houses, making blocks of 24 houses each, since the partly excavated block contained 10 houses in each row and both rows continued to the west. The only exception is the northwestern block, which, just like the northeastern block, contain only 1 row of houses. The single houses are rectangular with approximately 5.5 meters long walls. The walls of single houses are shared where the houses meet. Each block in the eastern part of the settlement is surrounded by streets on all 4 sides, which divide the neighboring blocks. The streets were approximately 2.6 to 2.7 meters wide. The exact length of the streets is unknown, since the settlement was not entirely excavated. One way of investigating streets in ancient Egyptian settlements is to utilize the space syntax analysis developed by Bill Hillier in 1980s. A key measure is the degree to which each street is spatially integrated with the larger urban network. Integration is a measure of connectivity and accessibility that can be measured by distance, number of nodes one must pass through, or the number of axial links. Locations with high levels of access generally attract higher movement flows and higher levels of land use, producing higher level of street life and co-presence in space. Locations with a high level of integrations are those where street life is most intensive. This is demonstrated by the map of axial lines in Brasilia, where the yellow and red lines indicate most integrated and the green and blue lines the less integrated streets. However, although space syntax analysis are often argued to be rigorous, objective, data-driven, and capable of tracing broad spatial patterns, one pitfall of relying solely on this approach is its abstraction and determinism of quintessentially subjective and relative experience of space. One of the main problems of this method is that it is based on modern settlements which are known in their entirety. We cannot use it for fragmented excavated data without caution, but should limit its use to settlements with larger excavated area, such as, for example, previously mentioned area F1 of Tel El-Daba. Until now, space syntax analysis at the site of Tel El-Daba have been conducted by Silvia Gomez Senovilla for the second intermediate period cemetery in area A2 within the Hyksos Enigma ERC Advanced Grant Project of Mount Vita. Now, using open source software DevMapX, I analyzed the degree of integration of different streets of the planned settlement in area F1. The axial map on the right indicates that the most integrated street of the excavated part of the area is the long northeast-southwest street dividing the eastern house blocks from the western house blocks. From this street, one could enter all the shorter side streets in both blocks. Another problem is that when conducted out of context, space syntax analysis reduces spatial practices to movement. Lived experiences of the streets is significantly messier than it appears on archaeological plans. A counterpoint is to understand the streets from the bottom up and their materiality as being constituted in terms of people and places and relations between them. In area F1, there is evidence for the use of one street south of the fortification wall as refusal space. On the published plans of the different sub-phases of this area in Tel El-Daba, one can detect the evidence of different deposits and pits in the streets and pots on the streets next to the houses. In subphase E1, some houses were extended at the expense of the street width, so that some of the streets were reduced from 2,6 to 2,7 meters to only 1 meter wide, making them narrower as before. Whereas some old streets became narrower, some old streets disappeared and new ones emerged. I have already mentioned the vibrant life on ancient Egyptian streets attested in written sources. Ethnographic record of modern Egyptian villages confirms this. The research conducted by Winifred Blackman, Diethelm Aigner, Nessim Henry Henein, and Jean-François Gault indicates that streets in modern Egyptian villages are domestic extensions of the houses. The activities found on modern village streets include the use of streets for refusal of garbage, as we have also seen in the case of area F1, selling, tattooing, or cursing. In both modern Delta and Upper Egyptian villages, one regularly finds benches or mastabas made out of clay and built next to the entrances, serving as resting places and places for receptions of guests, but also as working place for women. One of the most recently excavated area of site of Tel El-Daba indicates the ancient presence of benches on the streets. Area R3 is one of the 4 sub-areas of the village Esbet Rujdi excavated until now. The area has been excavated under the directorship of Irene Foster-Müller from 2010 to 2012, and investigated part of the settlement spanned over 2,400 square meters. This area was the urban hub of Avaris during the Second Intermediate period. The excavated part of the area R3 has 3 main house complexes divided by 2 long northeast-southwest oriented streets. The houses in complexes 2 and 3 were themselves further divided by west-east oriented side streets. Irene Forstenmüller and Chiara Reali suggested that complex 1 in the west appears to be an administrative sector, whereas complex 3 in the easternmost part was a domestic quarter. Similar function has been attributed to complex 2 in the middle. Already in one of the first reports on the area, Forstenmüller reported of the presence of benches on the streets. I indicated them on the plan of the area in red color. These benches were small, approximately 19 centimeters long and 60 centimeters wide, mud brick installations built against the outer facades of streets facing walls of the houses. None of them can be said to be located next to house entrances with certainty, since some of them have been found at the border of the excavated area and others are clearly not next to the entrances. Now, we do not need DepthMap X software to tell us that at least in the excavated part of the area, the best integrated street is the long one labeled as Street 2 on the plan. This street was approximately 3.2 meters wide and was directly connected to shorter side streets 3 and 4, which were approximately 1.4 meters wide, and indirectly with long street 1 via the short side street 5. It is in this best integrated street 2 that we find 3 benches. No benches were found in short and narrow streets 3, 4, and 5, but we have to be cautious since the area was not excavated entirely. Nevertheless, the magnetometry image does indicate that complex 3 also had a long, wide main street in the east, parallel to street 2. It comes as no surprise that benches as foci of outside domestic activities, as indicated by the ethnographic record, are found in well-integrated main, long, and wide streets where more traffic and activity is expected. Furthermore, the distribution of various classes of small finds, such as anthropomorphic and zoomorphic figurines, buttons made out of bone, metal artifacts such as pins, faience and clay beads, faience game pieces, faience and stone vessels, fragments, and stone artifacts such as grinding plates, whetstones, and weaving weights were all found both in house contexts and on the long streets 1 and 2. The number of small finds found in shorter and narrower side streets is considerably smaller and counts only a few artifacts. This could indicate that people of Avaris took at least some of their daily and domestic activities out on the main streets. This is also a logical choice since these streets were wider and conducting domestic activities there would interfere less with the settlement traffic than conducting them on the narrow side streets. Furthermore, we have to bear in mind that in pre-capitalist societies, domestic activities and some forms of labor are intertwined with leisure. Domestic activities are not only processing cereals, cooking or weaving, but also taking care of children, the elderly and the sick, barter and gossiping with the neighbors. Finally, some preliminary conclusions can be drawn based on the streets in the areas F1 and R3 of Tel el-Daba. 1. Streets were not just in-between spaces used solely for movement, but integral part of settlement life and experience. This is especially indicated by the distribution of benches and small finds in the main streets of area R3 of Tel el-Daba. Second point, space index analysis are an important tool, but they cannot be used without close examination of the archaeological record of the streets. The settlement layout is not an image frozen in time, but is continuously changing, and these changes have to be taken into account. Area F1 and the expansion of the houses on the expense of the street space demonstrated this. And third, and the last point, ethnographic and ethnoarchaeological research of the streets has great potential and should be more present in Egyptological discussions of settlements and streets. I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much for the very interesting talk. It also reminds me a story from Giza. Also prepared a report on some street material. And there's also a lot of discussion on the Hayat al-Ghurab streets. So thank you very much. There'll be, I'm sure, more questions. And thank you for keeping the time. Yeah, but we can move on before question session. So next speaker, now we have Aneta Skalec. She's from Poland, but now I see that she's currently working for La Sapienza University, as a part of ERC project NOTE. But now she will talk about access to the house in the Ptolemaic and Roman Egypt. That this is gained from papyrological and archaeological evidence. So please.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Do you hear me? Can you see my screen?
No, we don't hear you very well. Maybe, without the...
Now it's better?
Maybe, może bez słuchawek będzie lepiej.
Okay.
Sorry for the Polish.
Okay.
Please say something.
Right. Do you hear me better now?
Difficult to say, but
I have microphone on maximum.
Yeah.
Now it's better. No.
I think this is better.
Okay. Now it's better. So I will move next to my microphone. I hope you will hear me. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we see it.
Okay. So good afternoon. Thank you for having me at this conference. I hope you will hear me enough well. The topic of my today's presentation is access to the house in the Ptolemaic and Roman Egypt, based primarily on papyrological sources, but also with some archaeological evidences. Do not worry, even if it's basically based on written sources, there will be a lot of images. There are should be a part made by me. If not, their authors are put on the screen. Because of the time restriction, my presentation will be quite general. First, I will tell you something about Demotic and Greek terminology used to describe access to the house, then circumstances in which access to the property was guaranteed. Thirdly, I will tell you something more about appearances of private paths, so basically the dimensions, and at the end I will show you some examples of the access to the house, an example of the site of Karas. As far as papyrological material is concerned, we have information about access to the property both in Demotic and Greek papyri. We have 84 Demotic documents ranging from the 4th century BC to the 1st century ND, and we have about 320 Greek documents ranging from the 3rd century BC to the 7th century AD. Until now, only the Greek documentation related to the access to the property has been object of the study, even if only also in a limited way. Demotic has never been analyzed from this point of view. It's important to underline that information about access to the property which we find in papyri are very laconic. So they have form of single words or phrases occurring in clauses, boundary clauses, or clauses enumerating elements of houses, examples of which you can see here on the slide. Such clauses we find usually in contracts of sales, cessions, divisions of houses, vacant plots, courtyards, and so on. As far as terminology is concerned, so in Demotic we have a few ways to express, to indicate access to the property. Two most important are Mitper, so exit paths or road of going out, and Tahiret, and Per, so there are variants of the same word, so lane of the house. Both are related to demotic words to denote the street, so Pamit and Pahir. Mit is simply Mitper is simply a composition of mit and per, so the verb going out. And in case of Tahiret, we are dealing with feminine or diminutive version of Pahir, so street. In both cases, to those words, the other word per was added. I need some explanation for those unfamiliar with Egyptian, as it might be surprising that in one case per is translated as a house and in another one as going out. It's because only in modern transliteration the words are exactly the same, while in demotic those words are distinguished by use of different determinatives. So in case of mitper, we are dealing with a verb, which is indicated by the determinative of lex, so of movement. And in case of tahiret, we are dealing simply with a noun house. So this mitper or tahiret were simply a path, lane between rows of houses. So it was some small alley or street. However, as papyrological sources indicate, the access to the property might occur also not only via a separated path, but also via someone else's property. In such a case, dometic sources use simply a term per, so go out through something, or taraun, so door opens onto some property. And you can see examples of documents mentioning such situation. So, example, it was possible to go out through someone else's house or someone else's land. While these two last terms, so per or tawa, we can find in various places in Egypt. In case of two first discussed terms, we can observe a clear territorial delineation of the occurrence. So mitper was typical for Fayum oasis and Memphis, while Tahiret we find in Tips and Nubi Hermontis. The only place where both terms are attested is Hawara at the entrance to the Fayum oasis. This suggests the local nature of the used terminology, so the mitper would be typical for Fayum and Lower Egypt, while Tahiret for the upper Egypt. So as you can see, the demotic terminology related to the access to the property was varied. When it comes to the Furik papyri, when reading publications on access to the real estate, one can get impression that the situation is quite different, namely that there was only one expression to express access to the property, so exodus, kai exodus, entrance and exit, which contrary to the demotic documentation does not relate to the Greek terminology to denote streets, which were rime or hotos. However, also in the case of the Greek documentation, the situation is much more complex. It is true that the main term, the main phrase to indicate access to the property was in Exodus, Kai Exodus, but it started to dominate clearly only in the Roman period. In the Ptolemaic times, the terminology was much less uniform. In the oldest Greek documents, we find simply a term Exodus, so entrance, and its occurrence are more numerous in the Ptolemaic period of the compound, then of compound phrase Exodus, Kai Exodus. Some differences can be observed in the context in which they occurred. So Exodus itself occurred only in boundary descriptions, clauses, while Exodus, Kai Exodus, both in this boundary boundary clauses, as well as in clauses enumerating elements of houses. Additionally, in the Ptolemaic times, we find also some other verbs or phrases to denote access to the property, like the verb piodeos, so travel through, or information about doors opening onto something. As I said, that changed in the Roman period when the phrase eisodos kai exodos starts clearly to dominate, and eisodos itself we find only in few documents, primarily in lists of houses. But it should be underlined that while eisodos kai exodos dominates, there are a lot of variants of clauses in which this phrase occurs. And I summarized this phenomenon here on the table. There are only some examples, as I haven't got enough space to put all possible clauses in which eisodos kai exodos occurs. And some clauses are limited to some particular places, and some are limited in time. For example, the phrase eisodon kai exodon, so the entrance and exit to them, was typical for Oxyrhynchites and occurred only in documents from the 1st century. Also for Oxyrhynchites was typical the phrase syn eisodon kai exodon, on which the entrance and entrance and exit, and occurring from the 1st to the 4th century. The phrase Rymedia has eisodos kai exodos, so street through which entrance and exit, was typical for Hermopolis and from nearby Antinopolis, even if sometimes is confirmed also in some other sites, but basically from the late antiquity. Very particular clauses enumerating among various elements of houses, also entrance and exit, are confirmed in Fayum oasis. You can see here it here, so with existing measurements, dimensions, foundations, walls, windows, entrances, and the exits of the hall. And these clauses occur only in Fayum from the 1st to the 4th century. So we have these clauses that were typical for some places, but we have also some clauses that are limited not in space but in time. The most particular is the clause with eisodu kai exodu anodu kai kathodu, so entrance and exit way up and down, which is confirmed in documents only from the 4th century onward, covering virtually all papyrological building sites from late antiquity. So this table clearly shows that there is not uniform terminology to denote access to the property in Roman period, and that has never been noticed till now. What should be also underlined is the change that took place from the 5th century onwards. In the century, from the first time, we find in the papyri information about the authenticated glass of main doors opening into some direction, for example, onto the street. And the first in this century had information that we have entrance and exit through this main door, but from the 6th century onward, the information about main doors opening into some direction totally overtake place of eisodos kai exodos in the boundary description. And we find eisodos kai exodos enumerated only in elements of the house. So as you can see, the situation, the terminology describing the access to the property was also quite complex and varied, also in the case of Greek documentation. So which were the circumstances in which access to the property was guaranteed? It should be underlined that we have only one document dated to the 6th century AD, which is solely devoted to the establishment of the access to the property. All other documents which are giving us some information on the cards are giving them in context of other contracts. Again, you can see here all documents in which you have such an information divided per type of contract. Documents in italics are demotic. As you can easily see, the main context in which access to the property was guaranteed was where contracts of sale or cession of parts of houses, courtyards, or vacant lots. Then divisions of property, basically between heirs. And we find sometimes information on access to the property also in leases or wills. The clear dominance of the first two contracts should not came as a surprise. In both cases, smaller parts of real estates were separated from a larger whole, to which at least in some situations access had to be provided. As the smaller part had no direct connection to the road networks. And what was the physical aspect of such access to the property? As we might already seen in case of the demotic documentation, this access to the property might have form of a separated laying paths of someone else's property. As far as those paths are concerned, there is a very limited number of documents providing exact measurements of these lanes, but they clearly indicate that the typical measurement of this private path was somewhere between 2 and 3 cubits, so about 1 meter, 1.5 meters. Their small size was sufficient to ensure access of individuals to the private property, but not for free communication, which indicates limited and private use of such paths. We can talk about the free movement of pedestrians when the street was at least 2 meters wide, because only then can two people walk freely next to each other. Also, similarly for two donkeys, the street should be about 2 meters wide, and for a single camel, 1.6 meters wide. In addition to the more common situation of access through a path, we have also, as I already said, a situation of accessing through someone else's property. You can find some other examples based on Greek documents. So again, it was possible to go out through someone else's house, or even a specific room in a house. So we can imagine such a case. Simply doors of newbie house were used to go out into the public street. It is quite difficult to observe the phenomenon of access to the property in the archaeological remains. It is not always easy to distinguish between public and private spaces there, but it's not impossible. Bethany Simpson show it on the case of the site of Karanis in the Fayum oasis. In this town, we can observe both quite narrow streets or passages and access through someone else's property. An example of quite narrow street you can see here is road CS 58. It was only 1.3 meters wide. But we can find in the town also some examples of properties that relied on neighbors for access. And two such examples you can see here on the slide. Here we have a property C92, a small courtyard that serve as annex to two other properties, C114 and C117, and they appeared to be independent property, but relying on the access through C92. And here we have even much more complex situation of the property B137, which controls multiply properties as far as access is concerned, so B138, 122, and 142. To conclude, Papyri provides us with numerous, even if laconic, information about access to the property, especially information about the possibility of accessing to someone else's property, as well as the wide of private paths should be taken in consideration in analyzing the street patterns of excavated sites in Egypt for the better understanding. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I mean, we couldn't hear it very well. There's something, wrong with the sound.
Sorry.
But anyway, yeah. But anyway, this is our time for the discussion. So if you have any questions, maybe we can start in the room for the three speakers in this session.
Thank you. For the first paper, Mr. Mee, who is here? The first paper on the Memphite inhabitant in the Memphite area. Are you online? Are you online?
Yes, I am. Can you hear?
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for your very interesting paper.
Thank you.
Just, I wanted, if I understood well, you have two kinds of houses. I mean, concerning the technical architectural type, a small group of a kind of tower houses, and the larger group without any casemate foundation, isn't it?
Yes, actually what is interesting to notice is that in the papyrological evidence, we have a lot of self-standing houses separated from each other by several roads and vacant lots. But in the archaeological record, what we have is mainly houses that are contiguous to each other and attached. For the tower houses foundations, this is my theory, which cannot be confirmed unless with excavations. But archaeologists who dug these platforms didn't think of tower houses, but looking at the dimensions and at the architectural layout, it seemed sensible to me to propose this interpretation.
Yes, it seems clear that you have these two types, and the first one, of course, should be related also. We have a lot in Delta, from the late period to the Ptolemaic period. You know that, of course.
Indeed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe somebody else.
Okay, so my question is for Dr. Mee. So in one of the slides, I think you were talking about the funerary complex of Sahura and how the village, which was near the pyramid, was not state-sponsored at first, if I understood this correctly. So it wasn't like a part of the complex where these people have been serving the pyramid or the funerary complex. So what would have driven the people to settle beside the funerary complex if they were not a part of the state apparatus before they were later integrated? Can we think about it as, for example, the case مثلا with نزلة السمان and how earlier it was a village near the pyramids and then later it was brought into This is basically my question. Like, why would the people have been driven to settle near the funerary complex, especially it's on the western side, so the land of the dead, basically?
It's a very clear question, and I thank you very much. We are talking about houses and housing complexes. These are thousands of years away from the pyramids. So they're much, much younger. But what remains intact in this part of the necropolis is the cult of Sekhmet of Sahura. So this devotion, this pietas, which starts revolving around the image of Sahura in the complex, the image of Sekhmet in the complex of Sahura, is the reason why people still lived around this complex. And the cemetery I have shown in Abu Zir doesn't stretch as far as the pyramid complex of Sahura. It stays near Neferirkare and other complexes, but doesn't go as far as Sahura, because that area was reserved to the cults of the goddess Sekhmet and not to other activities. I hope this answers.
Yes. Somebody else in the room? Here, sorry.
I had a question for the second presenter, Dr. Matic.
I'm here, please.
Hi, thank you. I found your presentation very interesting. I was wondering, because you were talking about the sort of evolution of streets in cities generally, but in Avaris as well, with some buildings sometimes being built so big that they would shrink and narrow certain streets, and certain streets would get lost and other streets would seem to widen. Do you find kind of in these early streets that they were consciously planned out or seen as streets, or rather just spacing between certain district blocks, and were much more subject to change rather than to be reserved as streets of a particular width all the time, or seen as different entities in themselves?
Thank you very much. This is a very good question. And in fact, as I was showing for the case of Area F1 in Tel El Daba, originally this was a very strict planned settlement, but very shortly after life in this settlement started, the inhabitants themselves started changing the settlement from inside out by intruding into the pre-planned space of the street. So we tend to think about this kind of settlements as very strictly controlled. To a certain extent, surely they were. But as I showed, actually other authors showed, and I repeated their arguments, by introducing some house architecture in the space of the street, one changes the matrix of the settlement. And the reason I actually use this example is to show how we cannot simply take DepthMapX software or whatever space syntax analysis without taking into account this time aspects within one settlement. So, you know, when you use the same method in a different phase, of course, everything changes. All of a sudden, this one most integrated street is not the best integrated anymore.
Well, and so you were, if I understand you correctly, then you're saying the streets are kind of a byproduct of human activity, and what streets kind of become most important rather than the big streets being created as important streets to start out, and humans facilitating that space for that use. It directly becomes a byproduct and evidence of human activity in the city itself.
Exactly as you said. I am going to dare and use that very bad word, entanglement, now between space, architecture, people, and time in this very Latourian actor network theory sense. But this is another question entirely. But you described it very nicely, so I would say yes.
Thank you very much. Oh, there's one more.
Again, me is for you, Mr. Merich. I would like just to mention an important colloquium was published from more than 10 years ago on streets in antiquity from all the Mediterranean area. It was published in France it was a colloque in Poitiers some more than 10 years ago. And we have very important contribution as Jean-Claude Margueron on Marie, of different cases in all the classical and Roman periods. So it will be useful, I think. And also you mentioned the street as a place for the dump. So it's very important because, and even as you said, today it's very important. We use in some villages in Fayoum, for example, today and in the ancient past, it was the same system. You know, the people, they reject the dumps, debris in the street. So it's important to have you present a new case of street use as a dump. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for pointing this out. You're entirely correct. More studies were conducted concerning Greco-Roman antiquity and also Greco-Roman period in Egypt concerning streets, both philological and archaeological. And there was recently a PhD thesis defended by Kerry Lorigan in the States, dealing with the streets as a social space in Roman province of Egypt.
Because I think there are some questions online, yes?
So Cynthia also had a comment on this point. It seems one should take account of individual versus community life. When piped water was introduced in a Delta village, villagers were reluctant to stay in their houses to use it because they wanted the social life around the canal or the communal pump, for example. Thanks for the focus on the streets and for looking at houses as groups not in isolation in these papers.
Okay, so I don't see anybody asking or commenting, or maybe one more.
It's more a comment for Urush. Thank you for discussing such an important topic like streets and in antiquity or in ancient Egypt specifically, and in Avaris. I would like to comment and to thank you for mentioning the potential of the ethnographic and the ethnoarchaeological record that we will be discussing in 2 days, inshallah, because especially I personally believe that it works very well, especially on streets, as I will also show on my presentation. But it would not work in all the aspects, specifically of this very specific topic of streets. Let's say it works for like 90% or something like that, but it has some. This 10% has the challenges that we should really take account about. I will try to mention this in my 20 minutes on Wednesday. Thank you so much, Urush. It was very interesting.
Thank you. Thank you very much for pointing this out. Of course, it's not possible for me to cover everything in 20 minutes lecture, but I would also like to stress my point is here not to use ethnographic record or ethnoarchaeology as a simple formal analogy and say, as now, it was like that back then. It is just a very useful and powerful method to broaden our horizons. So this is my take on it, and I think that you would agree with that. And I'm looking.
I totally agree with this. Yes, of course. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Anybody else? Or maybe I have a short comment myself. As I mentioned, I wrote a small report on pottery from Main Street at Giza, and actually the pattern was very similar to the galleries next door. And it would be obvious that, of course, they would dump material directly into the street. But it's in the same time, of course, there was the main access to the gallery complex. So it was kind of difficult probably to walk around the garbage in the street, but it was okay, it seems, for them.
Thank you also very much for pointing this out. I'm of course very aware of your pottery report in that Giza volume, and it was also very useful for me in preparing for a general project on streets. So thanks.
Thank you very much. Oh, I see there's one more.
I want to kind of echo what some of us have been talking about in terms of, I think that spaces, the interesting thing about spaces is that it takes the identity of the community or the people that live in it from an anthropological perspective. That when we talk about spaces or we talk about the streets, these are the streets that would represent the way that Egyptians live their lives. And so the streets in different places and different cities would have their own identities. So I think that when we try to assess a community of people, looking at the spaces in which they live and the spaces in which they operate on daily life is an interesting way of looking at characterizing the people themselves. So I found this segment here to be very, very eye-opening. So thank you.
No, thank you for your comment. You're absolutely right. I would also like to stress only that the identity of the streets in the sense of getting a name or being labeled with a name is a very late phenomenon in Egyptian history. So we should be a bit cautious with that. But to a great extent, I do agree with your comment. Thank you.
Okay. Now I don't see anybody else. Okay, so thank you very much for the session. We have a break, so we meet again at 4 o'clock after coffee or tea.
Perfect, that's fantastic. And if you put it out, outside of your PowerPoint, it doesn't show up anything. And then you just bring it back in again. And you might, if it stops for some reason turning, you might have to just click on the black part anywhere.
Yeah, oh, that's brilliant. Wonderful. Thanks for saying. Start on time. Yeah.
So we do have 2 more minutes, so we will start on time. I will start talking in 1 minute. So like this was just a test. Ah, 1 minute left. So welcome back, everybody. Great to see all of you, and I hope also the Zoom people can hear us clearly. We are now entering session 3, which has the wonderful title, What Happened Here? And we are going to have 4 in-person presentations this afternoon. And I'm delighted to introduce our first speaker, who is Joanne Rowland. She's a senior lecturer at the archaeology faculty at the University of Edinburgh. And she's going to talk about living at Merim de Beni Salame. So we are going back in time, really in early period. So Joanne, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Julia. Can everyone hear me okay with the mic? Yeah, I'm loud and booming enough, I think, for everyone. Wonderful. So yes, as Julia said, we're going back to the 5th millennium BC, and I'm going to give you various insights. It's really preliminary work, but looking at the kinds of progress we could make, and hopefully we will make in the coming years. And there are various colleagues in the room. Some are in the room today, but I just want to flag up that what I'm speaking about relies on so much interdisciplinary work. Of course, Menno we have over here as well, but Josef Aiwanger, former excavator for the German Archaeological Institute, our colleagues from KUFT, Julio, Anita, people who are working on the residue analysis and dating and everything. So I just wanted to say that first. So, okay, what's happened here? So some of the themes I'm going to touch on, and some of these are really bound up together. What was the experience of life and how did it change over time? Thinking about the natural environment and natural shelter as well as human-made shelters, aspects to do with procurement, storage, and also the processing of food, how we can start to think about how these activities were spatially delineated. In fact, were they at all? And through this, I hope you'll see the value of various scientific analyses and working with archival material alongside working with new field data as well. And then at the end, this will be when Yulia gives me the sign that I need to rush up. We'll be going to have a quick look at the Wadi El Gamal and some new results to think about what happens around the settlement. So just very briefly, just so you have a feel of the chronology, and also that Merimda, we initially had 3 key phases, and there is a break after the first one. So we think there's a break in terms of occupation at the site. And I've noted on the side, and these are the thoughts of various researchers and excavators in terms of the earlier phase, perhaps representing some similarities with Levantine material culture, the second Saharo-Sudanese, and then the third later Fayum Neolithic and Levantine as well. And then we have now, after the work of the German Archaeological Institute in the 70s and 80s, we have a more refined 3, 4, and 5 chronology. So for now, we'll stick with those chronological boundaries, but it's something we're hoping to address in the coming years and relook at this with new colleagues. So we're looking, it's about 900 years just under of occupation, and just also to flag up that there are these other Neolithic sites, as we'll also see here. So we have Tel Samara, this is fairly recent work of the Egyptian-French project, also Sa al-Hagar, Sais, El Omari down here, and also, of course, the Fayum Neolithic, which predates Merimda. And we also have Epipaleolithic there, so pre-existing presence. And then we come to Merimda. Then over here, this is just to show the dotted line this is what was thought to be the boundaries of the Merimda settlement. It's quite monolithic in a way. This is Merimda. And we have the location. So when I refer to the Junker excavations, and this is also the Swedish excavations, these are these trenches. And then over here, we have the trenches of the German Archaeological Institute and also the Egyptian mission with Fekri Hassan and Zahi Hawass as well over here. And our little trenches and areas will come in a little bit later on. So it's thinking about people are just starting to adapt to a totally new way of life when they're coming to Merimda. So that's what we have to think about. There's been aridification in Eastern Sahara, so people are moving over. Other sites like Farafra, we know settlement densities are dropping down by about 5,300. So we're thinking about this place of natural shelter. As we go up to the Wadi Gamal that we'll see later, that's much higher, but we come down to where the Merimda settlement is, and it's a fairly well sheltered, it's on lower elevations as well. And then we're going to think a bit about the different plant species that people had to work with, what kinds of shelter, also what kinds of animals were present. So just very simply looking at some of the built structures, and this is a very kind of typical view. So at the top, and I think it was interesting last night when we saw these shelters in our first keynote last night. So thinking again, we've got these post holes on this first element here. There's no central post, but we have organic roofing. And it's even thought that for this first phase, the society was not completely settled there, that people were coming and going. They were still quite mobile, and they were possibly even taking their roofs with them and going off. This has been a suggestion by several people. Then we come on slightly later and we start to get a central post hole, also baskets and pottery emplacements in the floor here. And we have the central pole here. And then it's only by the later phases that we start to get a more time intensive and more solid structure. So these are mud slab structure, buildings. And we also have depressions here for pottery and of course this roofing and the very famous hippotibia that may or may not have been used as a step to get down into the structure. So the shelters, similarly to what we saw yesterday, so we have here some actual wooden branches, and then along this we have thinner branches and also reeds, so quite similar to the modern Hasira structures, and possibly these going around those round structures, but also being set up as windbreaks and potentially for animal pens. Now, how do we know about the species? Well, just on some very initial woods charcoal analysis from the Merimda 78 season of the German Archaeological Institute, we get an idea of the different species. We have, of course, a preponderance of acacia and tamarisk, unsurprisingly, But we also find out that we've got exploitation of the desert and riverside. We have willow, for example, and also we're finding that coming up in this charcoal, we're having some elements, some reed remains as well. So possibly when these windbreaks, these shelters break down, people are then reusing, recycling, and they're using this for their fuel as well. Also from the acacia and tamarisk, it seems, and Alan Clapham suggests, that these are actually fragments of branches that have maybe fallen and that people are collecting these and then they're using these within the settlements. And just to show one of the examples, just looking with a dynalite microscope and thinking about this chenopod, probably in this case a small shrub or tree, and then you can look at what conditions it would be found in. So it could be salt marshes and it could be by deserts as well. So in this case, it's probably been collected from the desert edge. So thinking about that environment that people are living in. So here we then see, so we have, these are the trenches. This is north from the German Archaeological Institute. So this is going towards the floodplain, and then to the west, we're going out to the desert edge. And it's just to have a look at some very simple plots. We don't have a lovely GIS functioning yet, I'm afraid. Hopefully we will do soon. But just to see where the distributions are just within the broad trenches. So thinking of that first phase of Marimda and post holes, hards and living floors, we can see we do have areas across the site. Now this is interesting because we imagine maybe that when people are first coming, they're coming in smaller groups. They're not coming kind of en masse, but that is also possible. Very much speculation at the moment, but maybe they're living in different areas of the site in smaller clusters. And also looking at the second phase, so looking at post holes, for example, we see we've got a preponderance over here, but not at the rest of the site. Likewise with mud structures, likewise with remains of matting. So it seems something is going on here. And remember, this is at the time where people have probably been away for a short while, and then they're coming back again to the site. So it's interesting they're just in this area. Also something that starts in the Marimda 2 phase is we start to get these sickle segments. There aren't any at the beginning. So again, it's thinking about this gradual adoption, introduction to new ways of life, to cultivating cereals, also to working with domesticated livestock as well. Things are not just happening overnight. And then of course, these change over time. So thinking on the third phase then, we have a look at post holes that we've seen now more widely spread over the site, and also mud structures likewise. So we're starting to see some expansion on the site as well. Now this is looking to, these are the plans from the German Archaeological Institute's work. So we're able to see, for example, this mud structure here is just under 2 meters in length. So in theory, you could get some people inside it for shelter. But also what's interesting and what you really see when you have a chance to look at the plans is this later structure actually damaged. It caused this gap here. So if you have a look at it, you might think, oh, it's kind of like a doorway, but actually that was originally, it would have been up to the top. So again, it could have been used for maybe keeping small animals in, for other material to store as well. And then likewise, in some areas, we seem to have really intensive use of areas. So we've got storage facilities, we've got these built structures. And as you can see here, they're being built over each other time and time again. So again, we have another oval mud structure here. We have a circular mud structure here. And then this is built over an earlier structure where we actually have a basket-lined pit. So we start to have these as well. So again, thinking about, have we got these larger pits because we've got more of a communal storage than perhaps we had earlier. So thinking again about where these basket-lined pits are, we're seeing these at various locations across the site again. And just to show some examples here, so these were from the earlier excavations in the 1930s, but then also up here, this is from the excavations from the 80s, and there's actually a top that was sat on top. So this huge pit and then a top, although by the 80s, this is just like phosphate. It's not a physical basket anymore. Now, Menna knows more than me about what plants we have, but what has been exciting actually is that when Menna's been able to go back and look at the material in the Mediterranean Museum in Stockholm and Heidelberg, she's picked up on some new elements, so some field weeds. So we start again to get a more nuanced view. So not just thinking people are coming, they're settling, they're farming with cultivated species, but all of these other elements that we have here on the site as well. So MENA will also be looking at the plant remains from the 70s and 80s as well to see what we can get to. Then, of course, thinking about plants is how are people working with plants? Well, we know already people are working with grinding stones through the Eastern Sahara as well, places like Farafra Oasis, but they're working with sorghum at this point. So we have evidence, again, for this very first layer already for grinding stones. Merimda 2 phase, again, largely on this part of the site, but not this part of the site. So again, very more limited use spatially. And then we also have evidence right across the site by the Merimda 4 phase as well. And I will be showing an example of one just a little bit later. But other things, thinking about change over time as well, and thinking about food processing, thinking also about storage and consumption, we did a test of organic residue analysis with Julie Dunn at Bristol. So we picked for this, of course, rim shirts, because I'm told that's where the fat rises to. And what we did have, we had a very good return rates on these. These were from the 1930s excavations. And we actually had 2 ruminant fats. So we see here and here in green. And then we also had 4 non-ruminant fats found. So the ruminant fats could be the sheep, the goats, cattle, but the non-ruminant fats are thought probably to be some produce from pigs, because that was the species that we have the most of at Merimda as well. And this is just so that you can see this on the chart. So again, we have the 2 ruminant adipose in the middle, and then the others in the top plot. So hopefully we'll be able to do much more of these on a whole range of different pottery vessels. But like Julia showed this morning, we've got a lot of mix in terms of what we're getting in very, very different kinds of vessel shapes and smaller vessels, as well as slightly larger bowls. So then we come to the Wadi Gamal. So this is an area that we started to look at primarily in a season during 2015 and also 16. So this is what I showed you before. This is the outline of the supposed, that's the limits of the settlement. And what we did as well, because of course geophysical survey wasn't being used here in the 80s and 70s, we've picked out that there is more evidence for the settlement with pits, for example, here. And we've only done very small test excavations here so far. But when we surveyed up on the Wadi Gamal area here, we found a lot of unexpected material. So some questions we could ask, and of course I can't answer them all neatly today, who's using the resources up here on the Wadi Gamal? And who's using the hinterlands? When is it being used? And by that I mean, is it prolonged use at all times of year? And is it always used when Merimda settled or not? Was it even used before? And again, we'll be having analysis done on the artifacts in the coming year. I hope that will help us put that into good chronological perspective. Is it more related to local environmental conditions, perhaps the annual inundation? Is it when higher ground needs to be used? Is it when animals are coming to the site as well, and what's going on there? So what we do know is we have in this area, we don't have any stone outcrops. We have a lot of chert cobbles that are up on the Wadi Gamal, and these are used, they're used from the Paleolithic as well as in the Neolithic. But we also have other stone types that have been brought in, which include chert, quartzite from Gebel El Ahmar, as well as we're just about to see, and as well as other material coming from further afield and fossilized wood. And again, this is just showing we have the Pleistocene terraces here, so going right the way up to Katapa. So then showing here, this is a view from the Wadi Gamal looking down east towards Merimda Beni Salama. And Giulio Lucarini and Anita Rodini have done some analysis. This is just one example. We've actually found 95 new elements from lower grinders and upper grinders in the past years. And this one was found right up on the Wadi in the square that we see here. And these little depressions contained large amounts of debitage. So what we seem to have here is people up, they're working, they're making stone tools up here, they're grinding up here. We also have bone ores have been found up here, a lot of roughware pottery, and a large amount of very, very simple hearths that could maybe have been used once, twice. But we also have some quite substantial post holes, as you can see here. So it's obviously worth the time investment to put up some kind of structure while people are working up here, perhaps against the sun, for example. So we have domesticated remains here, we have pig remains here, lots of hearths, these post holes, and various artifacts. But again, it's thinking about that seasonality. And as we come to look in more detail, we will find out more, of course. So then just thinking, and this is the map going back to the work of Butzer, but also flagging up the sort of high elevations, and we come down to the sheltered area. We're thinking about annual fluctuations, so inundation, seasonal temperature variation as well. You get some great wind going up in Marinda as well. Also thinking about other climatic fluctuations and longer term Nile movement, which will be the subject of more environmental survey and drill core survey. And then we have the relatively static elements, so the sheltered environment that we see here, also elevated areas, so right up on the Wadi Gamal and on the levees as well, and thinking about the distance to the main river branch, which you want to be close enough, but you don't want to be too close at the same time. And what I'd just like to flag up as well is how, when we're going to come back and look at this material, is we want to look at the impact that the entire team has had on how research has gone. So by this, I'm talking about the local people who've been working, because in the 30s, for example, it was people coming from the village of Beni Salama because the nearby villages were not there. In the 1970s and 80s, there were Bedouin tents around the site, and I've talked with Yusuf Ayvanger about this as well. And then again, as we come back to work now, we have various villages close to the Bedouin tents have become buildings now as well. It's thinking about everyone, it's thinking about our colleagues from Kuft who've been involved in the sites. We have Rais Sadiq, then Rais Kamel worked, a descendant of Rais Sadiq, and Rais Amir, of course, works today, so these family chains. And then today, of course, we have Rais Omar Farouk and Yassin Hassan as well. So we'll be looking into this and doing some more work on the archives in Stockholm at the beginning of the year. And then just kind of as a slight, maybe comedy aspect at the end, what happened here more recently? Well, there's a very famous circular excavation house from the German Archaeological Institute, which it would be lovely to bring back to its former glory that you see here. But I hadn't ever thought about too much about it, why it was round, why it was a certain size. Well, actually, the different areas are a certain size because that's how the bed fit in it. These folding beds were used, and they just placed the bed in a room to see how many beds fit in, and that was how big it is. So I've been lucky. I've even seen a video from Thomas von der Wey of when this was being built, but we've got a series of pictures of the mud bricks and then all the walls going up and the plastering. But it's interesting, there's a lot of graffiti in the house, so it would be really nice to get records of that and not totally redo it. And also then, of course, we have, this is the Juncker House, and finding that Juncker House was really important for fixing the locations between the Juncker excavations and the Ayvanger excavations. So just left to say thank you very much to, particularly to the 2016 team of Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities inspectors who were with us for this Wadi Gamal, the real kinds of push on this work. And then thanks to you for listening, and thanks to various individuals, organizations, funders, and thanks very much to the people of all of the local villages as well. Thank you.
Yeah, many thanks, Joanne, for kind of this wonderful insight of what happened at Merimde in the 5th millennium, also more recently. You were perfectly in time, but I think it might be better if we move on so that we do not get behind our schedule, and we will have time for this for discussion, of course, afterwards. So please take note of your questions to Joanne. And I'm delighted to introduce our next speaker. So we will move from the Western Nile Delta in Egypt to Central Sudan. And Ulrike Nowotnyk is a member of the Oriental Department of the German Archaeological Institute. She has worked since many years, if I may say so. So you are still younger than me, but nevertheless, you have a long experience working in Sudan. And Ulrike is going to talk about Hammurabi. So we will move to living in Meroitic times. And now we are just waiting for your presentation to come up. The title is Dark, Crowded, Stuffy. So be prepared for some dirty things, man. Living in late Meroitic Hammurabi. So the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. I just check. So we had some technical problems. I try. So I will take you further up the Nile into Sudan and specifically into the area of Meroe, which was the capital of Kush during the Greco-Roman period. Yeah, okay. So in the last centuries BC, the region of Meroe became the focus of intense town and temple building over here. So a number of well-organized settlements were established along the Nile and even 20 kilometers into the hinterland. And by the end of the first millennium BC, the region was an important center of production and trade. The form of this new urban landscape was influenced by contemporary trends in the north. Lifestyle and architecture was shaped by the Mediterranean world. So we have richly embellished palaces, we have bathhouses, wine drinking practices, and so on. But research has long focused on these elite remains, while the living conditions in the towns remained understudied. So little is still known about what community life was like 2000 years ago. Oh, sorry.
Share.
But we don't know what the people ate, where they slept, or what they did for living. And these questions we had in mind when we started excavation at Hamadab. So the town was an immediate neighbor to the capital of Meroe. It's just 3 kilometers apart on the eastern bank of the Nile. And what makes Hamadab special is that we could reveal the complete map of the ancient town over here. So this allows us to study the character and the spatial organization of an urban settlement. The ancient town was densely crowded. I hope you can see this. Largely with mud brick structures. The buildings were arranged in a roughly regular layout oriented to the northeast. And most of the structures are rectangular, but they include some curvilinear features. The settlement was organized in 2 distinct parts. There's a walled upper town, and the wall forms a rough square of about 104 meters side length. And this housed the main infrastructural facilities. We have a temple here, administrative building or tower house over here, and then the housing blocks. And the open suburb mainly consists of mud brick housings, but on its fringes we found specialized craft areas. So we have evidence for glass and faience working. We have kilns for pottery production, and slag heaps testify to iron smelting. The upper town we know now was erected in the 1st century BC, and this was the result of one large-scale building program through which the enclosure wall was built first, then the temple and the tower house, and shortly afterwards the living quarters. Access to the upper town was quite restricted. We found only 2 gates in the enclosure wall, indicated by arrows here. So to the west, facing the river Nile, and right opposite behind the temple in the east as well. So the 2 gates had the standard representative architecture, but they only had a passage of 2 meters width, so they were hardly designed for any heavy transport or bulky goods. But the access was, as I said, restricted and maybe even controlled. And from the gate, there was a central road leading to the temple. Maybe in the next slide, yeah. And in front of the temple, this road widens to an open square. We have a well in the main road ensuring the water supply in the town. Then there's a small altar, freestanding altar, and then part of the central court was paved with sandstone flagstones, so it forms a kind of dromos leading towards the temple. And apart from the central, or from this open square or forecourt, there are hardly any public spaces in the town. The only one which is really attested from the beginning is here to the south. So this might have been a communal or a commercial area, maybe. Off the main road, There are narrow alleys leading to the housing blocks. And so they probably once formed a more regular street system, but it changed a bit over time. And the alleys were roughly or just a little over 1 meter wide, so barely enough for a loaded donkey, for example. So they allowed only limited traffic. And we can say that the Upper Town was a really densely clustered neighborhood of urban character. In the southeastern corner here, there was a freestanding building of 20 meters side length. It's quite exceptional in the town. It has massive walls of more than 2 meters thickness, faced with red bricks and a white lime plaster. And only 3 of the 13 inner compartments, these are the gray shaded ones, were accessible by doorways. So when you entered here on the right-hand side, there was a nice stairwell leading upwards. So the main rooms were upstairs and the other rooms were probably blind cells. These kind of buildings are known, as we heard today and yesterday already, as casemate structures or cellular platform foundations in Egypt, known from the late period and popular in Ptolemaic times. And according to these models, they were reconstructed to tall tower houses, several stories high. I think up to 7 stories are attested, I think by papyri. So our architect was also confident to reconstruct the Hammada house with 4 or 5 stories, if not more. So this was probably an elite residence in the town, perhaps the seat of the Hammada's governor. And from this imposing height, one had a very good overview over the settlement and its surroundings. So this building and also the general layout of the town finds close parallels in Egyptian architecture. The main road leading to the temple, the stone paved drummers, the living quarters left and right of the road remind of the organization of Ptolemaic towns as Tectunis or Sognopaionessos. And with its square enclosure, here the Upper Town also has parallels in later towns like Rome and Mons Claudianus. So that's the setting, but how was daily life organized inside this walled town? Were the residents maybe locked up as slaves, or were they rather protected, a specialist of special status? So in fact, the living quarters occupied the largest area of the settlement. And in the Upper Town, they were organized into 10 residential blocks, let's say, or insula. Each had a floor area of approximately 400 to 600 square meters, with 80 and up to 40 with up to 80 rooms inside, so quite small rooms. The domestic architecture was mainly built of mud brick. Fired bricks were only used for heavily stressed points like thresholds, fittings, water gutters. And the mud brick walls are only 1 brick thick, so that's less than 40 centimeters, which is probably not enough to support a second floor. So we reconstruct low single-story houses, which is not unlike many other towns in sub-Saharan Africa today. And in fact, this kind of mud brick architecture provides very good indoor climate. So it keeps the rooms cool during the day, but retains some of the heat for the evening and the night. And these houses presumably had flat roofs with wooden beams and matting or palm fronds on top, as we've seen. And there's a layer of clay because we have annual rains in this region. The doors are quite easily identified by thresholds made of stone or bricks or reused rubble. They're usually 80 centimeters wide and consisted of single wooden door panels, as we can see by scratch marks on the thresholds. And some doorways were quite intensely used, as you might see here, but they were quite stable. So as floor levels rose, they were renewed on the same spot. Inside the rooms, the rooms had simple earthen floors. The people made no efforts or great efforts to build specific floor covers. Instead, they were filled with alternating strata of sediment, sand, and ashes. And on the walls, we note the different treatments. Some rooms had just bare brick walls, but most common was a simple mud plaster of 1 centimeter thickness. But half of the rooms had colored walls. So we have often a fine layer of yellow or red pigment added to the clay. So the houses were not purely functional dwellings, but the people had some aesthetic demands to their homes. Although the house inventory must have consisted of some furniture like beds or stools or wooden shelves, no organic objects survive in this area. So the components in the houses we found were these brick-built corner bins, cooking installations, and storage vessels that were dug into the ground, and some small niches. This one had, for example, burn marks inside, so we think this was the place where oil lamp was put. What we also find a number of broken pottery vessels, of course, and small finds that were lost or intentionally left behind. So floors were usually kept clean. There's not so much, but we find rubber stones and querns and pounders, spindle whorls, seals and pieces of jewelry, iron implements, some feeder cups, and also toys, which attest to the presence of all members of the family inside the houses. And they organized a series of domestic activities like keeping stocks, grinding grain, cooking food, and performing craft work. So from these artifacts and from the internal room fittings within a house, I identified some patterns in the use of space. So repeated combinations of wall plaster, post holes, doorways, and so on can reveal the function of some rooms, and I classified them into 6 categories, like a kitchen, a courtyard, workspace, living room, storage area, and passageways. So the kitchens were most easily identified. They had some burn marks on the walls, lots of ashes on the floor, and multiple cooking installations. So kitchens were always used over a long period of time. They were quite stable over different occupation periods. And for example, in one kitchen, we found 12 of these fire pots along the wall, but they of course belong to different periods. Only 2 or 3 were simultaneously in use. This cooking installation consisted of large thick-walled vessels dug into the ground and filled with ashes and charcoal. So there were no bread ovens, but they were used as sunken fireplaces on which the actual cooking pot was then placed. Inside the kitchens, we also find grinding equipment and lots of pottery. And in fact, the kitchens contained the highest amount of pottery across the 6 room categories. So we can imagine them as very busy places with multiple chores of processing foodstuffs taking place here. Courtyards, on the other hand, were larger spaces up to 25 square meters, and they usually had bare walls and some water outlets toward the road, so suggesting that these were open to the sky. So they provided light and air to the house and also to some neighboring rooms. And we are quite sure that courtyards are multifunctional spaces. For example, they occasionally had a cooking spot in the corner. And in one room, we also found a well. So a wider range of domestic activities were probably performed here. Food was processed, water was drawn, and perhaps also the family slept here in hot summer nights. Actual living or bedrooms were much more difficult to identify since bed niches or mastaba were not part of a Meroitic house. But the rooms with clean floors and colored walls were most likely the living rooms. These were often situated in the back part of a household, so they provided some secluded space and privacy, perhaps for sleeping. And these rooms yielded very few but high quality finds, like tablewares, jewelry, spindle whorls, and also some storage facilities. So there was some jars in the corner, perhaps for stock keeping of the family, stock in grains or valuables, or as we heard, documents could be stored in jars as well. So some rather indistinct rooms were used as workspaces for household production, which is indicated by these masonry corner bins and the number of tools. For example, there was a cluster of pounders, pallets, and hammerstones on the floor, which point to craft activities, but it's hard to tell what it was, maybe woodworking or leatherworking. And another room yielded more than 20 loom weights lined up on the wall, attesting to the weaving of cloths inside the houses. And in the, oh yeah, and in addition to cotton seeds and lots of spindle whorls, we know that the full cycle of textile production was performed here. So it seems that parts of the domestic houses were specifically dedicated to economic activities. So additionally, we have some passageways and dead-end storage areas, but we did not find bathrooms or toilets. So these spaces were either not visible to us or they were not part of an urban home. However, we have a well in the courtyard, as I said, which provides fresh water for daily use. And we have Kochelpots, little perfume flasks and sensors, which attest to some kind of body care and cosmetics performed inside the houses. So I mapped 6 room categories onto the house plan to see the distribution of functional areas. And you can see they're well spread across the house, and each category occurs more than once. But of course, this is a simplified snapshot of one occupation phase. There's a very dynamic use of space over time. But looking at the spatial organization of room categories and the number of kitchens and the courtyards and how doorways allowed internal movement, it became obvious that the spacious house was not one common residential area, but was divided into 4 separate suites of rooms, let's say, or households. So these units are indicated here by the floor color. So we have a bigger one here of 66 square meters, but the other ones are only 32, 35 square meters large. So as a rule of thumb, each unit had an entrance door, a kitchen, and then a group of rooms. And presumably this was the home of a family or a kinship group. So actually I wanted to take you on a tour through this home, but maybe, yeah. So we come here into the door, there's a threshold here, and this is the entrance hall. And it actually gave access to 2 households, one in the north, but we turn left here, come through the narrow corridor, which is this one, and then into the spacious courtyard, as I said, and this gave access to 3 rooms. This is the living room with the 2 pots in the corner. The workspace had this assemblage here of stone tools. And on the far end, this one here was the kitchen. It was very small, 3 square meters, but it contained multiple fireplaces, grinding stones. So it must have been intensely used, and the atmosphere must have been quite dark and smoky and hot and so on. So as a result, the people at Hamadab lived closely together in low mud houses, and this was surrounded by a massive enclosure wall, but the residents had some privacy in their homes, as well as shared some areas like courtyards with their neighbors. So they maintained close relations to the people next door. With 35 square meters, the homes were rather small, but they offered all necessary space to fulfill the basic needs of a family: cooking food, sleeping, performing craft production. So indeed, the houses might have been dark and crowded and stuffy, but the Hamadab's inhabitants enjoyed some comforts in their homes. They had fresh water from the well, they had brightly colored walls, they had tablewares of Mediterranean style, and items for cosmetics. So the upper town was not home to slaves who were locked up to work for the rulers, but rather house craftsmen and specialists leading a typical urban lifestyle. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, many thanks, Uli. That was perfectly in time. Wonderful. And thanks for this overview and a very detailed overview of living in Hamadab. For time reasons, we will just continue in the program. And I would like to introduce the next speaker, who is Agata Bebel-Nowak. She is a PhD student at the Interdisciplinary Doctoral School of Warsaw University. And the title of her talk is Changes of Plant Compositions in Egyptian Gardens. So we are changing the topic a little bit, but nevertheless staying in the house and what happens there. And so please, the floor is
around
yours.
the house, let's say. Okay, so today I would like to talk about changes in Egyptian gardens composition. I will show you a few examples of gardens from different eras. So Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, and New Kingdom. Based on iconography and models, so mostly artistic record, I set up the list of most common plants in gardens in each period, and then I compared it with archaeobotanical data from periods in question to check if they match each other. Last step was to track if any changes in plant composition occurred and what was the reason of the change. Here I like to apologize everyone because in my abstract was written that I will talk also about textual data. So if anyone wants to hear today about that, I'm very sorry. I will just mention a few texts, just an example, but it won't be my focus. Maybe one day I will widen my research, but it was much too more for the short speech today. So first, a short introduction. We can distinguish few types of Egyptian gardens: funeral, temple gardens, palace gardens, kitchen and pleasure gardens. And today I will focus on the last two types. So let's call them in general household gardens or private gardens. Of course, we have to remember that as everything in Egypt, gardens and plants had their own specific symbolism. So their function is never only decorative or for kitchen purposes or for pleasure. Okay, so let's move to our sources. How to study Egyptian gardens. As I said, of course, artistic records, so depictions and models, because of course, Egyptians used to paint almost everything in their tombs. So they are depicted also gardens and of course, plant remains. So archaeobotany, the exact plant remains and the actual remains of whole gardens. Let's move to Old Kingdom. Scholars believe that first formal gardens appeared in Egypt around 4th dynasty, which is attested in textual record. Gardens had quite an established plan already. They were walled with a central pond and plants around it. Very often, a small vineyard was a part of the whole enclosure. This plan will be typical for Egyptian gardens from Old Kingdom onwards. From the Old Kingdom, we know 40 depictions of gardens, but they are depicted only partially. So sometimes we have depicted only the vegetable garden, sometimes only orchard or only vineyard. The plan, which we know only from texts. So we don't, in Old Kingdom, we don't have a depiction of whole enclosure. Okay, so as you can see here, the last part, so the vineyard was the most favorite part of Egyptian gardens, because it was depicted 29 times in 40 terms, for 40 terms. Due to the fact that in Old Kingdom we have only vegetable gardens, orchards, and vineyards, they are called very often the utility gardens. Here you can see a scene from the tomb of Nianchchnunmunhotep from 5th dynasty, and people here are depicted cultivating and harvesting vegetables in garden. And the vegetables shown in here are onions and lettuce. Here another scene from our kingdom, watering lettuce, so also a part of vegetable garden once again. And here few words about vegetables. So first recorded onion come from the 13th dynasty. Bulbs were placed on mummies quite often. They were used also in diet and medicine. The oldest seeds of lettuce are dated to the 3rd intermediate period. The identification of Egyptian word for lettuce is not very secure, so we can't be sure if it was used in medicine, but for sure it was sacred to the fertility god Min. Here we can see scene depicting gathering figs in orchard. And here is another depiction of the same scene. So what we can say about figs in ancient Egypt? We have two types of figs, so sycamore fig and common fig. Both were known in Egypt since pre-dynastic times, like the real archaeobotanical remains come from pre-dynastic times. And in both cases, all parts of the tree were used. So wood, fruits, leaves, everything. They were used in medicine, in diet, and to make furniture, wooden furniture. Now, gathering grapes. So the most favorite scene, as I told you already. And in case of grapes, we can spot them also from pre-dynastic times, like seeds. The earliest seeds are dated to pre-dynastic times. Here we can move now to Third Intermediate Period and Middle Kingdom. Here you can see the very common quote known from Egyptian autobiographies, which says that when building a house, it should be also a garden there, and with a pond and plants. Here they are talking about trees, especially. But let's talk about a bit about artistic record. So I will start with the most known example of Egyptian garden. This is a wooden model coming from Mekhetres tomb in Thebes. Here you can see the plan of it. So the model shows only the porch, the portico of a house, and the garden. There is a central pond, as you can see on the plan, and it is surrounded by trees. Here you can see sycamore figs, sycamore twigs, and like when you try to see it, maybe you can spot the little tiny figs on the branches. I know it's not easy, but yeah, they should be there. Then we have also pottery models of houses. These are called soul houses because they were used in funeral context. The one you can see in here is very interesting because we can see palms in the garden. Very often also we can find lettuce and onion, which is known from Old Kingdom as well. So, few words about palms. So in Egypt we have two types of palms, two species, dum palm and date palm. Both are known from late Paleolithic times, so it was in Egypt always, we can say. And here, of course, they were used in diet because, of course, you can eat dates, but also the wood and the leaves were used in construction. Here we can see Middle Kingdom depictions of gardens. As you can see, like the topic was still the same. So vegetable garden, orchard, and grapes. But there are two very exceptional depictions from the Middle Kingdom. Sorry. First of all, a tomb of Jehuti-Hotep, and here we can spot a plant which was identified by Hudakova as something from Cucurbitaceae family, and she identified it as Cucumis melo, to be precise. I know, like, use your imagination, please, because I know it's hard to imagine that this is melon. but believe me. Here you have the second tomb, and the plant in here always also was identified by Hudakova as melon. The fruits can't be spotted in here, but the plant with small leaves was identified as Cucumis melo as well, because the leaves are very similar to the depiction from the tomb of Jehuti-Hotep. And of course, you can see also onion in here, which we know from Old Kingdom. Cucumis melon is known in Egypt from pre-dynastic times. As you can see, the leaves are kind of similar to those depicted in tombs. And of course, it was used in Egypt in diet. So the last part of the presentation, New Kingdom, and here we can notice few big changes. So depiction of vegetable gardens and orchards are replaced completely by a new type of depiction, private pleasure garden, a place to rest and a place to chill. Still, we have the depictions of gathering grapes. So this thing didn't change, but there is a big shift in general. And here, of course, we know that gardens were depicted in Old Kingdom very often, but for today's presentation, I only choose the scenes which show the exact pleasure garden, not the garden where the deceased is also shown, because like probably these depictions mirror like the exact present gardens, but for today I decided that these are netherworlds, so let's keep that for maybe, I don't know, another presentation. So here is the list of gardens showed in New Kingdom tombs. Here, I guess, like the most known depiction of Egyptian garden, tomb of Nebamun from Theban necropolis, of course. And as you can see here are presented plants we already know, so some dates, figs, trees in general, but also a few new plants appeared. As you can see here, the pomegranate tree, persea tree, mandrake, papyrus, cornflower, and two types of lotuses appeared in New Kingdom tombs. Here, another depiction of a garden showing trees we already know, so persea, figs, and palms. So just a few words about the plants new in New Kingdom. First of all, pomegranate. It was introduced to Egypt around 12th dynasty. It was used for making wine. Of course, the fruits were eaten. It was also used in medicine. Mandrake, which is kind of exceptional because the only archaeobotanical remains we have of mandrake comes from Tutankhamun's tomb. It was used as narcotic in medicine, and so on. Here, cornflower, known in pre-dynastic times, sorry for the typo, known from pre-dynastic times, but it has only decorative meaning, no other function. Persea since 3rd dynasty, it was used as a decorative plant, but also the wood could be used for construction. Two kinds of lotuses One introduced around 12th dynasty, one around 18th dynasty. They were used in medicine, but also for making cosmetics. The last plan, papyrus, I believe that I don't have to talk about the function of papyrus, so I will just say it was known in Egypt from pre-dynastic times. And let's move to some kind of conclusion. So depictions of private gardens in ancient Egypt do not allow us to track like bigger environmental changes, of course, because the plants depicted in tombs or in models are artificially irrigated, but still we can spot a few changes. In Old Kingdom, First Intermediate Period, and Middle Kingdom, only crop plants were depicted in private gardens. In New Kingdom, new type of garden, pleasure garden, appeared, and along with that, decorative plants started to be depicted in garden scenes. So new plants appearing in gardens could not be considered as an indicator of environmental change, but they can be indicator of new plants being introduced to Egypt, or like shifts in Egyptian thinking. Like in Old Kingdom and Middle Kingdom, it was more important to depict scenes from a daily life, planting veggies, picking up fruits. Later, more symbolic function of garden played bigger role. So garden as a place of rest, joy, and full of religious symbol. And as a summary, you can see here table showing occurrence of plants in garden depictions and in botanic material. Of course, it doesn't mean that it was first occurrence in art in general, first occurrence in depiction of gardens. And here you can see that some plants have been known in Egypt since very beginning, but they appeared in depictions of gardens much, much later, or the very opposite. We have artistic record first, and then a couple of 100 years later, plant remains. And this is all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, many thanks for this interesting overview and really kind of for showing us the partly discrepant things between depictions and archaeobotanical remains. Please take notes of your questions to Agatha, and we will try to put on the next presentation. Yes, this happened already. Many thanks. We are perfectly in time, and I'm delighted to introduce the next speaker, Janusz Jarmuszek. He is a member of the Faculty of Archaeology at Warsaw University. And he's going to talk about something that might connect nicely to Urosh's paper in the earlier afternoon. He's talking about creating cognitive maps, visibility and movement in ancient Egyptian houses. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. So in my today's speech, I would like to present some partial results of my PhD thesis, which is still work in progress. In my PhD thesis, I'm dealing with structure of space and use of space in ancient Egyptian houses. And the main goal is a little bit methodological one. I'm trying to add to standard archaeological methods some new methods which can be useful to fill some gaps and limitations of already known methods. So the basic methods in case of analyzing space, of course, are typologies. They are very useful, but by the definition, they have some flaws, and I'm not blaming the authors. If we want to create typology of houses, of course, we need to limit to several most popular types. So we need to ignore other examples which are almost infinite. So we think about all Egyptian houses, the layout of rooms, interconnections between them, probably there are no two similar or the same houses. So that's why, so in this field, typologies are not useful. Of course, as I would agree with Dr. Corazza-Mador that because many aspects are subjective, like broad definition of tripartite house, and courtyard house. I would certainly agree with the first part. This is the title of the chapter in her PhD thesis. Many authors tend to see the same parts in the buildings which looks completely different and has completely different number of spaces and interconnections between these spaces. My major question today is how to describe a space of a house which doesn't represent any particular type, or it used to represent the most common type, but probably someone changed the layout of space by adding some room or block a doorway, which, as we know, everyone who excavated a house in Egypt knows that usually we are dealing with many, many phases of use, not just one. So the perfect, so in my approach, I'm trying to apply the concept of cognitive maps. Cognitive maps, in the simple terms, the mental representation of the physical environment. And we generate, everyone of us is generating this kind of map through movement, through space, and acquiring all the information through our senses. And of course, ideally, we have to be aware that we cannot mitigate the ancient Egyptians, as everyone has his own cognitive map of a space. My cognitive map of this building is completely different probably than yours, because I'm paying attention to different things, and I've been only in several rooms. So we have to be we have to remember that. So I try to take this approach by being honest with myself that I will never reach the goal. So in this paper, I would like to focus with analysis of structure of space. And in this respect, the sense of sight is fundamental. I know that it might sound a little bit controversial, but and of course, fundamental doesn't mean that other senses are not important. So, and we also, I only have 20 minutes, so I don't have time to discuss everything. So, of course, we've seen this before. So, in case of analyzing space, we have methods like space syntax, and Dr. Rózsa-Matthijs already discussed some of them. So, I've been testing many methods, and some of them I don't like. So, well, I'm not saying that classical method of space syntax is not useful. However, it ignores the physical shape of a building. In case of streets, modern streets, maybe it is not a problem, but in the case of houses, it is a problem. Of course, the set of methods developed through the time, and we have this DepthMapX program, which allows for a certain variety of visibility analysis. And in this case, the physical shape of a building is included, which is much better. So I would like to show you today an experiment, how we can apply this to the ancient Egyptian material. And I adopted the method of architect and urbanist John Peponis from United States. He developed several properties of space on the basis of visibility analysis. And one of them is called visual turns. What visual turns are? Let's start with ease of use. We use them in archaeology. They are quite popular. So on the first left-hand image, we can see ease of use field. So vis-a-vis are the lines of sight, and ease of use field is a two-dimensional field which is visible from a certain point of view. In this case, this little let's say this little guy is standing here. And in the depth map, it can be transformed into a group of small square tiles. This is how this program works. And so we have this ease of use in different form. In the third image, we have ease of use fields and movement. So here, this guy is starting to move, and we, in this other areas shaded, they represent a number of turns which are needed to move and see every other space. So every other space in this building. So we can do it in the case. So let's do it on the example of House of Nacht from Telemarna. So first of all, we need to generate a vector file of this house. We need to add this grid. I don't want to go in detail into this. And we can generate the sequence of isovis fields, which are in fact, we can call them visual turns. So on this image, we can see that when we start in the main entrance, we need like 6 visual turns in order to get to the farthest, most secret, let's call it like that, room, which is next to this, which is here, yeah? And to others, so each color represents 1 step. In the case of the second entrance, the number of visual turns required to see everything is much less, and we can see that let's call it the private part, which includes all the bedrooms, is much more accessible. We can do it like that in with any other point in this house, but it would be very time consuming. That's why in the depth map, we can generate another map, which show us the mean value of visual turns from this one single tile to all other tiles in this system. So in this case, on the side entrance, on average, there is 1.5 turn in order to see all other spaces in this house. It is not a lot, mainly because this space is big, open, and we have a lot of access. If we want to compare with the main entrance, then there we have 2.6. That's why the dark blue color means the low value, and the red one means the high values. So we can easily see and compare accessibility from different points. Sometimes I know that one would argue that, oh, we can see it just with naked eyes. Well, sometimes yes, but sometimes it's not so obvious. And in this respect, this kind of very simple map is very, very useful. We can also check, for example, how accessible is the bigger bedroom, smaller bedroom, and for example, how accessible is the place from the very middle of the central room. So we can do it with the building, but also it's the bigger the structure, the more the best results we have, because we cannot judge everything just with naked eye. So I would like to show some examples. Like here we have Governor's Palace in Ain Azil, very complex structure. Only the northern part of the palace is excavated. It consists of eastern apartment, western apartment, northern apartment, and magazines. If we generate the map with mean visual turns, we can easily spot that the main route is going through the northern hall next to the eastern apartment, through the corridor to the western, into the western apartment. And of course, when we compare these apartments, we can clearly see that the western one is the most accessible, mainly because of this axis, which is leading through the farthest room into the courtyard. And other apartments are more separated from the entire system. And magazines are the structures which are clearly separated the most. Another example, well, we don't have typologies of compounds in Amarna, so so we can use it very good in this case. So we have 2 entrances: the main entrance in the north, the entrance for the servants in the south. We have 2 main houses. The bigger one, it belongs to the famous Thutmose, the sculpture, and the second house was probably belonged to one of his member of his household. We have also several workshops. So when we generate the map, we can see that actually both entrances are equally accessible. The southern one would be even more accessible than the northern one. However, they added there a small wall, probably not by chance, in order to block the vision from the southern part into the courtyard. And what is interesting when we compare 2 houses, the house of Thutmose is more accessible than the second house, mainly because probably there were official activities which he need to undertake. As we will see, his house is quite unusual. So all workshops or other magazines are, of course, well, maybe not of course, they are more accessible as we could foresee. And very unusual thing in this respect is that the courtyard with silos for grain is attached to the house, and the only pathway is leading through the main room of his house, which is, I don't know, any other example of this kind. So probably the guys with the sacks of grain must have, you know, just working with this grain through his main room. That's why maybe it's more accessible. Okay, let's come back to the house of 9. So we have here the numbers of 5 values of 5 tiles in this house, but each tile has its own value. We can, on the basis of John Peponi's methodology, we can create a global value of the entire system simply by summing up all the values and dividing them by the number of the values. So in this case, we have 1.8 turns from, well, on average for the entire system. Well, the obvious question, is it a lot or not? In order to check it, I had to make some calculations. So I studied more than 120 buildings stated to Old, Middle, and New Kingdom from different regions of Egypt. In my studies, I'm focusing mostly on houses. However, in order to be able to compare them with and to tell what is, let's say, private, more private, or more public, I have to compare them with other structures like workshops, magazines, and even palaces. And of course, we need to compare houses of different sizes. So I put results on this scatter plot, how structures from the Old Kingdom are these blue rhombs, red rectangulars are in the Middle Kingdom, and the triangles are the structures from the New Kingdom. So as we can see, there is a trend line. So as the area of the house is going up, the value is going up of visual mean turns also is going, which is quite natural if we have more complicated, bigger building. However, we have some strange anomalies, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. So let's take a closer look at this smaller houses. I have much more examples here. So we can see clusters of buildings, and we can see for example, here buildings from, let's say, 30 meters to 100 meters of area. The value of mean turns varies from 1.5 to 0.5 to 1.5. And it's going up and out. What is interesting is that in all cases, in each areas, houses from the Old Kingdom tend to have higher values. In the first column, you can see that these blue rhombs above the red rectangle, that they are absolutely out of scale. Okay, these are just a number. Let's look how these houses look and why we have this number. So I would like to show just 3 examples which demonstrate the differences. So in the case of Giza, Old Kingdom, house unit 3 from Giza. In the case of Middle Kingdom, house from Lisht, and from Tel el-Amarna, house of Rana. So I would like to briefly describe these houses, not in detail. What is important is that in general, Old Kingdom houses are, the structure is a little bit different. They consist different workshops, magazines, which are not present, for example, in Amarna villas from the New Kingdom. So this is the major difference, and we need to keep in mind. So here, room number P and O, marked as P and O are the, let's say, living quarters. In the case of house from Lisht, room H and I are living quarters, and they are surrounded by some, let's say, industrial areas. And in the case of Amarna, we have classic Amarna villa. I'm not going to, well, here, what is important that we don't have any facilities connected with any important production usually. So if we compare the maps generated by that map, we can see that, first of all, the entrances, well, in the case of Old Kingdom House, it's separated the most from the entire system. The most accessible area, so the blue one, in the case of Old Kingdom House, is it covers very small portion of the entire area, and in the case of Rannefer, it covers almost all. So this is how these numbers transfer to the actual shape of the building. So in the case of House of Rannefer, most of the rooms are easily accessible, and in the case of House Unit 3, the building consisted of branches which are separated from each other quite significantly in terms of visual terms. Also, living quarters are most separated in the case of West, Middle, and Old Kingdom. Well, these are just the values we need to identify. Well, we need to, now I have like two propositions how to explain these differences. One, well, sounds a little bit better, has something to do with privacy, but there is also another possibility that because of these industrial areas, which are located in the Old Kingdom houses, it has nothing to do with privacy, but the need to separate from these industrial areas. However, it's not so obvious. I'm still studying this, so I can see these two possibilities right now. Let's just jump to the Amarna Villas. So this big red rectangular is marking all Amarna Villas. The most typical, I marked just one V, 36.7. And as we can see, two of these houses are far away from this group. So one of them is House of Nag. Why is that? So let's compare houses which are completely different in size. House of Nag is more than twice bigger than the first example. So despite being much bigger, the building, actually the value is a little bit smaller, because so it means that it's extremely easy to navigate through this building, mainly because of axes which are placed here. So in the first building, we have some of them. In the House of Nag, we have plenty of axes which are going through at least 3 spaces. So in this case, I would argue that, for example, most of this area was actually a more public place rather than, I wouldn't see here like this tripartite house when the first row is public, the second is semi-private, and the third one is private. Of course, we have to keep in mind that we have stairs and upper floors, which are by the definition much difficult to get. And in the end, I would like to compare what are the difference between big buildings between the New Kingdom and the Old Kingdom. We don't have so many. One which is excavated by Dr. Daniela Rozenow recently. So it's the most complicated building in my sample. It's House 1 from Dutch Shore. It's like a maze, really. The total area is very similar to House of Nag, but as you can see, mean visual turn is 4.75, which is a huge number. Even probably this building would have a much smaller number, and modern libraries, public buildings would definitely have a smaller number than this. We can see that both entrances are extremely separated, the northern one by many turns. After that, we are reaching the main, this house is not fully excavated, I am aware of this. We are reaching, which is probably the main apartments, and the main living room is here, which is extremely separated, not just from the entrance, but also from another part of the system. So in summary, so this was just my experiment, and the purpose is to combine different methods, which all have some, each its limitations. So what are the limitations or advantages or disadvantages of this method? So first of all, we are taking approach of the users, well, at least we're trying, by analysis of feasibility. It allows to analyze any kind of structures or group of structures or courtyard, street, etc. And also it allows to analyze changes in building layouts. And maybe it's not advantage to everybody, but it's a quantitative method, which for me, it is advantage because we are a little bit more objective. There are, of course, disadvantages that it's limited just to one sentence of site. But of course, we can add more. And of course, and this is very big disadvantages, and I am aware of this, the whole concept is theoretical. We have to remember that each door can be closed and we will never be able to deduce through archaeology which doors were completely closed for anybody. However, I still think that is somehow useful. So thank you very much.
Yeah, many thanks for this really interesting paper, proposing something new and also being very honest and blunt about the disadvantages. So much appreciated. So we have come to the discussion, the general discussion of this afternoon session. We have half an hour. So I think we will start with questions in the room, but of course we also take questions in the chat via Zoom. So who wants to be first to any paper? Like we heard Joanne, Ulrike, Agatha, and now Janusz. Please. No, please use the microphone also for the Zoom people.
Thank you. When you were discussing the society not so settled yet, and then you said they were taking the roof with them. So were they actually taking the roof with them? What kind of material? Were they nomadic people? And did they travel long distance?
Yeah, this is one of the suggestions was by one of the excavators, Josef Ivanger, about this. So it would be well, even at that time, we don't have a central pole, but it would have been either something presumably of matting. So similar to the mats we saw in the talk yesterday, and also the ones that I showed. So it's a possibility because they weren't there the whole time, they weren't there year round. So it's just a suggestion that they took them, they literally got their roofs, packed them up and took them with them. And then they came back again just for that first phase. But thank you. It's really interesting to think about. And of course, we can't have any definite proof on that one at the moment.
Thank you. Further questions? Yes, here.
Thank you so much. My question is for Joanne as well. I was wondering about the mud structures, the round ones, and you said that probably they were used as shelters for animals, and still they have some plant remains. Can we consider they were used as thrashing floors, for example? Or I'm wondering about the size. Are they big enough to be used as thrashing floors? Thank you.
They're different sizes, and that's something I was thinking just after I spoke. It would be very interesting. I want to go back and we're going to look at all this in detail again because we have all of the records from the different excavations now. The smaller ones, I think, probably difficult because you wouldn't have physical space, but there are bigger ones than the one that I showed. There's one that's about 2 meters in diameter, so that's not impossible. That's an interesting idea as well. But also these were probably used for actual shelters as well. And even the little one I showed, actually, it does have a small vessel emplacement in it. So that's interesting thinking about but that's a really interesting suggestion. And yeah, I think when we go back and we can look in more detail about what was recorded for all of these, and I expect, because this is from the 70s and 80s, there should be a real lot of detail for this. And we also have some plant remains associated with these various structures as well. So yeah, hopefully in the near future, we'll be able to say a bit more on that. But that's a really interesting theory. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Mena? No, it's Thijs. Yes.
Hi, my questions are for Janusz. Thank you for the paper. I flirted a bit with depth max in my thesis, and I was wondering when you run the program, if you consider, for example, social practice, because especially for some houses, we don't know exactly the size of the walls, and we have an idea of the structure. So if you consider that, and also the presence of ephemeral material to cover passages, for example, mats, curtains, screen walls, because I know we don't have all this evidence in the archaeological context, but I imagine they are very important in the daily life context. So how do you deal with that in your discussion? Because it's one of the reasons why I gave up of the method. So I'm curious to see how you're doing this. Thank you.
Well, of course, we need to, this is just a method we need to compare with archaeology. And in this respect, which you just mentioned, these examples, this is like with closed doors. Well, we don't have actually the possibility to trace it really. I don't think that this method is completely useless, because here we can see the concept of the creator of the house. So, and this is how also architects, because this method is used also for modern architecture. And of course, doors are closed everywhere. We cannot go everywhere here. But in this way, it represents the plan of the, let's say, architect or the creator of the house. And this is important because, well, all these axes, blockages of view are not created by chance, as there are integral intentions. Of course, there are some blockages, so there are things which block the vision, which are not preserved in the archaeology, but it's like with the second floor in archaeology, the upper floors. We have to remember that it is there and everything could be there, So sorry for rather pessimistic answer, but I am honest with everybody.
And I think also it shows the possibilities to explore this space. So yeah.
And of course, another thing which we can add to that is that vision is also blocked by different lighting. And for example, Claire is going to talk about smoke. And so we can add many other things. So that's why I said that I'm testing one method, which can be added to the entire toolkit, which can be created. So the ultimate purpose is to create toolkit with different tools, knowing limitations and advantages. So
thank you, Lukas. And I would actually take advantage that I'm the chair to also ask you something. You started your talk with kind of mentioning how difficult typologies are. And I would completely agree on this. And when you kind of showed us all this material, and especially the Amarna houses, I was wondering, do you think your approach adds something to the discussion of which you are for sure aware of, that like there's one school with Peter Lacouara and others who say the Amarna house was something really, really special and really something unique. And then there is Barry Camp, Kate Spence and others who say, no, the Amarna house is what we have in the New Kingdom and it's typical and we can take it for a kind of a case study. And I thought, I mean, did you not think in any line of this? Maybe I could not make my point clear, but I think stepping back from our kind of very biased approach towards the Amarna house might be really useful.
Well, in collecting this sample, I was consciously avoiding too many Amarna houses. So yeah, well, we cannot go around this, unfortunately. There are still some houses from other periods which can be added, and I'm still doing this. Well, actually, to be honest, I don't think in this way. What I can say for my study is that the Amarna layout is resemble in many ways Tel Daba houses, and also the values are very similar and of visual turns, and the concept to me is similar. I am thinking about Amarna Villas because you asked me what this method can add to this. I'm looking at this rather different, that we can see some small differences in Amarna houses, thanks to this method and other methods, so that they are not all the same. And well, it's not a big discovery. Barry Kemp writes about it, that, and also in other books. For example, when we have this free entrances to the main room, it's completely different than having one on the side, than having huge gateways with some reliefs and maybe paintings. It's completely different. And another thing which I didn't mention in this, it's important to remember about the scale. So the Amarna middle room, which in the case of Nacht measures about 90 square meters, if I remember correctly, is completely different than average middle room, which measures on average about 25 square meters, because it allows for public gatherings for many, many people. Also the side rooms, which column halls, which are also huge, they allows for public gatherings for many people, which is quite obvious if you are Vizier, yeah?
Many thanks. Do we have questions maybe for Agatha or for Ulrike?
Thank you, Agatha, for your very interesting topic and a very interesting presentation. My question about the Soul House, which has Plantis. Do you know which museum it's kept? For the Soul House, you presented with Plantis. Yeah. Do you know which museum?
Yes, it's National Museum of Warsaw.
Oh, okay. Do you have only one?
We have, yeah, I guess we have only one in Warsaw,
Okay.
and it was studied by Professor Niwiński. So yeah.
Oh, okay.
And he published that. He published that.
Oh, so in his publication, the very huge publication for 84 pages included in this publication, or it's a separate paper? Did you remember?
No, it was separate paper, like the
okay.
kind of short, so no worries.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Maybe to Ulrike, to someone else?
I'm interested in the advent of pomegranate to Egypt, and I used to think it arrived first in the New Kingdom as a novelty, and I remember it in love poetry. Your voice is a pomegranate wine when I hear it, so on. But I think you mentioned it's in the 12th dynasty as well. So with that archaeobotanical evidence, is it plant remains or textual evidence?
These are plant remains from Tel El Daba, as far as I remember. But these are actual plant remains, so that's why it is believed that it was introduced around 12th dynasty, because like textual evidence come from 18th dynasty.
Many thanks. Fatma.
I have a question for Joe about the shelters and with the moving roof. How does it compare to the shelters in Hierakonpolis? At some phases of pre-dynastic Hierakonpolis. Can we suggest similar possibilities?
I really don't know. I mean, because there's a lot more, well, there's not a lot, but there are rectangular structures there. So I really don't.
Okay.
I don't know enough about them. I don't know whether there are circular structures. There are no other places like Hemamaya, of course, they have the circular structures. But yeah. So later as well, yeah. That I'm aware of, but it's, yeah, I think it's very similar, the material it's made from, but I'm not aware that that's been discussed at all. And there seems to be quite different structures, but I guess it's, yeah. And they actually have some, of course, some of the material left in the ground on occasions, which we, yeah. Sure.
Thank you. Other questions here in the room? I would have a brief, yes, I would have a brief question for Ulrike, and then we turn to the chat. Mumkin? Yeah? Okay. Ulrike, you showed us these half circular corner bins in Hamadab. I was immediately reminded of very similar structures in Kerma city. So is this something kind of typical Nubian, or is this an illusion, or where do you find your closest parallels for your Hamadab bins?
I think I remember in Tel Aretaba, there are also some of these in these
Circular
late
ones?
Yes.
Where are the Tel El Rataba people? Anna?
I'm not sure, but there was a paper. I'm not sure if this was the site. Oh, that's
you also know?
No. Oh, there were corner bins also excavated, or maybe I just mix up the site. But there was. Oh. So like masonry bins in the corner, so semicircular ones. No, was it not? Okay, maybe I mix it up. But there was an Egyptian, I think, in the northern Egyptian side where no, it was late period. Okay, I'm sorry.
It's a detailed question.
But
So
it was,
yeah.
we excavated them. So for the parallels, I'm not sure if this is especially Nubian, because probably the experts are sitting in this room, and it's not me. For Egypt, I can't tell. But I thought these were storage bins, so we excavated them and also sampled them for archaeobotanical macro remains. There was hardly anything in there. So, and that's why I think there was some other excavation in Egypt where they also excavated them, and there was also nothing inside. So there were probably not granaries, but some other. We just found some pottery in there, or a spindle whirl or so. But then it's just sandy level. So for the function, we still don't know what it is. We think that the grain was probably more kept in these sunken storage jars in the rooms. So, well, but the parallels,
Thanks.
I have to check before I answer this question.
Because in Kerma, it's exactly the same. Like they are also empty and found empty, and the function is unclear. And we do have it in the New Kingdom of Sai, like New Kingdom town of Sai, but I don't really see close parallels in New Kingdom Egypt. But yeah,
it was
of course, if someone knows, it might be
somewhere. I
interesting.
have to check the publication. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thanks again. And now we turn to the online questions. Walid. Urosh, yes, yeah, Urosh.
So hello everyone again. I also have a question for Ulrike Nowotnik. First of all, congratulations on excellent work at Hamadab. My question concerns the use of rooftops, because on the plan you showed us, I noticed that some of the house blocks are completely dislocated from the alleys. So I was wondering if maybe it is possible that they used rooftops for communication and activities. Would you consider that possibility too, or is this completely to be excluded? Thank you.
I'm not sure if the roof is stable enough for walking on a roof, but we don't have a proof. I think it's really, as I said, it's the wooden beams and the matting on top. So actually, the modern roofs that have that are constructed this way, you should not walk on. So if the people are repairing them, you have to do it every other year because of the annual rains. They put leathers also on top that they don't break through. So, but the plan you see, or that I showed, is actually, well, there's a hill. So it's a tell, and it's cutting through several occupation stages. So you don't really see one face, you see multiple phases. So on the fringes of the settlement, we are in the early part, and in the center we have a late period. So it's a little bit difficult to read the plan, and sometimes we have dead ends that earlier have a walkway through, and then it was blocked. So so some of the roads are and not. You have to really excavate each room separately with several occupation phases. We have about 500 years of occupation in the center to really see how the streets and the rooms are connected to each other. It's really hard to see from the plan, just from the top.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, more questions. We still have time, but I also understand if you're a little bit exhausted, it was a long day and it's not yet over. Any question, comments?
the holes dug for posts in many lectures they appear, and I wonder if there is a mainstream application for them, or your speculation about the post. What do you call them? Yeah, the holes, the post holes, the post holes. Yes.
To whom is this question? To all of us? Or
I
to-
think it pops up in several talks.
But what exactly do you want? Like,
Okay, so we have seen you indicated several holes for posts, but what are the posts for?
ah,
I think yeah.
In that case, yes,
But it appears in
for wood and obviously
it's ubiquitous.
fences around, covers around to hold a structure up. Yeah. For this particular example. Yeah.
From your
Yeah. But of course, they could be in different shapes or layouts in different locations. And the ones we had in the Wadi Gamal, they seem to be, they're really solid. And we've got a lot of bits of stone that are placed in. In one case, we had lots of pieces of pottery holding whatever the post was up on that. So that may have been quite a different structure, also possibly a rectangular structure without it certainly wasn't one of the round ones. That was something quite different.
Yeah, so I was curious if it was a versatile thing or just one, like a single purpose. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, you have them on many sites, and like Fatma mentioned with Hierakonpolis as well, different layouts, and in some cases there'll actually be some of the wood left as well.
yeah, thank you. Well, then I think we can close this session. Again, many thanks to all of the speakers and to all of you participating in the discussion and being here. And I think there's a short break now, and the keynote lecture by Mark Lehner will start at 6:30, right? In this room, and it's also, of course, streamed online. Yeah. Okay. So many thanks.
Hello? Okay.
Good evening.
Hello, now I hear you.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. I'm very pleased to welcome you at the IFAO for this last lecture of the first day of the conference organized by Fatma Keshk, living in the house. And tonight we have the great pleasure to have with us Marc Lehner. Marc Lehner is a very renowned Egyptologist and archaeologist. He has carried out archaeological research in Egypt for more than 40 years, and is one of the great specialists of the pyramids, and especially those of the Giza Plateau and of the Sphinx of Giza, which was the subject of his doctoral thesis. He directs the Giza Plateau Mapping Project, which conducts annual excavations of Old Kingdom settlements near the Sphinx and pyramids, with an interdisciplinary and international team of archaeologists, geochronologists, botanists, and faunal specialists. His team has been excavating the urban administrative center of the Giza Plateau, including workshops, storage building, bakeries, and so on. And in the framework of his organization, Ancient Egypt Research Association, he has also conducted archaeological field schools in the Luxor Avenue of the Sphinxes and the site of ancient Memphis on behalf of the American Research Center in Egypt. Among his very rich bibliography, I will just mention two landmark publications published quite recently. The Red Sea Scrolls, how ancient papyri reveal the secrets of the pyramids, co-authored with Pierre Tallet, and Giza and the Pyramids, co-authored with Zaya Hawass. And tonight, his keynote lecture is entitled Home Office, Office Home, the Pilaster Niche Room in Early Egyptian Houses. And Marc, the floor is yours.
Let me see. Thank you so much. And thank you for having me to give this lecture. I'm sorry I'm not there with you. I would love to be there, but for reasons I just couldn't. So it's nice to be there virtually. I'd especially like to thank Fatma Keshk, for organizing this conference. And now let's see if I can successfully share my screen. Am I doing that? Are you seeing my screen? Do I hear a yes? Maybe a note, just to make sure. Can everybody hear me, and are you seeing my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I wanted to take this opportunity to actually try something out, not to give a polemic lecture, not necessarily an authoritative lecture, but to try something out with so many of you who are focusing in this gathering on the house and the different uses of the house. And and yeah, so this is kind of a bit of an experiment for me, and I'm interested to get the reaction, whatever it may be. In order to do that, I have to give the context, and in order to do that, I have to sort of give part of a lecture that I've given many, many times. And so some of you who have seen this, forgive me, but it's an introduction and setting the context for a very particular house and a very particular room in a house that is the main topic. So I'll just say that we've been working at the Hayt al-Garab site, the Wall of the Crow, for 34 years. We started in 1988. That's Ancient Egypt Research Associates. And also we started when I was still in the faculty at the Oriental Institute, University of Chicago, where I still enjoy a relationship as an associate. We've uncovered about 10 hectares of settlement and infrastructure. In the view here, you see the Wall of the Crow, and you see the site as of about the year 2000 stretching to the south. Why it's called the Wall of the Crow, Hayt al-Garab, we don't know, but probably because crows, many crows hang out in the trees in the cemetery that is engulfing the western end of the Wall of the Crow, Coptic on one side of the wall and Muslim on the other, the cemeteries of the nearby communities. We've expanded much further, and just below the view, out of the view, well, just in the view, you can see the corner of a soccer field, the Abu Hol Sports Club, the Sphinx Sports Club, that has been on the site for the last 20 years. And only this year did we finally get permission, thanks to our colleagues in the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities, to remove the soccer field and to continue to explore what, without too much hyperbole, can be called the lost city of the pyramids underneath. This is a footprint of the state for building pyramids. That's where the state stepped down. That reified term, the state, stepped down and walked on after about maybe 40 years. And so it's one of those footprints like Amarna, where the state stepped in the guise of Akhenaten and the royal house, stepped down for 17 years and walked away. So here's the Pilaster niche room. And it seems to us in the ERA team, based on our findings that I'm about to show you, that this is kind of a home office and an office home. I would dare say in a time when our taken for granted distinction between public and private really didn't exist. And I'm sorry, but it's my own personal feelings, but every time we use the word private, I don't really think it applies to ancient Egypt. And the topic of tonight's talk is part of the reason why I feel that way. So let's review. In 2004, we mapped the gallery complex. 4 blocks of galleries separated by wide streets. These streets were precociously modern, like North Street, Main Street. These are names I just gave them for convenience. They had a bedding of crushed limestone, just like a modern street. Instead of asphalt, they had very compact paved mud. Main Street had a drain running down the middle, has. They are 5.25 meters wide, so 10 ancient Egyptian cubits. Very broad, precociously modern looking orthogonal streets and blocks. Bakeries filled the area between the gallery complex and an enclosure wall. The enclosure wall was added after the Wall of the Crow. The Wall of the Crow was added after the gallery complex. We know this from the stratification that we recorded. An eastern town of small houses and courtyards flank the gallery complex on the east. This eastern town, as I called it, looks more appropriate, looks more typical for an ancient Near Eastern settlement village. And then we have a western town of large houses adjoining the gallery complex on the southwest. And of course, in all these views, there's the Abu Hol Sports Club smack over the royal building, which we found in 2001, began to excavate in 2002, continued to excavate the northern end of it until 2007. And again, only this year have we been able to continue the excavations into the Abu Hol Sports Club and soccer field. So the Royal Administrative Building is what we're after right now under the soccer field. You know, I kind of wish I hadn't called it that because the name stuck, and I called it that for convenience because we were finding so many ceilings in the northwest corner, in the apartments in the northwest corner, which I guess, I don't know if you can see my cursor here. And we found the central feature was a sunken court of large silos, 5 cubits in diameter, 2.62 meters. And so it seemed to be all about storage. It seemed to be utilitarian. And now I'm not so unhappy about calling it the Royal Administrative Building for reasons that maybe I can get to later. So there's no doubt that it's royal. Anyway, so we have bakeries and we have lots of evidence of bread and meat consumption based on certain statistical assumptions. Our faunal specialist, Dr. Richard Redding, who's very well known, he suggested based on about a 10% sample of this whole site excavated, that there was enough meat being consumed to feed 6,000 to 7,000 people if they ate meat every day. One thing I have to mention that I've said many times is that this footprint that you're seeing, we didn't excavate down to the floor to achieve this footprint. Basically, after the site was abandoned, forces of erosion cut the abandoned site at waist to ankle level and blew the material away. And so those of you who have been on the team and visited us know that after that happened, lots of sand, clean whites, clean, beautiful sand, wind-blown sand, up to 4 meters deep covered the site. This is a pattern, by the way, thick sand over Old Kingdom, all over Giza, and probably the whole Memphite zone. I think it was a phase transition in a climate change that did the down cutting. And then when things stabilized, clean sand began to accumulate. And we know that sand was accumulating already before the end of the Old Kingdom, for sure. We know that for sure. And we know that up to 4 to 6 meters of sand had accumulated before the New Kingdom, where we found blue painted pottery on the top of the sand. So basically, the sand, a lot of the sand had been turned over by people from the nearby riding stables, and they would take it and put it on the floor of the stables, camels, horses, donkeys. And then this was before the site was secured inside a security wall. And before we began our work, when they cleaned the stables, they would bring the sand back with its new inclusions. So we had a Herculean task, you see, to move some of this sand. Some of it was still in pristine state. But that's the situation. That's how we achieve this map. When we scrape the sand, the last of it, literally with the edge of a trowel or a fass or a turia, the walls announce themselves in this horizontal section. It's really an amazing archaeological opportunity. Then we can decide where to dig based on the footprint, that the broad strokes we've achieved. Yeah, I'm trying to advance the slides right now and it's not working. Let's see, there we go. So with all this consumption evidenced by, say, Richard Redding, we had dozens of bakeries, several of which we excavated. We asked, you know, who are the consumers? What are these galleries? Because we only had houses, tiny little houses, as you can see, in the backs of these long galleries, these long corridors. So we came up with the barracks hypothesis. The idea that people of the provinces were pulsed through the gallery complex during periods of obligatory labor. And so that's our working hypothesis to this date, that I don't accept for 100%, but it's a working hypothesis. And I think it's the best we have right now. This was, by the way, a hugely unusual situation for the people living in Egypt at that time to come to something like this. But let me touch on that more later. We thought that the galleries, each gallery might have housed a home-based fellowship, recruited as workers or royal troops. We found that about 40 people could lay comfortably and in each side of a gallery, which was split down the middle by a low stylobate-like wall. The holes you see supported columns about 23 centimeters in diameter, kind of like the columns at Elephantina. And the two sides of the gallery are very nice sized for adults to stretch out. And in the back, where our friend Ashraf is sitting, Ashraf Abdelaziz, who excavated this gallery in 2002, we thought that was for an overseer. And we speculated on whether these are home-based teams. You know, since the discovery of the Wadi al-Jarf papyri, Pierre Tallet, entirely independent of our work, estimated that the Philae, the Za, as it's called in ancient Egyptian, of Merer, was about 40 people. So it's kind of one of those nice fits. And in fact, Merer, the Wadi al-Jarf papyri show that Merer may have hailed from Nome II in Lower Egypt, because he put the emblem of that nome on one of the, at the end of every day on, I think, Papyrus B. So I would like to invoke Brian Arthur. He's a well-known economist, especially in the field of complexity studies. The epicenter for complexity studies is at the Santa Fe Institute, and he wrote a book in 2009 called The Nature of Technology. I could cite a number of different economists or sociologists, and I will, to make a point about the context of the houses and the rooms that we're finding, these residences. The point, I guess, in one sense, is that these are not normal places. In the, Brian Arthur talked about a sea change where labor organization of a larger scale than household cottage industry came into being. And he said that required whole dormitories and barracks and workers' houses were therefore provided, he said, in The Nature of Technology. And we were finding something like what he had in mind. We think that each gallery housed a Za. Actually, I prefer using the ancient Egyptian term rather than Philae, because, you know, the ancient Egyptians themselves used the term Za and Zau way before the Greeks came and used the word Philae, translated that in some of the decrees, the Canopus decree, with their word Philae, which technically means tribe. We think that each gallery housed a Za, and, you know, the symbol of that is a cattle hobble. We think it nicely fits that there are 2 gangs per block. And the cattle hobble, of course, each loop is tied around the legs of a young animal so that they all are tethered together, or that they all move very slowly together. It may be a bit George Orwellian, but it's also related to the word for protection. And we think that, you know, the people in the galleries were probably male, it was probably gender segregated, and they were probably men, which is most, and they were probably young men, what are called Neferu, such as are idealized in this depiction from the Valley Temple of Sahure, where you have the Rosh, you have the Rosh, Shemsu, and Neferu, which is a compound term. Brian Arthur said, as people were formed into teams, they had to begin, pause, and stop in unison. And the architecture that we're finding in the Hayt al-Garab sites, the gallery complex certainly suggests keeping time together, regimentation. Brian Arthur said that technology is a set of phenomena captured and put to use. Now, in fact, people who write about the technology and technical system of ancient Egypt and what happened to it during the building of the gigantic pyramids, which really is about 3 generations, say, you know, there wasn't really much technical innovation. But Brian Arthur, I mean, used to have the same basic copper chisels, you know, the ceramic repertoire. There's no new machine or device really that comes into being from the early dynastic to the end of the Old Kingdom. Obviously, everything changed, pottery changes and so on. But the point is there was no major technical change. Was there? But Brian Arthur says technology is a set of phenomena captured and put to use. And phenomena are behavioral as well as physical. And that's the change in the technical system of the Old Kingdom, concomitant with building giant pyramids. The way they organized people was in these philes, in these zau, around the capital city of Memphis, you had these 5 zau, which relate to the parts of a boat. Anne Roth thought, no, they really don't. Pierre Tallet now says, yes, they really do. And I think they probably do. And for royal works, administrators assigned 1 of 4, then 5 za names to the young men of a gang. But we only have the first 4. There's no Imi Nefert in Dynasty 4. However, on the stone vases from underneath the step pyramid complex, Loer found all 5 philes attested. So Imi Nefert must have been there. But like from the upper temple of the Menkaure pyramid, you have this beautiful graffiti that's been commented on by Reisner and Petra Andrassy and Werner, Miroslav Werner. And it shows like the gang, the opera gangs, the drunkards of Menkaure. After thinking about it, that's how Anne Roth translated the term. I think Pierre Tallet's probably right. That's really a writing of Rechu, not Techu. So it's the ones known of Menkaure because it would bring it into correspondence with other gang names. Then you have here the green or fresh phyle. And then you have a district marker, in this case, Upper Egyptian Nome 17. So, and this organization seems to fit with the architectural footprint we're finding. Brian Arthur said the necessary numbers were largely drawn from agriculture. And I think all of us would agree that, you know, the basis, the infrastructural basis of early Egypt was agriculture. And so that would have been the case here. Now, the gallery complex coming in close, you see the little houses down here, and they kind of have a somewhat similar pattern, an off-axis entrance and then a main room, pretty simple. But these unusually thick walls, the walls are 1.57 meters thick, and the spaces between the walls are 4.6 meters thick. When Gunther Heindel, a specialist in mud brick architecture, who built, I think, the German dig house at Luxor and many other structures in mud brick, and has studied, after a whole study actually of vaulting, he said the only explanation for the ratio between the thickness of the walls and the space that they're spanning is that they were supporting double springing arches. So we reconstructed that in concert with Gunther Heindel. And, you know, the more we did this, the more it occurred to me that probably the most important finding from our whole site is this, that here we are at 4,600 BC. And we have this precociously modern city streets, and this is a precociously modern institutional building, like those, like hospitals, schools, prisons, hotels, or barracks. Now, in the social history of architecture, it is said by Hillier and Hansen, for example, that this was very recent in human history. I'm very influenced by Hillier and Hansen in their book published, I think, in 1984, The Social Logic of Space. And they started with an elementary building, which looks like the hieroglyph for pear, house. And they said normal buildings, including houses, churches, temples, post offices, the inhabitants occupy the deep space. So for example, on a house, which we're all studying here at this conference, the people in control of the house, the people who have the power of the building, occupy the bedrooms, the kitchen, the inner rooms. And then visitors, and Hillier and Hansen mean this technically, they come and go. That's the normal building. But they said that recently in human history, we developed institutional buildings, and they call it a reversed building. That is to say, the genotype in the logic of space changed. And now visitors who come and go occupy the deep cells, like prisoners, like barracks, like students in a school. And the inhabitants come and go. So it struck me that what we're finding is really, in a sense, one of the world's oldest institutional reversed buildings. They said, you know, for convenience, the species could be called a reversed building. Reversed in the sense that patients and prisoners occupy the primary cells, while guards and doctors occupy the distributed system and move freely in it. And they said, since buildings of this kind have evolved and diversified substantially in the past 2 centuries, well, then it becomes a key issue to try to discover why they seem to be so characteristic of society today and less so of societies in the past. You know, they do cite hospitals, and the first hospitals, as I understand, come from the partitioning of cathedrals to receive sick and care for them. And, you know, they cite examples where you can see the first hospitals appearing in the 12th, 13th century AD. But here we are with this building, this site, this footprint, 4,600 years ago. Brian Arthur talked about the labor organization of a larger scale than household cottage industry. He said the factory was a new kind of prison, effecting change that branched throughout society, fractal structural change. But Brian Arthur was talking about the Industrial Revolution that started in the 1760s AD. But everything he says is true by inference of what we're finding in this site. Where did the pyramid builders derive this precociously modern infrastructure? Did they make it up? Or, you know, the other thing that I'm afraid I'm going to end my career without ever knowing is this unique? Or should we see this, should we see a Hato Garab site, a gallery complex at the Sahure, below the Sahure pyramid complex, or the entire, you know, necropolis of Abu Sir? Well, yeah, so is this an exceptional site? Was this an exceptional time? Which, as Chris Eyre once said, you know, of the Hato Garab site and the pyramid building, well, that's an exceptional time and site. Well, yeah, is it? But people don't, you know, just make things up out of nothing. Otherwise, there's no meaning to culture and, you know, technical systems and everything we're studying. So we have precedents at a port of Khufu on the Red Sea. Pierre Tallet and the team from the Sorbonne and French Institute have found galleries, barracks at Wadi al-Jarf. Now, they're fieldstone, broken stone, and they're not as formal and rectilinear. But of course, these galleries, if they are barracks, if they were where people stayed and slept, certainly people were doing something here. These are more episodic. It's whenever the royal house sent an expedition out to Wadi al-Jarf, probably if Pierre Tallet and Gregory Morart are right, to go over to Sinai to get copper. It's pretty convincing there because they actually have textual evidence in Papyrus K, which calls, you know, the place where people sleep. Sorry, some of the images, I can't read my own text, but you can. The place where one sleeps in this inventory, Papyrus K. Pierre and his colleagues call these comb buildings. And, you know, we have precedent, and they've cited this at Dashur, where Thomas Herbeck and Nicole Alexanian found barracks geophysically, right to the south of the North Pyramid of Dashur, and right next to the infrastructure of those ramps that seem to be coming from the quarries. Yeah, and we have contemporary with the Hato Garab at Buhen, published by David O'Connor after many years. We have barracks that look similar, comb-like buildings. And of course, there's the so-called workmen's barracks, as Petrie called them, west of the Khafre Pyramid. As Alexanian and Herbeck said, the can be used as magazines, as dormitories, as dwelling places, as places for the consumption of food, respectively, or as a combination of all these activities. Well, at Hato Garab, they didn't exactly build a reverse building, an institutional building. They actually, because they had to use the model at hand. And, you know, when we think about the state and the origins of the state, it really takes a long time for the state to develop out of what we're studying here in this conference, basic household modes of production, to use a Marxist term, basic household ways of doing things, even if it's the greatest house of all, the Pera'a. Pyramid builders here took the normal house model, which included open areas for visitors, rotating troops, to the front, and the more private domicile to the rear. So it is with every gallery. But they stretched the house out 1 to 7 and replicated it many times over to achieve an economy of scale, not for storing commodities in this case, like the galleries around the step pyramid or the galleries and magazines around the pyramid in the pyramid temples. No, for storing people and pulsing people and to achieve an economy of scale. So they're stretching out the basic household model. But overall, the gallery complex functioned as one of the world's earliest reverse buildings. Visitors rotated through, And my goodness, this must have been compressed. If our hypothesis holds, if we're right, because as some of you may know, I don't see it just as a workers' town. In fact, the term almost bugs me, irritates me. This is much more than just a workers' town. And our idea of workers needs to be critically examined too, because Merer and his men, for example, are dragging stones in Tura, but Merer is literate, and they're calling themselves a term for the elite, Setepzau, the chosen phyle. But look, there's no doubt that this was really, at one point that I would like to at least write the article, The Dark Side of Pyramid Building, because this was real true compression. Kemp noted that 50 persons per gallery results in 1,600 to 2,000 people for the 2.5 hectares of the gallery complex, an upper limit of population densities past or present. And he cited Roland Fletcher, who has made this a study, population densities in ancient settlements. So let's go back now. We got to get to that room and that in the special houses. Hillier and Hansen said, in reversed buildings, in these institutional buildings where the people who come and go, the visitors, occupy the deep cells, those in control of the building live in subcomplexes that are normal, that have the normal elementary building like a house. And so we have subcomplexes. It fits exactly what Hillier and Hansen are saying in the Eastern town, and another subcomplex in the Western town. Now, as for this subcomplex in the Western town, it looks like just a maze of walls. And in fact, it is. And there's phasing to be worked out there and everything. But we spent a number of seasons intensively excavating Pottery Mound and a house we call House 1, which is one of the largest houses we found, 400 square meters. Certainly it's not 2,500 square meters like the Illahun mansions or like the governor's palace in Aina Sil, but 400 meters is large for our site. In Pottery Mound, we found 1,036 impressed ceilings, possibly the most numerous cache of Old Kingdom ceilings known, next to ceilings from the 5th Dynasty Sun temples and pyramid temples of Abu Sir. And we only excavated 2 quadrants of this Pottery Mound. It's basically a dump outside House 1. This, I don't like the term, but I'll say it, elite house. With the patience of Job, Ali Witzel and John Nolan reconstructed 12 puzzles, that is to say, complete seals that made these ceilings. They could they analyzed that at least 31 and as possibly as many as 74 different seals were used to produce the impressed ceilings of Pottery Mound. The 12 seals are just for Pottery Mound and House 1, let me say. Ali has gone on and she's continuing to work on this now with Vicky Almanza Villatoro and a whole ceilings team, and they've done the reconstructions for other ceilings as well. They reconstructed the patterns of 12 core ceilings. And here, in that maze of walls in the Western town, next to House 1, they found some of the highest titles of the land, scribe of the royal documents for royal instructions, overseer scribes of the tutors of the royal children, overseer scribes of all the king's works. And this is an example. Every line in that reconstruction is a different ceiling that they've used to overlap. We don't know that it was gold, but of course I have to make it gold. We, like the Golden City, we have to, gold is good. So John Nolan actually saw one as a scribal workshop, and he thought, given the fact that these titles are so linked in the early Old Kingdom, a la Nigel Strudwick, to the office of the vizier, that there should be a royal presence nearby. Maybe, a road palace, a palace at the site of the royal works, which is an old idea among Egyptologists. What kind of place was this scribal workshop? Well, here's House 1, which was our first encounter with the pilaster niche room. Now, we always backfill every single season. I would say we spend a third of our budget, maybe more, on onfilling and backfilling. So what we've done here in this view is just onfilled the House 1 itself, which has a late Old Kingdom tomb plopped right on top of it. Probably one of the tombs from Zahi's cemetery, the cemetery of the workers that got lost and wandered down to the east. So there's the pilaster niche room. And this is what started us thinking about the pilaster niche room. First, these were very large rooms. We were really impressed. And there was a bed platform at one end. Now, bed platforms have been identified before, you know, from the Middle Kingdom, from Amarna, and from Old Kingdom houses, like the ones Abdulaziz Saleh excavated near the Menkaure Pyramid. I do hope that it really had that rounded end as well as a square end, man and wife, but I'm not sure. I think our overseer of excavations, the area supervisor, left the part of that sloping end, the rail there, rectilinears. I don't think he was sure whether the rounding was correct. I think it was, but anyway, so that's the oddity there. And the bed platform is right inside a doorway now, and it nicely takes 1 or 2 people. The normal entrance, and I'm jumping ahead now, we didn't know this at the time, but the normal entrance for the pilaster niche rooms are on the northeast, and that there was an entrance there and it was blocked. So the bed platform could have been a reuse of the niche. Here's the remarkable thing to back up into the excavations. When Yukinori Kawai, who's here with Laurel Flinty, who was studying pigments on our team in 2007, when they excavated that room, they actually found the collapse of the molding of the frame that is the reason for the pilasters. The pilasters described a frame that kind of came in from the side walls and down from the ceiling, and it framed that niche in the back. We thought a bed platform. And, you know, I was thinking that's what these pilaster niche rooms are about. They're bedrooms at that time. But beside the pilaster niche room, another large room with benches, bins, and 2 more platforms, and it seemed fit for a scribal and teaching facility. So here's a schematic map of the house 1 with the mastaba on it, and the area to the right was basically the kitchen. We excavated it later. In this room with the bench, there was also a kind of a bin stuffed with crude redware jars, and it had a platform and another platform. And so we reconstructed it in 2009, something like this. You see, we don't show the entrance in the northeast. We're taking it at face value that we thought, yes, it's a red painted niche. It's a red painted frame. We found the molding, but we thought, you know, it could be, you know, a bed niche. So yeah, that's a pilaster niche room. Now, between 2007 and 2012, ERA teams re-excavated the Kenkau's town after Salim Hassan first excavated it in 1932. He didn't backfill, and so there wasn't much left. He left the walls extruded, standing extruded, but of course, for many years, it was the primary course for horses, chariots, and camels, buggies, to go out to the desert right across the KKT. We're also redoing the Menkaure Valley Temple, MVT, for the first time in 111 years, because it too is part of the settlement. People were living in the temple. Now, in the KKT, Kenkau's town, we started paying attention to Felix Arnold and a publication in 1998, where he suggested a purpose of the pilaster niche room, which is present in every single house in the Kenkau's town. And not only in the Kenkau's town as it was known, but also in the SBC, the Silo Building Complex. And that we found the Silo Building Complex, 5th Dynasty, by and large, on the other side of a basin, which is part of the water transport infrastructure. And basically the basin is the reason why the town turns in an L pattern like that. But for now, I don't want to digress on other features of this site, which is fascinating, but every single house has a pilaster niche room, including the newly discovered SBC, which gets us into the 5th Dynasty. Now, this was Arnold's reconstruction. He said basically the niche was the place where the proprietor, the lord of the manor, that one in control, sat and received, it was an audience hall. And he reconstructed it almost as a false door with a torus molding and a clerestory window up above for air and light. And of course, the light would come in from behind. And so the light would be on the petitioner and not on the Lord and Master, who's maybe somewhat bathed in half light and maybe more comfortable because of the wind coming in. So that was Felix's idea, and we started paying that. And then I started thinking about House 1. The more we did every single house in the Kent Cowes town, except 2. And we kept finding this pilaster niche room, and I came to accept Felix's reconstruction. And where the master of the house would sit in frame with a drum roll and a niche. The last house that we did, House D in 2018, we did the excavation right next to House E, as we call it, which we reconstructed in 2011. Ideally, we would like to have the funding and extrude the whole of the Kent Cowes town because it suffered so dramatically. And yet, as you'll see in House D, there still was lots of evidence to be found, including stratified deposits that show you the phasing of the town. So the phasing of the town suggests that it was in its heyday in the late 4th dynasty. It's mostly a 5th dynasty settlement. And in the SBC, which is the extension of this settlement to the east, we're finding a whole range of 5th dynasty sealings: Userkaf, Sahure, Neferyurkare, mostly Niuserre. And then there was a hiatus, just like in the Menkaure Valley Temple, where people left. And when they came back, things were very different. I think the sand had started to accumulate. The basin in front of the Kent Cowes town was filled with sand, no longer functioned. And so too did the pilaster niche room go through changes. You can see here that they blocked the main entrance. You know, the common explanation for this settlement is these were the officials and the priests who are serving Queen Kent Cowes, who I would like to think is the mother of Menkaure, but Kent Cowes the first, because the houses open onto the causeway going straight up to the Queen Mother's tomb. The Queen Mother, the mother of 2 kings of Upper and Lower Egypt. And yet they blocked many of these entryways from the house into the causeway or vice versa, even as they are renewing the causeway and replastering it. So things changed. And things especially changed, officiating must have changed. Things especially changed between the houses. Our work shows that where there were 3 houses, now there were 2. The houses intermingled. And basically House F and House D took over. House D took over the southern former front part of House E, and House F took over the back part of former House E, where you had the grain silos. And now, here we see somebody still accessing the causeway. So just when these changes took place in terms of that dramatic shift where they're blocking the doorways to the causeway, here's the blocked door of House D, is something that we need to work out. But the pilaster niche rooms themselves must have changed. This one in House E must have been totally dysfunctional. You know, the interesting thing about the Kent Cowes pilaster niche rooms is they're a straight line from the service road to the north of the town, a straight line into what Felix Arnold is saying is the room of the proprietor. But that is totally blocked off now in House E. And so there are these changes. That's the main point. I can't sort it all out here in detail, and you can see it in House D here, where intended to frame the Lord and Master of the house, the niche seems to have devolved into a lowly place to cook and keep warm with these features installed. And in fact, you know, Salim Hassan himself noted that in the first House A on the west, the one closest to the Kent Cowes monument, the southern entrance had been bricked up in ancient times, and the resulting room number 28 seems to have been used as a stable for some animal, as can be proved by the presence of a limestone tethering block set against the floor against the southern wall. Our next encounter with the pilaster niche room was the most important one. It was in Standing Wall Island, area SWI. We called it that because we found the walls extruding, standing almost a meter tall. You know, not flush with the mud mass, not shaved up. No, but here, we thought we had lost the town as we came into what we call Lagoon 1, which is clearly a big depression underneath the soccer field. And we could see, you know, the west end of Lagoon 1 sticking out. And here where we were tracing the eastern town on the other side of the soccer field, we could see the whole site is taking a dive. And we thought, that's it, lost to erosion, like the northeast part of the site. But as we kept clearing sand, just clean sand to the east, suddenly the walls were there, standing a meter high, hence Standing Wall Island. Eventually, we found that Standing Wall Island is basically encircled by this wall. I'm sorry, I'm reversing the orientation. On the left, north is up, on the right, north is down. But our hypothesis is that this is a corral. And with kind of tongue-in-cheek, I call it the OK Corral, with a reference to the American Wild West. It certainly looks like the pattern of a corral, for example, on the Narmer Maze Head. And we think here was stored cattle, maybe sheep and goat, all that protein on hoof that we're finding in such abundance in the faunal remains. Now, it was in 2015 only that we excavated the two enclosures to the north. And we call ES2, that was our term for the house that we found in the south, in the northeast corner. It's interesting because from this perspective, with south to the top, which the ancient Egyptians privileged, you actually have clearly the footprint of a hoot, an estate, like the hieroglyph. So we had a pilaster niche room. You see, it's right here, and you see here's the entrance, and there was an entrance off axis in the northeast, and lo and behold, like we did in House 1, once again we found the fallen frame between the two pilasters, one here and one here, and that was really kind of cool. The wrinkle in our understanding of the pilaster niche room as a audience hall for the master is that we found another niche, the eastern niche, as well, which is kind of a complicating factor, and it keeps alive kind of this, hypothesis that is it for audiences, for, receiving people, or is it private, for sleeping and lounging about? Lounging about, for example, we actually found the furniture supports in place, not in situ, but around the niches, kind of across the eastern niche and the southern niche. They supported the legs of a chair like this, or like the legs of Mereruka's bed, where he sits being entertained by Wa'et Tet Chet Hor. And so, we have the kind of dueling impressions of the niche and the pilaster niche room, private, and so there I'm using it, or is it public for audiences? So this is what House ES2 looked like is in our 3D scanning of it. And this is a reconstruction by Wilma Wetterstrom, who edits our aerograms and publications and so on. And we would imagine the person here was the overseer of the OK Corral, the person in charge of this whole institution that is represented by the layout of Standing Wall Island, SWI. Now, just for comparison, let's look at a smaller house in the Eastern Town. This is the Eastern Townhouse, which we excavated in 2004, and we reconstructed it with an Antiquities Endowment Fund grant from ARCE in 2005. Here's a much more simpler situation. You have the off-axis entry, very simple. And what you do have a niche for a bed, but you also have a bench. And I would suggest that this bench is the equivalent of the niche, for receiving visitors, but of a much lower status person. We put roofs over the long rooms, the pilaster niche rooms, as Felix Arnold suggested, for those long rooms in the Kenkau's town. And, Wilma, good for her, she put in clerestory windows and so on. By the way, these rooms are always about 5 cubits wide. They range from 6 to 7 meters long. They're always oriented north-south. The niche is always in the south, and sometimes they tend to have a slope. So as for parallels and precedents for the pilaster niche room, because time is running on here, I like to think of this in terms of palace attributes. Because I believe in the fractal house of Pharaoh, that it wasn't totally autonomous and proactive, that basically in order to govern ancient Egypt, the royal house had to distribute authority. So these are elements in red shared with a palace, or buildings that we call palaces, as one of the articles in BTAC's 2018 K&L volume on palaces says. What buildings we call palaces. They have off-axis entries, check. A gather and wait area, check. They have an audience place, well, that's the pilaster niche room. They have storage, usually behind or close by, for distributing goods, like the king's house at Amarna, or many examples we could cite. And then they have private quarters. They don't have a place of appearance. That's for the monarch. They don't generally have monumental gates. That's for the monarch. They don't have an enclosure wall. Rather, there might be an enclosure around the whole place. These list of palace attributes, you can find them in O'Connor, Lacovara, Kemp, Nilsson, BTAC. So there are, many places. I've tried to understand palaces by simplifying some of the plans we work with. For example, the Hierakonpolis Palace, which is analyzed, the earlier records were analyzed, Fair Service and Quibell by Friedman and Richard Boosman. If we take that out, you can see there is a monumental gate, which we don't think Pilaster niche houses rooms had, but there's a place for gathering. There's some kind of a pedestal. And I think the equivalent for the pilaster niche room would be building F. Actually, Friedman and Boosman thought it was A2, but that's just simply a route on the way back. Of course, the whole plan is incomplete, but you see here we have the storage and back, so the king can reach back and dole stuff out. Yeah, room F has a raised floor level, and I didn't mention that about the pilaster niche rooms, but in the Gentkouw's houses, they put extra crushed stone to elevate the floors of the pilaster niche rooms. Yeah, like pilaster niche rooms for more private audience and business. Different than the king making an appearance where you might have a crowd. No, this is for more private audience, smaller audience. And then, of course, we have Ulrich Hartung, published in that same volume, an audience hall in an early dynastic palace at Buto. And it looks to me that this is an early form of the pilaster niche room. As he wrote, he envisioned the landlord waiting on a raised pedestal in front of the southern wall. But of course, the direct precedent for what we're finding at Giza is at Dashur, just like the galleries and the barracks. He built pilaster niche houses at Dashur at the hub of his pyramid building project. What I mean the hub, if you look at this marvelous aerial view, satellite view, that Felix Arnold and Nicole Alexanian published, you can see that the whole Abu Sir Wadi, the main wadi to the south, was dredged as a harbor basin, and then it splits. There's a wadi that goes straight to those barracks in the ramps near the North Pyramid in the upper right, and then the other wadi was used by Snefru to build his causeway to his bent pyramid. What I found so amazing, and I'm really keen to see this continue, are the excavations that Daniela Rosenau started in houses to the north of the Valley Temple, the famous Valley Temple of Snefru. And because, boy, there they were, pilaster niche rooms, and looking very similar, with off-axis entries, blue areas for people to wait before they go in for an audience, green storage areas, and these are really huge houses. And I think our German colleagues were thinking, these are the houses of the Baumeister and similar high officials in charge of Snefru's building projects. So keen to know more about this, because this is the direct precedent for our pilaster niche rooms. Even we wonder, building M, it's the one room, the one house now, I'm sorry, that we haven't done. I'm actually wondering if that's royal, because the walls are extra thick, it had painting on it, and it has certain comparisons with the Buto Palace. And it has 3 pilaster niche rooms, one of which is not oriented north-south. It's one of the rare pilaster niche rooms oriented east-west. So even when you look, I look at the Menkaure pyramid, and one of the chambers, the so-called antechamber in the Menkaure pyramid, before you descend to the burial chamber, some Egyptologists, some pyramid scholars think that this was the original burial chamber, and then Menkaure expanded to the lower granite lined burial chamber. But it's straight out a pilaster niche room. Yeah, it may be a monumental version of the pilaster and niche rooms in the large Old Kingdom houses at Giza. Although once again, this is of course extending north-south. Those extend north-south, and this chamber is extending east-west. And I think one of the most amazing parallels is at the governor's palace at Ain Asil Balat. Clara Jude published also in that same KNL5 volume a description of the governor's palace, and it's especially the eastern apartment where they found George Sukiasian found stone supports still in place, just like we did, where they once supported the legs of wooden beds or baldachins at the southern ends of two chambers on either side of a central vestibule. So you see, there are really two pilaster niche rooms. In here, the niches are defined simply by a coming in of the walls. And then here, in this room, to the right, you actually have a parallel niche, similar to what we have in the ES2 house, in the OK Corral. Now, Sukiasian thought these were bedrooms, but given everything we've been talking about, it seemed to me that, again, we should look at these perhaps as audience halls. In fact, there was, I think, inlaid hieroglyphs up in this waiting hall, this pillared hall, giving the name of the governor. And Clara Jude has compared it to the governor Betju's canopy from his tomb. And then she sort of backed off of that, saying the fact that it's repeated, you have two of these such rooms, she thought obviated that this would actually be, you know, a audience hall for the governor himself. And I think that's too premature to back off that conclusion. So Sukiasian thought they were bedrooms, and on the interpretation of the governor's palace as bedrooms, and on the comparison with room 10,805 and its two niches in ES2, that's the OK Corral, we have to ask, could bedchamber and audience hall exist side by side? Or should are we not thinking in terms of pre-modern parallels? Should we think of some of these chambers as parlors? The word parlor actually derives from an old French term, to speak, and generally denoted originally an audience room. Parlor entered English around the turn of the 13th century. In its original usage, it denoted a place set aside for speaking with someone, an audience chamber. And of course, love Wikipedia for a quick answer, quick quote when you're putting a PowerPoint presentation together. But I would like to say that the spacious open length and width of these halls allowed visitors to sit on mats and cushions along the sides, close to the proprietor's seat. Further down the sides, household members could place chests containing documents needed to transact business, or linen and clothing. Yes, the inhabitants could use these long rooms for business and for receiving and entertaining visitors, but the inhabitants could also use the far end as parlors for private relaxation, lounging, and more familiar, intimate visits. Are the two mutually exclusive, this private and so-called public? We might think of the Persian word diwan and the range of its meaning. Diwan can be used for a type of couch or bed, a type of audience hall, a guest house, a government council, and a number of titles and high government bodies in Islamic administration. Here we have one of David Roberts' views of Pasha Muhammad Ali in his palace at Alexandria meeting with Patrick Campbell. So that's generally my presentation. I'm keen to know what the reaction is, whether this works. Earlier, I sent the whole presentation to Felix Arnold, so I'm keen to get his idea, but I'm keen to get all of yours as well. I would just like to end with this. I think what we have, the way to understand the Hayt al-Ghurab site, is these large, okay, I'll use the word elite. I don't like the term because it obfuscates more than it elucidates, and graduate students use the term elite, overuse it, because they think it sounds theoretically sophisticated. But okay, we have these elite houses at the end of a delivery zone. What is a custom house? It's a building housing offices of government officials who process importing and distribution of paperwork, probably also from Wikipedia. We have here, not unlike Amarna, As Barry Kemp has said, you know, in many ways, like in the city of Akhenaten and Nefertiti, we have a home-based, a house-based administration because they don't have offices. If you look at even the records offices at Amarna, you know, it's house-based, and Barry Kemp says as much. You have residential offices or official residences when at Giza under the authority of the vizier. Central authorities expanded on the house and household as an administrative vehicle where no other model yet existed. And they probably really didn't conceive public versus private. And, you know, so I've started throwing together dimensions of the different pilaster niche rooms that we have. And there's many more to be done. And, you know, as you see, the dimensions tend to be very similar, you know, 6 to 7 meters times 2, you know, around 5 cubits, maybe a little less, and the niche is similar as well. But the pilaster niche rooms are always north-south, the niche is always in the south, the original entrance is in the northeast, and so it's a repeating pattern. I just want to end this, soccer field northwest, soccer field southwest. Only this year did we start to move onto the soccer field. And in fact, that's what we were doing a few weeks ago. And we're learning much, much more, but it's outside the purview of this lecture. This is after we demolished all the buildings and enclosure wall of the soccer field. And now we can modify the model of a backdoor service harbor, which I think gives meaning to these houses being scrunched to the west where they are. You know, the so-called elite houses being scrunched way to the west up against the escarpment. It looks very sophisticated. On the right, I've just shown you what we learned a few months ago. I have yet to update what we learned a few weeks ago, but this looks like an architectural Excel spreadsheet with enclosures and magazines. And I think that's why the big houses are there. These are the people in charge of the so-called royal building, the RAB. And these big enclosures, these are houses around a backdoor service harbor. It's not the main harbor that Merer and his men brought their stones from Tura to deliver them to the Great Pyramid. That was north of the Wall of the Crow. This is a backdoor service harbor to feed the lost city. This is my final thought. Does the pilaster niche room used in life, can we somehow relate it to the serdeb and false door used after death? And that's my last point and question. And so with that, I will stop. Thank you. So.
Thank you so much, Mark, for this fascinating lecture. I mean, I'm impressed to the point that I cannot digest it now. I need some time to think about my questions. And I'm sure many of the audience have the same impression. But nevertheless, I would like to open the floor to the audience if you have any questions to Mark.
Sure.
Yes, we have the first question.
So I can't help but think of contemporary commercial buildings. When I look at some of these reconstructions, I see break rooms, lounges, reception areas, private offices, storerooms. And one interesting thing that comes to mind is I think of Google being there's this movement very contemporarily moving towards keeping workers or keeping the employees at the location by providing gyms, child care rooms, and so forth. Is this something that could have been like a predecessor to this idea of the corporate, not the corporate, but like the commercial building, to where it's a, like you were saying, that the work from home house, you know, this house office, home office. And is this something that you've seen, like maybe a pattern that became proliferated, or like a more future model of it as you go deeper into, let's say, the Middle Kingdom, where, like, let's say the 13th dynasty, where there is a increase in a bureaucratic system, organized system that's less centralized, less authority from the throne, to where these kinds of administrative buildings, or not administrative, but like functional buildings, serve as mini palaces, mini businesses.
Yes, I think so. I agree. To take this idea into the Middle Kingdom is interesting. If this is sort of the signature of an audience hall in an elite house, in a high official's house, a house of high status, a government office house in the Old Kingdom, it'd be interesting to see where this goes into the Middle Kingdom. I'm not really equipped to answer that right off, but you know, in looking at the components, sort of a catalog of parts of a palace, looking at the publications that I mentioned, like Peter Lacavars, The Royal City, and you know, all the different people who have iterated the components of a palace. You know, I actually see. I've tried to take it to the big houses at Illahun, to you know the palace at Abydos in the Middle Kingdom. But yeah, I think you can see kind of an evolution to this. Whether the audience hall itself morphs into something else, I don't know. But I'm not sure. I think I kind of agree with your point. What I was trying to say is that whether you go with Brian Arthur or whether you go with Hillier and Hansen, they say these kinds of, you know, subcomplexes, like you were mentioning for Google, or the reversed building, you know, reversed in terms of the genotype and the logic of space. They say it's very recent, but I see it happening here, you know, 4,600 years ago. And I think that's one of the most significant things about our site, is that it is a footprint of a precociously modern institutional building. And that's why it really kills me that we don't have more parallels. We have the Wadi al-Jarf parallels, we have something, you know, from Dashur, but I'd love to know what Sahure did. Did he do a gallery complex? You have parallels at Qasr Saga, you know, which the excavator Sliwa is compared to, you know, the Khenret, the great prison. There are parallels. That's a good Middle Kingdom parallel, actually. If you look at the reports on Qasr Saga, there are many parallels to Hayt al-Gharab. So I suspect it's just wrong that these kinds of manifestations only came in the last 200 years with the Industrial Revolution. I think it's just wrong thinking. I respect Hillier and Hansen a great deal, but I think, no, it was there very earlier. I suspect we would find something similar in other civilizations as well, like in the Indus Valley, the big structures at Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa. But yeah, what we're looking at is a proto-Google, where they move everybody there, and these are not where these people lived. Just like Barry Kemp says about Amarna. I mean, he implies or states outright, you know, Ramosa, all these people, Panhesi, that's not where they lived. That was their government house. Everybody, like in Egypt today, they have their home villages and their estates and so on. But yeah, what we're looking at is, I guess, a proto-Google.
Thank you, Mark. Any more questions? Yes, can you go here?
Professor, would you be able to determine from the strata and the big data that you have excavated, the temporal demarcation, the dimension, the time scope of the city, the lost city? Like,
yeah, that's a good question. It's a really good question. When you're on the site, what was the time duration? When you're on the site, you know, the site is so substantial and we have a whole lower phase underneath the whole map. The walls are massive. It looks like somebody intended to be there for a long term. Otherwise, why build the stone wall of the Crow? 200 meters long, 10 meters high. The gate is 7 meters high. They built the wall of the Crow right up to the gallery complex. Whoever did that, maybe Khafre, they thought they were going to be there for a long time. But in fact, they weren't. And by the end of the reign of Menkaure, everything is gone. So the whole thing occupied about 38 years by some chronologies, 50, 80 at the most.
There was a question here. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for this very interesting talk. So I want to pick up on this idea of the connection of bed and audience or parlor. I research beds and also the connection of beds and thrones. So our modern categorizations of furniture and whether we can or cannot apply it to ancient Egypt.
You
And in
sound like the
fact-
perfect person to comment on this.
yeah. So, and in general, I think our modern ideas of what a bed is or what a bed should be, our modern connotations really obfuscate what it was for ancient Egyptians. So the bed as such is kind of a stage where they also performed their role, because a bed in its very basic understanding is something that elevates people from the floor, but also elevates them above others. So one sitting on the bed, one using the bed would have been the one you should listen to. And this is something that it's not only true for ancient Egypt, we have other examples. So the English kings, the French kings, they had state bedrooms that they didn't use for sleeping, but they used them for meetings. Because the idea of the bedroom is something in those times to be secret, to be where you had your most trusted courtiers around you. And everything that was supposed to be said in these state bedrooms was to remain in these bedrooms. And actually the bed at some point was removed, and we still use the term chamber, also in French, la chambre des députés. And that's the origin of the term, because there used to be a bed as the symbol of this intimacy, of this trust. Also, the Ethiopian emperors have bed thrones. So it's a bed, it's a throne. It's both. For us, it's something, it seems weird to have someone reigning from the bed, but there are many other examples where this is true. And I actually believe that in ancient Egypt, considering in Greco-Roman times, for instance, we have terms that refer to beds, but at the same time, they refer to thrones. And we translate according to our understanding, but I think there's not this difference in meaning. So therefore, I think it's entirely possible to have this bed in these official audience rooms. They just have a different meaning than our beds nowadays.
Wow, that's perfect. If you get in touch with me after, I'll make this material available to you for your study, because
I would be
it
very
sounds like the
grateful. Thank
perfect
you.
commentary on what I was looking for in trying this out. Yeah, perfect. I had one question for you. The Egyptians seem to like to be enframed in these bed platforms. What do you make of that? Almost like a coffin. And I'm wondering if I haven't seen relationships between a bed, what we take as a bed niche or platform, like at Amarna, and I think like one of the houses that Barry Kemp published in Amarna Reports, and a kind of a false door motif on the other side. So as though somehow the notion of, you know, a magical door into to and from an afterlife or a netherworld somehow relates to the sleeping niche. So that's two parts. One, did they like to be enframed like that? Do you find that quite, you know, mostly? And two, do you see that connection with a false door?
Yeah, so I think so in the funerary context, we have beds always in connection with coffins or sarcophagi. So the bed as such in the funerary context, again, is a representation of the mother goddess who swallows the deceased and gives birth to them again in the morning. So, and I think it's kind of the body, but the coffin is kind of the womb where the deceased is placed into. So it gives an extra layer of protection. And actually was talking about this morning. So death is a form of sleep, but sleep is also a form of death. So when you sleep, you want to make sure that you wake up again. So you have the same symbolism in beds found in the everyday life context than you have with beds in the funerary context. So this connection of being enframed, of feeling safe, of feeling warm, which is a very human need. And also animals show this tendency that they retreat and they want to feel safe. So that makes sense. Also with sleep, we know when you sleep, you are thought, at least since the New Kingdom at the latest, where we have the text, you go to the underworld during your sleep. But you also want to make sure again that you come back. And I was actually wondering also in the Medina houses, there in the second room, often you have the false doors. Yes,
Yeah.
it's of course to have contact, to have offerings, but I also wonder whether you would want to sleep close to that, because you want to make sure when you go to the underworld, or parts of you go to the underworld,
Yeah.
that through
That's
this false
fascinating,
door,
yeah.
they can come back.
I just
Good
mentioned
morning.
one other thing, see if somebody else has a question, but in the galleries, the thing that turned out, that sort of turned on the light that maybe these are barracks is one, the evidence for enormous consumption, and yet the galleries are mostly empty spaces. They're really colonnades. And two, that we found bed platforms. But the thing is, and we've excavated 2 galleries completely side by side. And these bed platforms, though, you don't have platforms the entire length of the colonnade. You have them at the upper, the colonnade slopes upward, and there's a bed platform so somebody can look down to the entrance to the gallery. Right inside the door of the gallery, there's a bed platform at the low end. On the other side of the split colonnade. So you have somebody up looking down at the entrance. You have somebody down looking up at the entire length of it. And then you have a few bed platforms in between. The proprietor of the house in back has a big, massive bed platform. But it's interesting that some people seem to have wanted to elevate themselves or got to sleep slightly elevated and others didn't. But thought I'd mention that for your
Because
study.
it's a status symbol, so the higher you sleep, the more important probably you would be. So
Mm.
towering over others, so whether as on a chair or whether sitting, lying on a bed. Because I also believe this connotation that bed is only connected to sleep is wrong. So as in the example of Mereruka, it's a social platform where you would also eat maybe, drink maybe, but at least have discussions. In the case of Mereruka, it's music. And we have some examples like the Anjarib in Sudan. It's not just for sleeping. And I think that might have played a role as well.
I'm very happy to hear this because I was struggling with this, we were all struggling with this, but it really, brings it together. So yeah, thank you for those comments.
My
I
pleasure.
think they're right, very applicable.
One last comment or question?
Okay, I said in a split second, I found it enticing, this idea, linguistically enticing. So in Arabic, we say Sarir al-Mulk also. So for the throne, Sarir, and Sarir is Arabic for a bed. So Sarir al-Mulk is the throne. So same concept.
You don't say Kursi al-Malik, you say Sarir al-Malik.
Kursi as well. Yeah, Kursi or Sarir al-Mulk.
Right.
Or even Arikat al-Sultana. But Sarir al-Mulk is well established as the throne.
Hello.
Okay, I think before I end tonight, I would like to thank Mark Lehner for being with us tonight overseas, especially from the US. And of course, we wish you were with us, but we are very grateful that you will still be able to give this fascinating lecture and to be the reason of this amazing discussion tonight. And thank you so much again. Please.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. Would love to be there. Sorry, I'm not. Thank you.
And I would like to thank you all for the wonderful papers, all our speakers and all our session chairs and all our audience. And I would love to see you tomorrow morning early at 9. Thank you so much.
Ciao.